DPE style green light racing. Lane, Hazelwood, right with them. He's not letting them go. Anthony Myers all the way from Clapton.
For us this weekend, racing the 4SS class, it's all about having fun, racing with mates and having some close battles out on track. And with the way the category works, you get a lot of slipstreaming, a lot of passing, and when you come off the track, it's all really low key. The maintenance on the kart's pretty low, so it makes it really enjoyable. We can enjoy our weekend while still having some great fun racing.
morning and welcome back to Hurricane Go-Kart Club as we get set for day 2 of the 2021 WA Kart Championship.
It was an incredible qualifying and 2 heats of racing yesterday in a shortened program, but action-packed nonetheless, Chris.
Shortened for good reason too. Everyone had the chance to sit back, unwind and enjoy probably the pinnacle of sporting events happening yesterday afternoon right here in our own city, the AFL Grand Final. But we are back and we mean business this morning. 3 rounds of racing to decide who will take home a blue plate this afternoon.
We're up first with tag 125s. We are going to be kicking things off as we are rolling around. This is Heat 3.
We are set 125 restricted medium, brought to you by Perth Heavy Haulage, and the grids will stack up. Carlos Del Toro with a 701 point haul coming into the 3rd round of racing. Thomas Boucher with only 402 on the outside of the front row, with Christopher Strawn and Jacob Potts on row 2. Cooper Cutts and Damon Nickley on row 3. Lloyd Nicholson and Brad Smith on row 4 from Matthew Wilkins and Brad Van Rompuy. That is how they will line up your top 10 starters in your 23 kart grid.
They roll around the final corner as we get set for a race start. It looks clean and green. The number 19 out in front.
Del Toro getting a good start there. He's going to drag Boucher up into that 2 spot. Christopher Strawn with a good start as well. He'll go into P3 through the chicane as there's a big cloud of dust exiting the chicane. But they all get through nicely across the back straight. It's Carlos Del Toro, your leader. To start things off, Boucher in the 2nd spot. Now Cooper Cutts on a mission. No, sorry. Jacob Potts on a mission. Up to 3 down through the bus stop. Strawn in the 24KF kart making a good move early here. Cooper Cutts needs a recovery because he had a shocker in one of the rounds yesterday. Just 30 points for him in Heat 2 of racing. He will come across the line just in the top 5. He will go P5 ahead of Lloyd Nicholson and Matthew Wilkins in 6 and 7.
Your top 5 looks like this. Del Toro leads us out over Boucher, Potts and Strawn ahead of Cutts. Down into the dipper comes your race leader on the approach into the bus stop. Actually had a chance to go and walk the track a little earlier this morning, and it's amazing the elevation change on the approach into the dipper, Chris.
The camera just doesn't do it justice of how much they dive down the hill, and it's under brakes as well. The track washes away from you almost as you're trying to set up the corner and make a run on the driver in front of you, but it looks like Carlos Del Toro has the measure of the field right now, despite that late win yesterday in Heat 2 for Thomas Boucher, who's a regular contender at the pointy end in 125 restricted light, with no light class offered this weekend at the 2021 WA Kart Championship. He throws some lead on, sticks it into mediums, could probably enjoy himself a beverage or a burger or 2 before the race weekend starts, and he is in form, but Del Toro is absolutely flying in this early session.
Flying indeed. He's got a 37.880. It's the quick lapper of the race so far. We're about to click over to 9 laps remaining, and Del Toro is bringing open a gap. At the last lap, it was half a second. Let's see that update. And it's going to flick over to just over 0.5 of a second, Chris. And Boucher, unless he's going to pull something out of the hat a little later on, is looking like he's settling in.
I'm really interested in this battle for 3rd, though. Potts, Cutts, Christopher Strawn. Now Matthew Wilkins in that mix as well. Down at the dipper through a late one. A big old speculator, and they're going to draw alongside with Strawn as they come down towards the bus stop. The battle for 3rd between Potts and Cutts now.
Into the bus stop.
Though, look
the
at that.
20 got up as well. Trying to find him, might have actually been the 29. Sorry, Lloyd Nicholson grabs his spot. And we'll check our updated order. The big winner on that lap, Thomas Boucher, with a 37.07. But your top 5 changes up. Del Toro over Boucher, Potts, Cutts and Wilkins, mixing it up at the front.
Checking out this battle between Jacob Potts and Cooper Cutts at the moment. Cutts has been getting quicker and quicker every time he shows up to a racetrack in the last few months. And he's starting to really make his presence felt in the top 3 run now. He had a shocker yesterday in Heat 2. Only 30 points for him at a 300-point haul for running 2nd in Heat 1 yesterday morning. Was a solid result for Cooper. He needs another good one, and he's pouring the pressure on to Jacob Potts as they hit the main straightaway. Watch for Cutsy. He pulls to the inside. Watch him as they come into turn 1. They'll flash through. Cooper cuts to the 3 spot. Potts is going to drag him back. They're going to go side by side past the canteen.
Yeah, Cooper Cutts, a great move there. But Jacob Potts really just on turn 1, just relegated to that outside line, had nowhere to go and just had to give it up. Tried to fight back through the chicane, couldn't get it done.
Had a good old crack at the classical over and under, but now Cooper Cutts has left the building. He has opened up a couple of kart lengths already. securing his spot in third at the moment, but Tom Boucher is starting to make inroads onto the back of Carlos Del Toro as well. Watching the battle out front, look how close Boucher is getting now, within 0.3 of a second as Boucher goes as one of the quickest across the line.
Watching on this battle for first. Almost joined by an elastic band here. Boucher, 0.29 of a second back from Del Toro last time around. So we follow him through penultimate corner.
A little bit of a whoopsie-doo moment for these boys in the formation laps there, weaving to get their tyres up to 10 on the outlet. And they came to blows, not through fault of anyone, just not really watching the direction that each other are moving relative to each other. But it was lucky they didn't end up in the dirt or with any damage as a result. But now Del Toro has to get a move on if he wants to secure another heat win and force this down to the wire in heats 4 and 5, because Boucher is sending one up the inside on the brakes at the bus stop. He covers off the exit, so Del Toro can't go for the over and under, but that has slowed him down. Now Del Toro has a chance.
Someone driving out of position way back down in the order in the 10 spot, Nathan King, with our PB lap time for the race, 36.64, and he's almost a second quicker than the drivers either side of him. We follow on with our top two. Boucher and Del Toro are going toe-to-toe out here into the dipper. Del Toro has a sneaky look up the inside, but can't really line anything up for the bus stop. Amazing how well Boucher can get this thing stopped and turned on the apex.
Yeah, Del Toro really wasted an opportunity there. He could have picked up the momentum through the dipper and had a run at Boucher on the way down towards the bus stop. You're dead right about Nathan King there. He led for about 3 corners in Heat 1 yesterday before dropping a chain, I believe, and ending up with a DNF. That put him on the back foot. He had another shocker in Heat 2 as well, only managing to bring home 8 points outside the top 10 by a long margin. And he is on the back foot. That is the punishing nature of this format, though. 5 rounds of racing. You have to finish well in all 5 rounds if you even want to look at being a state champion this weekend.
Del Toro just can't close that gap down. That is over 0.3 of a second now. And we'll see that update, but Boucher really acquitting himself well with 2 laps remaining. Quick lap time still belongs to Nathan King with that 36.64 we saw earlier.
Well, a lap ago, Cooper Cutts was actually the quickest in the top 3. He broke out with a great move over Matthew Wilkins and fought his way forward. But Cutts has really found himself in a bit of a no-man's land situation. He's back there in third, a big gap off the back of Boucher and Del Toro for 1 and 2, but he is mighty quick. A 3rd place result here will give him a berth into the top 5 karts on the starting grid, heading into the 4th round of racing, and he will have a really good chance at running at these guys if he can get a decent start.
This gap between P1 and 2 is really closed up now. We are on our final lap, and Boucher is fending off Del Toro. Only he needs to do that for about another half a lap as they come on into the dipper. Del Toro can't really line anything up, but draws up on the run into the bus stop, covers the outside line.
Boucher driving a slightly defensive final lap there, just speculatively moving across the racetrack to cover off any inside run. That hurt his momentum, so Del Toro is close, but not close enough. Boucher will take the win here in Heat 3 of Tag 125 Restricted Medium, brought to you by Perth Heavy Haulage. Another solid result there for Thomas, and he goes 2 wins with a 19th or 20th place on his order. Carlos Del Toro, a win and 2 seconds, will still carry the points lead heading into the 4th round of racing this weekend. There's a look at your results there. Cooper Cutts with a great drive from 5th on the grid into the top 3 on the end of the racetrack there. Matthew Wilkins home in P4 with Damon Nickley, Power Play Perth, rounding out your top 5. Lloyd Nicholson in P6. Jacob Potts in the 7th spot from Brad Smith and Christopher Strawn, who was up there early in the piece but managed to find himself in a bit of trouble and fall down to P9 there. Nathan King, a great drive from deep in the field. King started out at P18 and drove it through to P10 here, ahead of Jacob Pulitano and Nathan Lee. Bradley Dean, Brock Durden and Nikita Morozov from Ben Harvey, Kyron Hall, Mitch Macri, Aaron Chivers, Nicola McDougall, Kim Smith and Michael Hume. Your full resulting finishing order, and Brad Van Rompuy out of position there and not recording a finish at all here for 125 Restricted Medium. Heat 3 brought to you by Perth Heavy Haulage.
ducking and diving in the closing stages of that race. You're able to pull it out, but left your run right till the last 4 or 5 laps there. How are you feeling as we move on into the next heat?
Good. Disappointed we didn't quite make the most of the first heat, but second and third, we're doing everything we can, so we'll keep pushing.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Turning it back around, and we will pick up KA4 Junior Light as they head out to start things off. The KA4 Junior Light field brought to you by Mechanical Piping Services. Mechanical Piping Services is a West Australian family-owned and operated business specialising in the manufacture and supply of custom copper pipes, fittings and large bore copper for over 40 years all throughout Australia, with their specialist team members available to assist with inquiries, orders and after-hours emergencies. That's Mechanical Piping Services bringing you KA4 Junior Light as they roll out on track and get ready for Heat 3. It'll be Dylan Guest starting on the pole spot here with a first and a second to his name. Sachin Smith-Way on P2 here with a pair of thirds to carry his points, 450 into Heat 3. Nicholas Starty with a poor result in race 1, fought back for a win in the second race yesterday. He'll start in third place, lining up alongside Riley Watkins on the second row. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau was a big mover yesterday from deep in the field, driving his way to a pair of solid finishes. It was a 5th and a 4th, I believe, from Jackson. That puts him P5 on the starting grid, alongside King of the Hill winner in the pouring rain, Toby Mayolo, on the third row of the grid. Cooper Lyle and Kay Davey on the fourth row. Jet McDonald and Ashton Sprague on row 5 with Jackson Curtis and Lachlan Klee. Mason Walksack and Aidan Tempany, Max Duncombe and Todd Vince, Noah Byrne and Rocco Kame with Roman Jacopetti lining up P19 here for KA4 Junior Light. The first step out of cadets for these young kids. They throw the bigger IAMI KA100 engine on, the wider tyres, and they go racing with the elbows out for these youngsters.
We're about to see a race start, providing everything is A-OK up the tram lines. And lights out, we are good, and it is 3 wide on the approach into turn 1. They sort themselves out into at least 2x2.
Nick Starty got the elbows out there. We've got a couple caught up at turn 1 there, but it's Dylan Guest in the 50. Guesty boys racing and all about hoses. Tony Cart breaking away here. Starty's going for a tight move up the inside. He washes too far up the track. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer sneaks through. He goes to second. Starty was lucky to manage third on the exit of that. Look at the jacking from Rosenauer as he turns it into the bus stop. Lifts that inside rear tyre off the ground to get the KF kart to turn. This is a gift for Dylan Guest, though, breaking away a gap on the opening lap of racing.
We'll check the top 5 as they come across the line. And your top 2 starting to edge away from that following 4. Dylan Guest over Mitchell-Rosenauer with Starty, Smithway and Watkins making up that top 5. On the outside looking in, Cade Davey in the 75. He's tacked right onto the back there of Smithway.
Looks like Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer looking very racy in these early stages, though. Made some monumental drives yesterday, and he's looking to turn it on again here. Jackson won his maiden state championship back in 2016 in Cadet 9s up at Wundowie International Kartway for the 2016 edition of the state championship. Now he's muscling his way forward. He's been on and off in his career, but he is finding speed this weekend here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the patriciacourse.com 2021 WA Kart Championship. Mum is watching in angst. His little sister Lily will be watching on from somewhere as well, with Mark watching on in awe as this kid is turning it on and putting the pressure on Dylan.
Smith-Rosenauer was hard on the crash bar all the way through that first half of the track. Gives himself a little bit of breathing room back from P1. Dylan Guest, he is our quick lapper, of course, Jackson. And clocks himself into 39.34 in the very early stage of the race under beautiful clear skies. Not the picture that we were expecting. You should have seen the pits yesterday as we were leaving the event. People were mounting up wet tyres in preparation for what they thought was going to be an absolute torrential day of racing.
Well, it is still early days with 3 rounds of racing to run today. It may come, and the weather can always be a really determining factor in these events, but it looks like Dylan Guest has responded to the pace of Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer here, throwing down a hot lap, 38.956 last time by for Dylan. He's looking to add another win to his name to have 2 wins against it heading into the 4th round of racing as he brings it around the final couple of corners, dragging the field with him here. Nick Starty had monster pace early in the race, but that opening lap skirmish brought him back into P3, and he hasn't been able to make many moves since then. He's back in the third spot with a big gap off your top two, with Sachin Smith-Way and Riley Watkins lining up behind him.
Variety of different lines amongst our top five through that chicane. A couple of guys really opting to ride that entry curb, and others keeping almost a full tyre and a half, 2 tyres off to the right-hand side there. Interested to see how these guys are shaping up as we have 8 laps remaining, about to click over to 7.
Just keeping a close eye on this. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau hasn't given up the fight yet. Dylan Guest responded with a hot lap, but Jackson is faster this time by 38.5 across the line, and he's within a tenth of a second of Dylan Guest, who licks the curb past the canteen. And Jackson is going to give him a red-hot go here as they hit the back straight. He'll be looking for a move, maybe into the dipper, but it looks like Guesty has a good run coming off the chicane. Jackson just waiting for his moment. You have to pick your run here, and I reckon Jackson will be sitting behind and just learning over these next few laps, trying to find a way he can go up the inside and grab the race lead here from Dylan Guest out front.
This is a punishing track for left-hand fronts, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, it absolutely hurts him. The left rear as well in the soft tyre classes and those big heavy go-karts really starts to hurt. It really depends on where your setup is, but the fronts do start to let go, especially in your tag classes, and you struggle to rotate the kart through the corner, and that's what really creates the lap speed here. Get the kart turned in initially to get that inside tyre off the ground and carry the corner speed on 3 wheels all the way through those tight corners.
Our leaders now really skipping away. Riley Watkins posts a quick lap time with a 38.38, currently operating out of the 5 spot. He's tacked onto the back of Sachin Smith-Way. But we watch on with the 50 and the 88. Your race leaders, Dylan Guest and Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau. Big move up the inside. That'll be back down the order. I'm pretty sure that's Watkins and Smith-Way.
It is, and he didn't quite get the move done, so he's going to have another look and fires it across the curb at the chicane. Riley be looking for a way back into the top 4 here. He started out at P4 with a 3rd, and I think it's a 4th or a 5th in the opening 2 rounds of racing here. So Riley really needs to make something happen to maintain his run after a 2nd and a 5th, I should say. Having a good run so far, but struggling with pace in the early morning cold track conditions here for the young Exmouth local.
We click another lap and we have 4 remaining. Best lap time belongs to Riley Watkins in that number 6 kart with a 38.38. And that is where all the action is. Welcome if you are watching on our 4Style Media live stream. Please share the feed. We'd love to have your interaction. We'll be keeping an eye on the comments. And if you want to throw your support behind a particular rider, give them a shout out. We'd love to hear from you.
Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau struggling to keep up the pace in the back end of this race. It was 4 laps to go last time across the line, and he's not really managing to hang with Dylan Guest at the moment as they come down the main straight. It'll be 3 to go here for KA3 Junior Light. Heat 3 brought to you by Mechanical Piping Services. As I say that, Jackson throws down a new hot lap of the race. Gordon Mallory will come out swinging for you. He puts down the quickest lap of the race so far in a late ditch to try and close that gap and arrive with some closing speed on the front door of Dylan Guest. Watch the bus stop over the coming 3 laps of racing.
3 laps, there's not a lot of time left when you're cutting sub-40s in these KA4s. You really need to be mounting your charge. When would you say, on the commencement of the final lap?
You've got to do it before that last lap board comes out. Get the job done. You leave it too late on the final lap, you're just going to end up in the bush. Simple as that. You're going to end up with a DNF, and you can't afford one of those on a weekend like this where all 5 rounds of racing count. Look at this. Jackson now within 2.5 tenths last time across the line, and he is close. If he can get a run out of the dipper here, he might have something to say about it down at the bus stop, but I don't think he's close enough.
Dylan Guest feeling the heat, looking over the shoulder, not once but twice on the run into the bus stop, but it looks like he's got it covered as the checkered flag is made ready. 2 corners remain.
Last lap board will be coming out just to catch us out here as they come down the main straightaway. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau has the head down, elbows out, and he's right onto the rear bumper of Dylan Guest. Another hot lap of the race. It's a 38.2. Last time by for Jackson. He's going to make a run. Can he make it happen on this final lap here in Heat 3?
The run into the dipper. The gap currently at a kart and a half. Closes up slightly over the run into the bus stop.
No, he gave away too much on the exit of the chicane. in this final lap here. Dylan Guest just has a monumental drive coming off the chicane, and that stops Jackson from having a run at him through the middle of the lap. So the checkered flag will fly. Dylan Guest will pick up another win here in KA4 Junior Light. Great drive from Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer from 5th on the grid to go P2 here in Heat 3 of racing. Nicholas Stardy home in 3rd, Sachin Smith-Way in the 4th spot, and Toby Mayolo in P5. We lost Riley Watkins. He dropped down to P7 at the end there and really lost out here in Heat 3. Checking on your final race results here was Kate Davey and Riley Watkins 6 and 7. Cooper Lyle in the 8th spot here from Jed McDonald in P9. Mason Walczak rounding out your top 10. From Lachlan Klee and Jackson Curtis, Ashton Sprague and Noah Byrne. Todd Vince rounding out your 15 from Max Duncombe. Aiden Tempany, Rocco Kane and Roman Jacopetti rounding out your finishing order here for KA4 Junior Light Heat 3 here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the 2021 WA Kart Championship, brought to you by patriciacourse.com. It's a beautiful morning. Sun is out and shining. Not a single sight of rain anywhere to be seen so far. And we are set for a great day of racing here. All 5 rounds of racing counting towards the overall result in all 12 classes we have this weekend. It is going to make this racing super tight, as we've seen already. Nobody willing to give an inch throughout the heat races yesterday afternoon.
Jackson, you were dicing there with Guesty. You two were clocking PB lap times lap by lap, but unable to make it stick in that final 2 laps. Tell me, how does this set you up coming into the final heats?
This set me up, like, hopefully be quicker than him and just make some moves.
It's a tough format, this, but you're doing absolutely everything you can. Some impressive performance. Tell me, from your own helmet, where do you think that you could have improved out there?
Passing a lot more.
You're plenty aggressive, mate. We're looking forward to your performance in the final heat.
Thank you.
Back into it here, but KA3 Senior Light brought to you by LD Total. A national leader in commercial landscaping, LD Total pride themselves in delivering complete landscape solutions for their clients, from design to construction, maintenance, irrigation, and full lot packages. Their end-to-end service makes them dependable for the entire life cycle of your landscaping project. Based out of Perth, Bunbury, Melbourne, and Adelaide, LD Total are well equipped to deliver your project on time, in budget, and above expectations. That's LD Total getting behind your KA3 Senior Light field this weekend, and we've had some amazing racing so far. A win each between Luca Nietzsche and Tommy Lawton puts them 3rd and 1st respectively. Tommy in the number 30 Cosmic Kart will lead the field down to turn 1 here in the opening laps. Michael Jones getting a lucky break there with a 4th place and a 2nd in Heat 2. He will start on the outside of the front row here. Luca Nietzsche from 3rd, Brandon Duncombe making a run at the Lights title this weekend. Will start out of P4 with Taylor Dicker from Power Play Perth running here. She had a big fat 0 in Heat 2 yesterday, and that has got to hurt as we go lights out and racing.
Couple of big dives up to the inside line and leading us through. Big look over the shoulder there as we see a couple of karts stricken on the exit there of turn 1. We'll pick up our race leaders, and it's the number 30 of Tommy Lawton leading us out. Started from P1 and heads on into the bus stop in P1. Karts closing up under braking on the run into the bus stop there, leading out over Luca Nietzsche. Nietzsche looking to capitalise. And you have to wonder, is he going to hang back, or is he going to try and jump into that P1 spot and make an early break for it?
Nietzsche can't afford to hang back. He's had a really poor result that he needs to make up for. 22 points only. So it was only good enough for like 17th or 18th in Heat 2 yesterday afternoon. So he needs another win, and he can't let Tommy Lawton get away. He's at a 2nd and a 1st. Tommy could really start to make his presence felt here in Heat 3. But behind them, Michael Jones, the oldest bloke on the grid here in KA3 Senior Light, parking it in 3rd after having a good run yesterday with a 4th and a 2nd place result in the heats. Looking inside the top 3 here again, ahead of Gabe Belanca in P4 and Taylor Dicker rounding out your 5.
Tommy Lawton Runs a quick time, but not as quick as Nietzsche. Nietzsche's got the gap at .257 and has run a 36.64, only 4/100ths of a second slower than our guy out front, Tommy Lawton. And Deckers actually slots in with a quick time as well in the 33 machine with a 36.58. Deckers all the way back in 9th place on the very back of this battle pack.
That old school KF kart doing work here for Aiden's debut event in the senior ranks after stepping out of juniors just in time for the WA Championship and going straight out of the frying pan and into the fire, running in Tag 125 Light and KA3 Senior Light this weekend as Tommy Lawton puts in a hot lap, only to be denied by Aiden Deckers again. But Luca Nietzsche is on a charge now. He was marginally slower on that previous lap, but he's within 0.3 of a second. He just needs to stay there for the remainder of this one and start to make a charge in the late stages of this round 3 12-lapper here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Our top 3 all with tentative looks over the left shoulder on the run into the bus stop just to gauge the gap back to the following driver. And at the moment, the number 12 of Gabriel Balanca running in P4, looking to hunt down Michael Jones in that number 40 machine as we cross the line for another quick time from Luca Nietzsche. Now down into the 35s, the only kart that is running those sub-36s, Chris.
Luca is on a mission right now. He may be starting to wonder whether he needs to go early and build a gap because right behind him, Jones and Balanca are staying in touch. Taylor Dickers having a clean but quiet race there in P5. Just attended the Power Play Perth first birthday party on Friday afternoon up there in Joondalup with Damon Nickley and a few of the other Power Play staff there. Having a solid run in P5 right now and trying to close the gap. She needs a good one after having a 0 yesterday. She still managed to park herself P5 on the grid. Such is the runaway aspect of this point format. The 401 point system in use this weekend here as Luca Nietzsche gets a great run up onto the back of Tommy Lawton and putting the pressure on at the dipper. He gets a better drive coming out of the dipper. Lawton is defending the inside down the bus stop. Luca switches him back and up the inside. And here's Jonesy. He loses out. Gabe Balanca throws caution to the wind and goes round the outside of Jonesy and tries to have a look up the inside of Tommy. He's going to bog it down on the exit. And now Jonesy and Taylor are going to stack up behind Balanca down the main straightaway.
I look at the Facebook Live comments for just a moment and I miss the biggest shuffle. So Nietzsche over Lawton, Balanca, Jones and Dicker, your top 5 on the road. In the dipper now, and Nietzsche has capitalised. It was 0.4 of a second. It's now out to almost 6 kart lengths on the run into the bus stop, Chris.
Yeah, now Dicker up the inside of Jonesy gets it done, and she fights him back on the exit too. Jonesy tried to do the over and under, and she moved across the racetrack and fed him a left rear. I'm sure that was tasty for breakfast this morning here on your Sunday morning at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And Jonesy will now fall back into the clutches of Brandon Duncombe and Caleb Sumich, pouring the pressure on as they come past the canteen. But Balanca, in his maiden event into seniors as well, another junior driver stepping up into KA3 Senior Light this weekend with a big send up the inside of the dipper on Lawton. Lawton switches him back and just sails on past. He would have been waving out to his left-hand side as he drove on past him down towards the bus stop that time by.
Gabe Balanca with the quickest lap time at 35.83 from the number 12 kart. And Nietzsche is just checked out. Stamps his ticket. And that is just an absolutely monumental gap to pull in the late stages of the race. You wonder, how hard do the tyres degrade in these karts?
Well, these are the harder tyre compounds used in KA3 classes, so they're pretty good on the tyre wear. It's just about managing how good they switch on. And when you're trying to deal with the pace over a 12-lap race, you can go 2 ways. It's right in the middle on the cusp of needing a long run setup on the kart. So the likes of Tommy Lawton may have had a hot setup on board where Nietzsche just needs a couple of laps to get up to pace. Might not have waken up with enough coffee or Red Bull this morning to get going for his Sunday program, but once he has a couple of laps on them, they can come on and hold pace. But Nietzsche has had the benefit of Tommy Lawton having to fight, and fighting in these karts really slows you down. With the likes of Gabriel Balanca needing a good result, it's really hard to keep clean air out here.
So it looks like Balanca is under fire and has actually moved down.
Yeah,
Jonesy got up. A 35.707 is the quick time up until Taylor Dicker's run over the finish line. Now a 35.59 But that gap from P1 to 2, Tommy Lawton, 1.3 seconds, Chris, and we have 2 laps remaining.
Taylor is on a mission as well. She just picked off Tommy through turn 1 and grabbed the 2 spot. She needs a good result here. Coming out of P5 on the grid, but Gabe was a big mover from 8th on the grid to be up there early, but he has found himself under fire and falling back into P5 as they bring it around, as there's lots of shuffling around, going back, further back in the field here as the last lap board comes out. 1 to go.
Nietzsche looking just about untouchable, but the battle between Dicker and Lawton. We follow on with our race leader in the 55 machine, Luca Nietzsche. Quick look over the shoulder on the run in towards the dipper. And just looking large and in charge once again. We see that thriller between Dicker and Lawton in the background of the shot.
Some big moves going on in the bus stop further
You can't
behind.
go side by side through the bus stop.
No, certainly not. They're all fighting for it, but the checkered flag will fly. Luca Nietzsche with the win this morning here in KA3 Senior Light on board the Ricardo kart. Taylor Dicker with a great result to claw back some points in her campaign this weekend. She comes home in 2nd from Tommy Lawton, who probably needs to do a little bit better than 3rd, while Nietzsche grabs some race wins to hang on to that points lead throughout the weekend. And a look at Michael Jones, a solid result for him in P4. Good drive from Gabe Belenka, fighting inside the top 5 from 8th on the grid. He comes home P5 ahead of Caleb Sumich in the 6th spot. Tommy Shu in P7. Aiden Deck is in the 8th spot. Ryan Nicholson in 9. Brendan Duncombe rounding out your top 10 here. Mason Fraser in the 11th spot from Bree Rhodes in P12. Jack Cayulo in the 13th spot from Connor Gray. And Cassie Nicholson rounding out your top 15. Ahead of Tegan Minton, Tyler Smith, Ryder Estelle, Darcy Vidnitas, Matthias Harris and Joel Wheeler. And it was unfortunate that we lost Holly Patrizzi off the side of the racetrack on the opening lap of racing. A DNF here for Holly in the number 2 Ricardo kart.
Taylor Dicker dicing with Tommy Lawton coming home in P2. Congratulations there. It was a tough fought battle between yourself and Lawton.
It was. I think my kart took a while to come on. So once it finally came on, I knew I just had to chase and was happy to come away with 2nd.
Best of luck, and it's a great recovery from that 0-point finish earlier.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Starting on the outside is so hard. Just got wiped out. So just trying to get points back. Hopefully we can get up the pointy end in points.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for your help, guys. Turn it back around in tag 125 heavy. Brought to you by Kartmart. Kartmart since 1996, assisting in the growth of karting right here in Western Australia. Go see Harvey and Megan for anything you need. Your go-to contact for karting with over 30 years of experience in engine development and karting technique. Their showroom down there in Welshpool. As importers and specialists in the CRG chassis, they have everything you need to go racing with all major brands stocked and on the shelves, from chassis, engines, racewares, tools, and specialty items. They even have the trailer right here at the racetrack, parked up right near the canteen. That's Kartmart, supporting your Tag 125 heavy field this weekend, and returning defending champion Simon Gwilliam will find himself on the front row here, lining up on the outside of Lewis Reed on the front row of the grid here. Jason Betts will start from P3 from Shay Thompson in P4. Taylor Thomas making a great return to racing here from P5 on the grid. He's had a 5th and a 4th on points so far this weekend. Raymond Cochran in P6 from Bailey Mickler in the 7th spot as a fielder given one more time around. So no start this time by with Aaron McGregor in the 8th, Jared Bishop in 9, Adrian Fogliani rounding out your top 10 starters on the first 5 rows of the grid. Richard Deckers and Ryan Barron on the 6th row of the grid here with Jay Bunton and Daniel Sugar. Nick Middick, a regular contender in our West Australian KZ series, somewhat struggling to come to grips with driving a single-speed kart. Very different driving style, and fighting his way forward from 15th on the grid. Guy Webster in P16. Brad Fitch in the 17 from Jaden Keeville, Evan McCulloch, Crispian Venema, and then Troy Stones-Clark, Brad Knock, and Lloyd Billick rounding out your 23 starters as we get ready for a run here. 12 laps on the board for tag 125 heavy.
Following the rear of the field around, we switch it up and we are looking good to go. Thumbs up. Too wide on the way into turn 1. You can't be on the outside on the way through turn 1. I know it's tough right off the bat, but P2 jumps back to P3.
Yeah, you just get railroaded by that inside column of karts as Simon Gwilym finds himself under huge pressure behind there. Taylor Thomas forcing the issue, and that puts Thomas up to the 3rd spot. Gwilym really struggling early. Hey, we got a couple off at the bus stop, and that's Bailey Mickler facing well and truly the wrong way into the corner and out of contention, but it'll put Lewis Reed and Jason Betts, your top 2, bringing it around on the opening lap.
You should have seen the disgust that was shown by our stricken rider in the 57. Sugar, he's going to be absolutely livid.
As we pick up Lewis Reed, had some 12 months away from top-level racing here in Western Australia, but he knows Hurricane Go-Kart Club like the back of his hand. He brings it out for a one-weekend appearance here at the State Championships and finding himself in fine form here. Betsy putting the pressure on for second. Taylor Thomas with the elbows out early on in the piece. He really hurt the run of Simon Gwilym. Gumby has some work to do in that Redline Oils KF kart number 12. Your defending Western Australian champ. We go back a long way to Jared Bishop in the 48 parallel kart here from Raymond Cochran in the 6th spot. Shay Thompson P7, Aaron McGregor in 8 from Barron, and Nick Middick all the way down in P10 here. As we watch though, Gwilym closing up under brakes under the back of the hypercart of Taylor Thomas. Wants to put the pressure on here.
These 2 pairs of racers out front currently serving up all the action. There's a massive gap. They've well and truly skipped away from the field. So we check your top order. Betts tried to mount a charge on Reed through turn 1. So Reed over Betts with Thomas, Gwilym and Bishop, your top 5. Gwilym, your hot lapper, out there with the 35.34. And our top 4 have closed right up now on the way through to the bus stop.
Simon's really found himself some pace here, but now he needs to manage track position and do such in a way that he doesn't give away the gap to the leaders. So he needs to be very, very smart on the move he makes here on Taylor Thomas to not cost himself a DNF, but not cost himself much time, as Lewis Reed and Simon Gwilym both trading a hot lap to the race here. Reed to a 35.3, Gwilym to a 35.2, Nick Middick to a 35.2. Your fastest on track all the way down in 10th on the road, but your top 4 glued together as they head down the back straightaway. Somebody needs to make a move at some point as we approach the halfway point here in Heat 3 of 125 heavy.
Into the bus stop and looking good is Betts in the 77. Keeping that thing glued. And they come around for the final corner. Quick lap time back from Nick Middick. Returns to Lewis Reed. Gets bumped to Raymond Cochran. Currently down in the 6th spot in that snarl of 6 karts entering the chicane now. But we watch on with your top 4.
This is a pretty typical scene we see with tag racing on the East Coast. There'll be a small pack of karts that break away from the field and have their own battles, and they have to be very smart. And then you just have the rest in an all-out melee, fighting it out for the remaining placings, 5th and beyond. For your top 4, no changes so far. It's still Reed from Betts, from Thomas and Gwilym now. Simon, hot lap in the race at 35.096 as we hit the halfway point. 6 down and 6 to go. This time across the line. Gwilym looking for a way up the inside of Taylor Thomas if he can get there and close the gap and put on the fight for 3rd.
There's a big move on the way into the dipper. You might have just caught it in the background there. Difficult to see from this range, but we still watch on with your top 4 that have checked out. And that Redline Oils machine, the number 12, Simon Gwilym. Geez, that looks good, and he's going hard. Cross the line again. We have 5 laps remaining. And Gwilym, we know, has the pace, but he's up in that rarefied air with the rest of the top 4. It's just so difficult to make inroads here at this early stage of the day.
Yeah, he's really hurting at the moment. He needs a good points result here after Gwilym found himself second on points with 2 second-place finishes. you can't let Lewis Reed get away much further, because if he leads this one out, he only needs one more and he wins the weekend. It's done. Locked and loaded. Completely done and dusted here for Lewis Reed. He still needs those 2 more wins though, as they head down the straight with 4 laps to go. Gwilliam just needs a better result to stay in touch, because falling down the order and losing points on Lewis Reed means that Lewis has an even easier time of getting it done in the coming races.
Well, it's a pretty steep cliff to fall off when it comes to the points. First place pays out 401, second 300, third 225, with fourth currently Simon Gwilliam's position, only nailing 169 to the tally. And you understand why we keep coming back to this points format being the big talking point of the weekend.
Well, we went for a wander after racing wrapped up yesterday, and I think our ears started to bleed with the amount of times we heard the word format and points, and I don't like it. But it is what it is. We are racing it away. Everyone's still here and racing. It's a state championship. We're going to do it, and we're going to get it done. As now Gwilliam up the inside at the dipper, draws alongside with Taylor Thomas. Taylor trying to make a run back on him as Simon covers off that inside line into the bus stop. He finally makes his move, but I think he might have waited a bit late, because look at the gap he's given away to the leaders now.
Let's check that gap as they come across. We'll take it from P2 back to Gwilliam, and it currently sits at 1 second entirely, and that is an eternity in karting, especially when you're running sub 35 second laps.
Big gap to try and make up, as Lewis Reed has decided it's finally go time from out front. New hot lap of the race, 34.979 for Lewis, and then opening up the gap over Jason Betts to just lock it down that Jason can't make anything happen in these final couple of laps. He carries 0.4 of a second last time around as they bring it around for the last lap board. 1 to run here in Heat 3 of Tag 125 Heavy for Lewis Reed out front.
This is going to be a three-peat if Reed can hold on. He's nailed the 400, the magic 401 every single time. And just look at the way that gap opens up on the run into the dipper. Betsy is going to have some serious voodoo put out on Reed if he wants to try and grab this position. But with 3 corners remaining, you have to say it's another big W for Lewis Reed. In the Kart Mart Tag 125 Heavies.
Reed with the win across the line, a short little fist bump to celebrate as well. Doesn't want to break out the champagne just yet here. Jason Betts home in second, Simon Gwilliam in third. Taylor Thomas rounding out your top 4. Raymond Cochran coming home in P5 there as Jared Bishop fell down 1 to P6. Nick Middick moving up into the 7th spot from Ryan Barron and Shay Thompson. And Aaron McGregor rounding out your top 10 here. Jay Bunton comes home P11 ahead of Troy Stones Clark and Daniel Sugar. Guy Webster and Jaden Keeble rounding out your 15. Devin McCulloch and Crispin Venema, your 17. We didn't see anything from Bailey Mickler, Deckers, Fitch, Billick, Fogliani, or even Knock for very long in that one. Fogliani and Knock both coming a cropper in the opening couple of laps there. So 17 drivers finishing up here in Heat 3 of Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by Kart Mart.
Lewis, congratulations. 3 wins, 3 lots of 401 points, and it puts you in an incredibly good position as we make our way into the Kart Mart. Heat 4 for your category.
Yeah, look, it's been pretty good this weekend. It's been 12 months out of seat in Tag Heavy, so didn't expect to come back and get something like this weekend, but yeah, just going to keep doing what I do, keep driving smooth, and hope for the best, really.
We saw P2 mounting a very late charge, not quite able to get it done. How do you rate the competition out there?
Oh, it's wicked. Like, they're really good drivers out there, and it's like I'm quite proud of myself to be racing against all these people and doing fairly well this weekend. So, yeah, it's definitely not easy out there, but yeah, as I said, just keep cool and keep doing what I do best.
Best of luck.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate it.
Turning around and back into the young drivers now. Cadet 9 brought to you by Just Commodore, specialising in Australia's favourite vehicle and in business since the early 1990s. This knowledge is second to none, helping them to supply West Aussies with pre-owned and pre-loved Commodores. Out of Kenwick, they've got a warehouse full of Commodore parts, and if you're looking for something specific, chances are they're going to have it in stock and at a better rate than you can get from the dealerships. Go check them out, Just Commodore, bringing you your Cadet 9s, and we have Connor Mayer lining up on the pole spot here for Heat 3 alongside Cruz Kelly. A pair of wins for Connor puts him in prime spot heading into Heat 3 this morning. And the young Tassie Invader starting on the outside front row here. Chase Saxield with a big drive in the first 2 heats of the weekend yesterday after being scrubbed from qualifying. Will be one to watch from third on the grid here with Bo Casagrande in P4. Dominic Mercury on P5 from Jake Estecchi, Reffel, White, Hurd, McDonald, Watson, Peniza, Smith and Patrizzi.
3 wide on the run into turn 1 for our Just Commodores Cadet 9s. They settle themselves down. Big move on the way up into the chicane. Very neatly done, I might add, from the flat-out car.
Kelly's looking racy as he dives up the inside at the dipper. That's going to check up Connor. And here comes Chase Saxield. Tucking in behind him as Cruz goes back up the inside into the bus stop. Unable to get alongside. It's going to be Cruz Kelly from Tasmania in the BRM kart, leading the way here from Connor Mayer in second, trying to put the pressure back on, but they got to be careful because Chase in that KF kart machine, it's actually Ricardo, the chassis underneath, mounting a charge in third.
Up the inside, Connor Mayer grabs the position from the young Tasmanian Cruz Kelly, who looks to try and duck back inside on the run to the chicane. Has the door shut on the nose, almost cuts it off, and will have to regroup. The Tasmanian karting community currently in mourning after the passing of Adrian Mozza Morrisby. And our thoughts are with them over there. But we continue with the racing here at hand. And Connor Mayer leads out Cruz Kelly over Chase Saxield. Saxield looking to try and eat into that kart length gap to the rear of Cruz Kelly.
Behind them, Jake Estecchi holding down P4, but under pressure from Dominic Mercury, looking up the inside for the South Aussie, trying to sneak one through here and grab P4 from young Jay, knocking him down ahead of Bo Casagrande in P6. Michael White in the 7, Levi Reffel, another of the BRM drivers, in the 8 spot as Dominic drops a wheel and runs well off track on the back straight and hurting his progress at the moment. But the battle's out front. Looks like Connor Mayer opening himself up a gap out front here over Cruz Kelly in second. Chase Saxield back there in the 3rd spot here for your Cadet 9s, and just waiting for that moment that it goes go time for Chase, because he had monumental speed coming in the heat races yesterday. Just waiting for him to turn on the switch on the Ricardo kart as part of the KF team and see if he can drive his way forward, because he needs some good points hauls this morning to try and stop the run of Connor Mayer with a pair of wins coming into the Sunday program.
I tell you what, Chris, I'm looking at the radar and I can see there's a bit of a storm front that's hit Midland.
Yeah, I'm getting the messages as well from my old man down in Balladura. He says, big storm headed your way. So things are going to get very interesting up here on the hill at Hurricane Go-Kart Club here in Wundowie, as the sun is out for now during our Cadet 9's Heat 3, but the weather may be on its way to throw a spanner in the works.
Connor Mayer with a quick lap of 40.67. We've got 8 laps to go, and it's Mayer over Kelly with Saxield rounding out your top 3, with Mercury and Kostecki your top 5 over Casagrande, White, Raffel, McDonald and Hurd.
Kostecki just losing a bit of ground here as Casagrande makes his life difficult, and moving up the 77 flat-out karts machine inside the top 5 puts Kostecki down to the 6th spot as Jay Saxield has found his way past Cruz Kelly for the 2nd spot on the road. Dominic Mercury breaking away from this gap here. Mercury currently holding down P4 on the road as we pick up your leaders down the line with 7 laps to go. Still a long way left to run here as Chase Saxield starts to really start firing on all cylinders this morning. He has a 1.6 second margin to make up if he can drive up onto the back of Connor Mayer. And last time he lost about another 1/10 of a second out of that. So we'll see if Chase has what it takes to drive up to the top spot this morning here and start a comeback run in these point standings for the 5 rounds of racing for the 2021 WA Kart Championship.
We can see a lot of our racers have now started to separate themselves out, but there is action on the exit of the bus stop there. Coming into the second to last corner. We follow on our top three. And our hot lapper, Connor Meyer, still with a 40.67. Blistering pace. 10th of a second quicker than Chase Saxield. Cruz Kelly back in the 41s in that 47 machine. And you have to look back, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th place for the battle between 6th and 7th for the closest battle out there.
Kostecki fighting it out with Michael White. They were very close a couple of laps ago, but it looks like Jay has found himself a bit of room to work in around the circuit here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club and just driving his way around and staying well and truly off those rumble strip curves as Mayer checks over his shoulder, coming down the line, almost matching lap times between Connor and Chase last time across. Just 100th of a second between them. It was a 40.844 to a 40.860 as Cruz Kelly actually threw down a personal best last time across, a 40.9 for Cruz. For the young Tasmanian, they're in third. Dominic Mercury, the South Aussie, in P4 with Bo Casagrande, rounding out your top 5 with 5 laps to go last time across the line. Lap traffic is now going to start coming into it here because Isabella Patrizzi not far off going a lap down to Connor Meyer. And Connor will be getting nervous, the family will be getting nervous, just hoping that everyone gets through nice and clean and Connor can maintain this gap and not get caught up and slowed down in this transition to the race lead. He gets through cleanly at the end of the main straight.
Yeah, the entry to turn 1 was where that hammer fell. And Connor Meyer can now not rest easy, but he does have a bit of a safety buffer in the form of Patrizzi. Oh, here we go. Lap traffic definitely playing into it as Saxield goes down a position. Cruz Kelly now has to contend with the rear of Patrizzi and the number 3 machine.
Saxield and Kelly both getting through here, but at the same time, Mayer was lapping his way through the field. He threw down the hot lap to end all hot laps, a 40.4 last time across the line, and capitalising and backing it up with a 40.5 as Saxield was only managing a 41.3 and losing ground to Kelly. So this has put the nail in the coffin here for Connor Meyer out front. 3 to go last time across the line. Young Connor out to almost 3 seconds of a gap over Saxield and Kelly, second and third.
More action in through the dipper, but all eyes on the bus stop now. And our Just Commodore Cadet 9s. Two laps to go. And Meyer over Saxield and Kelly. 3.18 seconds the gap back to Saxield.
The race certainly simmers down in the closing stages here of Heat 3 for the Cadet 9s. This is the first stop in the ladder for the young drivers wanting to get involved as we've got somebody off the track there in the final few corners. Unfortunate to finish up on the sidelines. That's a heartbreaker, isn't it, for the young ones?
Not able to catch it on the live stream, but the body language tells the whole tale. We're on the final lap now. And it looks like our down driver is contemplating a bushwalk.
Yeah, he's gone and parked himself up under the shade of the tree there, following the proper instructions of officials to get out of the kart and get yourself to a safe space as quickly as you can. But yeah, getting that kart off the track, that's got to hurt. You just want to finish sometimes. These kids, they want to finish, they want to bring it back in one piece, and they want to get it done as there's another one. Izzy Patrizzi parked at the top of the track, but the checkered flag is out to pick him up. Connor Meyer down the line to grab another race win. 3 from 3 for the youngster this weekend, and he sets himself up on a perfect score heading into the 4th round of racing. Chase Saxield home in second, and Cruz Kelly rounding out your top 3. There's a look at your finishing order as they continue to come over the line and wrap things up here from Cadet 9's Heat 3.
Connor Meyer brings it home with Chase Saxield in P2. Cruz Kelly finishes out the box with Dominic Mercury, Bo Casagrande, your top 5. Michael White, Jay Kostecki, Taj McDonald in 8th, Levi Raffel in 9th with Annika Hurd in 10th. Emerson Watson, Aaron Smith, Isabella Patrizzi, your finishing drivers in Cadet 9s for the Kart Mart sponsored division. Joshua Panizza, unfortunately, a DNF in that heat. We're going to be moving on to Pacific Safety, where KA3 Junior in just a moment as our drivers circulate on their outlap. The sun shines here at the Hurricane Go-Kart Club. But for how long? That's the question. As we get set to pick up an interview with Chris Mitchell. He's dashed down the stairs from the commentary box and is getting himself ready.
Oh no, what's he done? Oh no.
Unfortunately, some technical issues. Looks like we will try and bring that one to you.
1, 2. Colin. Any audio? There we go. Connor Mayer, 3 from 3, mate, in Cadet 9s. That sets you up in prime position heading into round 4 today. You're going to have a smile on your dial knowing that you are one step closer to chucking a blue plate on this 43 flat-out karts machine.
Yeah, it's been pretty challenging. Cruz Kelly gave me and Chase a bit of a run in the start. It was good racing. Yeah, great job to Chase. He's got a lot of pace, giving me a challenge. Yeah, we'll be looking forward to Heat 4 in the final.
Best of luck, Connor Mayer here with a win here in Heat 3. More to come from the Cadet 9s here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club as we turn them around. So much more racing yet to come here. Thank you for joining us for our live stream on 4-Star Media.
Pacific Safety, where KA3 Junior now on their warm-up. KA3 brought to you by Pacific Safety, where they've grown from a small family-owned West Aussie business to Australia's leading national distributor of quality safety equipment and suppliers. Over 20 years experience in the industry, Pacific Safety, where pride themselves on their knowledge and experience in PPE. Contact them on 9249-2144 or send them through an email at sales@pacificsafetyware.com.au. Chris, mate, you know how to throw a spanner in the works, don't you?
Yeah, you would think it's my first time using a microphone at these kinds of venues here, but no, it all happens, and sometimes these things do happen. We're back in KA3 Junior, getting ready to go. Dylan Guest for 701 points on the starting grid, looking to lead this field out from the pole spot here, alongside Zane Rhodes on the outside front row from Noah Lyle and Sebastian Guest, your first 2 rows of the grid. This is going to be an interesting one. As we set the grid here, Ferraro and Stefanovic on row 3 from Makuchi, Allen and West on row 4. Byrne and Webster on the 5th row as the lights go out and send us racing for 12 laps on the board.
They've got the elbows up on the way in. It's 2x2 through turn 1. The big winner was Amanda Starr. Out off the track, and that is a high speed off. He kept the foot pinned, so it'll be interesting to see how that shakes up. Chris, maybe you can shed some light on...
Well, the rules are you have to re-enter as best you can where you came off. If you can't, you have to slow up and let the field go by. But the fact he didn't lift, there'd probably be a couple of questions asked about how committed he was to rejoining with any regard for the drivers around him. So Noah Lyle, maybe in a bit of strife here as your 3rd place starter from the grid. He needs a good result as well, a win out of Heat 2 yesterday afternoon. If he cops himself a penalty here in Heat 3, he's going to be in a lot of trouble for this state championship campaign.
So our running order, Dylan Guest out in front of the number 50 with Noah Lyle in second. That's a provisional result with Sebastian Guest absolutely hammering the crash bar of our P2 driver.
Well, these guys have been fighting it out all weekend long. This was Heat 1. Both Guesty boys were off through the dirt and fighting it out. Sebastian had to do what Noah did in this race as well, was slowing down to let the field go by. But that all started with Zane Rhodes. Now, Zane ended up the loser out of that one, down in 5th and struggling in a fight with Alex Stefanovic at the moment. He can't get anywhere near this fight in the top 3.
Yeah, we got a quick driver out there in the form of Dylan Guest, currently leading this race with a 36.464 and gapping the rest of the field. Watch the battle back for 4th and 5th. Those guys chopping and changing, Stefanovic and Rhodes.
Rhodes on the sign language saying, let's go, stop fighting. We need to chase these guys because they need something decent. Stefanovic only with a pair of 95-point hauls. He could do with a good result as well. Rhodes from second on the grid had a second and a third yesterday. He needs another top 3 result to keep this championship chase alive, as does Noah Lyle, parking it in second as the fastest on track right now.
In through the dipper. And second and third just slightly pulling back from Dylan Guest, but Lyle is still your quickest lapper out there with a 30.08. Quick lap time. And we're just watching Rhodes lead this almost 6-kart field, trying to get back up onto the rear tyres of P3.
Lyle setting another hot lap there, 36.002 from Noah. He's trying to climb up onto the back of Dylan Guest, and there was no love lost in the heat races yesterday between these guys. Dylan picking up the win in that opening race of the day, but only managing second here in Heat 2, while Lyle fell down the order in the opening race and fought back for a win, capitalising on that starting position after qualifying pretty decent. The first 2 heats of the day, you start where you qualify. The third heat, which we had this morning, you start based on your points from the first 2 heats. So it's really important to get a couple of good finishes here, and Dylan Guest capitalising on that right now.
Zane Rhodes got a really big mountain to climb, almost 1.13 seconds the difference back to P3 Sebastian Guest. Rhodes actually starting to put a gap on Stefanovic there, if you see.
He's broken the back of that battle, but he's not seemingly quick enough at the moment as he's trying to chase down your leaders. Last time was a 36.1 for Zane, but the leaders all lapping in the 36.0s. Zane is going to need something to happen in the top 3 for him to climb into this fight.
Stefanovic backs the karts up behind him, but we watch on. This is the battle now. You can see Stefanovic currently operating out of the 5 spot, and he's got Byrne, Makuchi Allen and Ferraro all hot on his heels as he leads them on a merry chase down into the dipper. Stefanovic under some serious pressure now, Chris.
He's really copping the fight here. Josh Byrne has been mounting a monumental drive here, drove through the field in the heat races yesterday. He was out of P9 in this morning's race. He finds himself in 6 and pouring the pressure onto young Steffer as they come out of the right-handers and fighting through. Sarah was even nice enough to make me aware of Josh's monumental drives yesterday.
Stefanovic under fire and gets relegated.
There you go, Josh Byrne making it happen here. You have to get the elbows out if you want the spot and prove how badly you want it. That slows down Steffer as now James Makuchi Allen up the inside and he forces Steffer wide. Nash Ferraro is in there to pick up the pace as well. He's on the outside. Robert West trying to find his way up the inside of the bus stop. One move can just start this chain reaction of shuffling around through the field. Meanwhile, your top 4 having a Sunday morning cruise for these guys fighting it out for 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 on the road.
So Guest over Lyle with the second of the Guesty boys. Sebastian in 3rd place. Zane Rhodes 4th. Josh Byrne slots into the 5 spot. Makuchi Allen, Stefanovic, West, Ferraro and Watkins round out your top 10. And Stefanovic almost gets wiped out by a wayward checking Robert West. Big moves on the way into the bus stop. West falls down a place with Nash Ferraro slotting up. And it is on.
Still fighting it out here. Ferraro now under fire as Riley Watkins has brought his way into that battle here. Ferraro on the back foot. He's going to lose another spot as Watkins moves him aside and pushes Robert West through the corner. And now it's Jack Webster lining up for a move here as we pick up your race leader, Dylan Guest, on his way out of the bus stop. Just over 2 laps left to go here. The number 50, Guesty boys and all about hoses, Ricardo Collart. Look at him leaning in the seat, trying to generate the jacking of the inside rear tyre to keep the corner speed up. It acts like a differential when the inside tyre isn't on the ground at all. They don't have to turn at different speeds with a live axle in the kart. As Guest fires his way under the back straightaway. Noah Lyle monstering another hot lap out of this one. 35.606. From Lyle. He brings the gap down to half a second. Noah needs a good result here. 2nd place will be okay, but he needs to make something happen on Dylan Guest. Otherwise, he's going to give away another 101 points to Guesty, who already carries a 180-point lead coming into this race. With 1 to run here, the last lap board is out. 1 remaining here in KA3 Junior. Guesty still managing that half-second lead over Noah. To head past the canteen for the final time.
Through they come. The battle between Makuchi Allen and Burns. As we watch on now, this is your race leader, Dylan Guest. Best lap time, last lap time rather, of 35.73. And we are on the run for the checkered flag in this Pacific Safety Wear KA3 Heat 3. And the Guesty boys go 1 and 3. Noah Lyle, a rose between two thorns, with Rhodes and Byrne rounding out your top 5.
So there's a confirmation of your results here. James Makuchi Allen just finishing out on a top 5 here. Alex Stefanovic in the 7th spot. Robert West with P8. Riley Watkins P9. And Kate Davey rounding out your top 10 from Traeger, Webster, Ferraro, Adams and Sadler. With Nicholas Smith, Jet McDonald, Wes Hobson and Jack Parham. Your 19 finishing drivers out of KA3 Junior. Heat 3 brought to you by Pacific Safety Wear.
Dylan Guest, congratulations. Now 2 wins, 1 second place. You've got yourself a swag of points as we head on into the 4th heat. How does it feel out there?
Track's mint. Noah's putting on a little bit of pressure towards the end. Track's good, so.
We can see the clouds starting to roll in. What's your strategy for when we switch to wets? Because you know it's coming.
Change a little bit of the setup and hope we do good.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Very few words as we turn our attention into Cadet 12, brought to you by Shannon's Insurance, Australia's leading insurance provider for motoring enthusiasts. Their insurance products are tailored to the needs of each and every motoring enthusiast, with features such as limited use, insurance for daily drivers, as well as home and contents cover. Shannon's also are the leading action house for veteran, vintage, classic, sporting and modified vehicles, as well as classic motorcycles, motoring memorabilia and numerical number plates. We're back into Cadet 12, brought to you by Shannon's Insurance. As we get ready to go, Chase Wildman and Chase Webb come into this one on equal points to start out Heat 3. Campbell Thompson will start from 3rd on the grid alongside Diago Stewart, with only 40 points or 42 points between them coming into this 3rd round of racing. Orlando Piovitas will start from P5, with young Riley Curry having a great run this weekend in P6 on the 3rd row of the grid. Ben Hall and Bailey Reardon will start from 7 and 8, with Jordan Clee and Riley Harrison 9 and 10. Hopefully Riley is out there. Had a bit of a scare yesterday afternoon. Hopefully Riley is A-OK. From Leroy Toon and Orlando Ricciardello and the rest of the field lining up as we bring them around and getting ready onto the main straightaway. Your Cadet 12s go not this time, and it's a non-start for Heat 3.
Chris, you say that this category produces some of the best racing.
Yeah, they do. They always produce the best racing, and I love the Cadet 12s. Every time they get out on track, they show maturity well beyond their years, and it's great to have them here with a solid field of drivers as well, 26 of them joining us this weekend for the WA Kart Championship. With the second half of your grid here, Toon and Ricciardello, Barbas and Johnson, Bernarde, who was also caught up in that incident in the second heat of racing yesterday afternoon, from Ryder McKay and Joel Lewis, Gussa Grande and Warner, Rowitz and Kalsik Chen, Razzo and Lucas Kalsik Chen, with William Campbell, Jaden Razzo and Cody Hemmett lining up on the remainder of your starting grid here. This is going to be a super tight race here between the two chasers. On the front row of the grid, Wildman v. Webb, and both of them have massive support networks and families screaming from the sidelines as they get ready to do battle. The hearts will be in their mouths. The heart rates will be up. The Fitbit will be howling, saying, please stop, calm down as we get ready. And this time around, it is lights out. We are racing for Heat 3 here in Cadet 12. Wildman will lead the field into turn 1. Reardon trying to sneak one through. It looks like young Bailey. No, it's Campbell Thompson, I should say, in the 51 KF kart. Sneaking his way through. And oh no, Piavitas backwards at the chicane. And Reardon on the defensive line, but Webb was having none of it. He fires up the inside to grab second on the opening lap.
Watch this battle as we make our way into the bus stop. Your top 3 already skipping away. A monumental gap at the early stage of this race. We'll catch them as they come up the finish straight. And your race leader with a decent turn of speed here. We'll catch them and update the order. The 77 leads us out. Wildman over Webb with Thompson on the 3rd step of the box. But some good pressure from Chase Webb through the exit of turn 1, Chris.
I see a minor issue there, although he's having a great run early doors here. Riley Curry, looks like that rear bumper might not be attached to the go-kart on both sides here as Ben Hall fires one up the inside at the dipper to try and grab the 4th spot. Checking out Chase Webb, pouring on the pressure of Wildman in the bus stop.
Here we go. Watching that battle unfold ahead of him is Campbell Thompson, following on the Wildman and Webb show. Thompson puts his 2 cents in. Love tap there on the back of P2. Just to let you know, hey, I'm here. Now, Chris, tell me, as someone who doesn't make it out to too many karting events, what's the appropriate amount of pressure as we see P3 Campbell Thompson look to fire one up the exit of turn 1 on Chase Webb? How much can you actually let them know?
I'm not entirely sure how it goes these days, but back in the day when we had steel bars on the back of the karts, it used to be 1 tap to say hello, 2 to say get out of the way, and the 3rd one was a lot harder. That was before we had a lot more officials.
Oh, spins it around in the entry to the bus stop. P2, the 33, Chase Webb, is out of contention, and this is a tough spot to re-enter. I bet he saw Jesus on the way in.
Poor Chase Webb, he will be kicking himself out of that one after getting a maiden win in Cadet 12 at open events here just yesterday. Finds himself well and truly out of contention now with a fall down the order. And where's he going to end up out of that one? Webb will end up all the way down in 17th after turning it around at the bus stop. This young man, though, young Benjamin Hall, the pickpocket winner from a few weeks ago here at the King of the Hill in the rain on Chase Wildman up here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club, finds himself with a bit of speed up into 3rd.
Sorry to harp on about the Chase Webb incident there, but that moving back into 17th, if he finishes in this position, is now in the single digits for points. He's going to go from 2nd way down the order. He had a haul of over 700 points in his pocket right up until that moment into the bus stop, Chris.
That's going to be painful, and at this stage of the weekend, it practically puts him out of contention for the win, unless other things happen in the field, and that's what we don't have the crystal ball up here in commentary. But it's Chase Wildman leading the way. We're following this battle at the moment with Riley Harrison, Ben Hall, and Riley Curry all getting into it. Good to see Riley Harrison back into it here after a bit of a scare yesterday afternoon in the red flag stoppage of Heat 2 of racing, but he has got the elbows out. Hall, Harrison and Curry fighting it out here for 3rd, 4th and 5th on the road.
Watching on our screens, we see the battle involving Curry with Harrison and Clee. So tear their way down the home straight. Quick lap time. Here's Campbell Thompson. Another one bites the dust on the exit of turn 1 there, and again facing the wrong way. Arguably one of the fastest points of the track, Chris.
Yeah, that's a painful one there. Bailey Reardon getting into it with Riley Curry there at turn 1, and poor old Riley finds himself facing the wrong direction in turn 1 and will be out of that fight. That leaves Hall in 2nd now. Well, sorry, 3rd I should say, but he's got a rear bumper full of Harrison and Reardon. Behind them is Clee in the 7th spot. We follow this battle. This is a fight for 3rd here. Hall, the West Aussie, young Harrison from South Australia, fighting it out here. He wants to get into the podium and pick up some points because he was well down the order. 10th on points coming into Heat 3 this morning.
Watching on as they exit turn 1, and it is thick and fast. The elbows are flying. This is more like an MMA cage fight. Shows him a wheel on the way into the dipper and gets a move done. Will we see the crisscross? Or is the 95, rather the 98, sorry, made it stick? As we continue on, this is the Shannon's Insurance Cadet 12, Heat 3. Coming into this race, Chase Wildman is your points leader. and is currently your race leader, looking to capitalise with another big 4:01 haul.
Down the line they come. We're still following this battle as Bailey Reardon up the inside and grabs the 3 spot from Ben Hall. Bailey's been on a mission all weekend after being fast in qualifying, but got scrubbed following the 8-minute session yesterday morning. That put him off the back, and he's mounted a couple of big drives in the heat races yesterday. Found himself starting out of P8 this morning. Now into a podium position here in Heat 3 of racing. Puts Hall down to P4. Young Bailey's on a mission, this 95 KF car.
We watch on as the pressure is being applied by Campbell Thompson on Chase Wildman. A fresh PB lap time of 39.83 with 4 laps remaining. They head on into the chicane now. And Wildman just looks so composed, doesn't he, Chris?
Yeah, he's cool, calm and collected out front here, the 77 Euro Tectonic kart. Happy to have his old man in attendance this weekend. Big Jace Wildman. Stoked to be at a racetrack on state titles weekend rather than being off on site and nervously watching the Speed Hive results as they come through on the phone. But Thompson having a great run here. The outgoing Cadet 9 champion from 2020 up at Midwest Kart Club finds himself in second. This would be his best result of the weekend so far. If he can go one more, would ultimately throw the cat amongst the pigeons in the point scores heading into round 4. But it looks like Wildman has busted out the hot laps.
A 39.79 in answer to Thompson's quick time there. Runs 2/10 quicker than Thompson's 39.91. As we have under 3 laps remaining. We'll follow on with our leaders on the Four Style Media live stream. Welcome to the 2021 Patricia Course State Titles.
Wildman hanging on to it here as they come out of those final right-handers. It will be 2 laps to go. And onto the main straightaway. That time by both of them dropping a little bit of pace. Thompson was marginally quicker by a couple of hundredths of a second. It was a 39.968 to a 39.944. 3.8 tenths of a second between them with a massive 9.5 second gap. Back to young Bailey Reardon, who's put in a personal best lap of the race, a 40.2 for young Bailey in the 95 KF kart, but nowhere near quick enough to close that massive gap. Daylight from second back to third.
Yeah, huge gap, almost 9.5 seconds. You could just about fit a whole other category in there.
1 to go here as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. The last lap board is out, and it looks like Thompson has managed to pull the gap down a tiny bit. It's a 39.9. Wildman only good enough for a 40.014. That time by, it's still 3/10 of a second. He would need Wildman to make a mistake on this final lap to have a chance of picking up the 4:01 here in Heat 3 of Cadet 12s. But it looks like Wildman is in control on this final lap.
Here we go as they make the run into the bus stop for the final time. Wildman leads us out, looking to collect at massive 4:01. Second place only scores 300 points. So all the importance on this race win, and Wildman will go 2 from 3 with a second place. He gives himself the big one-finger salute in the best way possible. Chase Wildman brings it home over Campbell Thompson. Third place is a lonely one, but a fist pump nonetheless for Bailey Reardon in the KF kart. And a fantastic finish out there as we conclude our top 5 with Benjamin Hall and Riley Harrison. We saw Chase Webb clock through with the quickest lap of the race, a 39.69. And the dying stages of that heat in 6th place. Jordan Klee in 7th, Leroy Toon in 8th, Ryder McKay in 9th, and Nicholas Russo in 10th place over Bernard, Rotes, Johnson, Barbas, Kalik Chen, Curry, Piavitas, Casagrande, Campbell, Ricciardello, Jaden Russo, Joel Lewis. All down in the 23rd, 24th spot was Cody Hammett and Ryan Warner. So we are just going to rescue our stranded karts out there as we get set for an interview with Chris Mitchell down in the exit grid. Looks like our race leader, Chase Wildman, the subject of his intentions, the number 77. It's a flurry of activity as we get set to have a chat to Chase Wildman
Down here with Chase, mate, another win for you. Puts you in prime position heading into the 4th race today. You're going to be happy to pick up some solid points and know that every race you do like this gets you closer and closer to that top step in a pretty good weekend. Mind you, how good is it to have Dad around?
Mate, he's always supporting me. I'm really glad he's here to support me instead of just texting Mum or calling me.
Mate, you must be stoked right now. You look a bit sad, mate. You got to cheer up. You just won a bloody heat race.
Yeah, I'm just focused, that's all.
He's ultimately focused right now. Chase Wildman, one step closer with another heat win here in Cadet 12s. In some great racing, these youngsters always put it on, and great camaraderie between the young drivers. Notable mention to young Campbell Thompson with a great result here in Cadet 12s Heat 3.
Shannon's Insurance Cadet 12 serving up the action as promised, and Chase Wildman, the kid with the coolest helmet hair out there. The kid looks super fresh as we get set to release our 79 Kart Sports Tag 125 Light Division. 79 Kart Sports, a family-run business supplying karts, parts and consumables to drivers since 2013. Based in Cal, the 79 Kart Sports team make their way to most country and city-run race meetings and bring stock of various brands of karts and engine parts as well as consumables. They're all run with a family approach, and Wayne and Rosalie are happy to assist any way they can. Check them out online or call Wayne on 0419 044 597. Tag 125 Lights, proudly brought to you by 79 Kart Sports. Tag 125 Lights out on track, forming up and warming up.
As the 125 Lights get in formation, it will be the defending champ, Kip Foster, starting from the pole spot here.
There's a photo circulating around Facebook of you. There's a photo circulating around Facebook of you leaning on the back left of Kip Foster's kart, helping to straighten that one out. That one was posted by Kip himself.
Yeah, that minor incident nonetheless, between himself and Luca Nietzsche during Heat 2 yesterday brought about 10mm twist into the KF kart chassis. We just happened to be on the scene at the right time to provide expert assistance on the tools to help straighten it out for Kipper. He will start alongside Caleb Sumich on the front row here with Ashley Morrissey and Luca Nietzsche from the second row of the grid. Jake Sawyer and Tommy Shue from row 3 here. Tommy Lawton and Aiden Deckers from row 4 with Luke Sawyer and Jesse Elliott from the 5th row of the grid. They're being told to slow it up here, and we might be set for a race start. Watch the lights to go out and send us racing, and it is not going to happen. Not good enough, says our starter, and he's going to send the field around once more before they will get a start here. We'll go through the remainder of your starting grid. Hayden Fraser out of 11 with Flynn Thompson from 12. Stephen Scoble from 13. Gianluca Oriema out of the 14th spot. Josh Healy out of P15 from McLean, Clifton, McPherson, Smith, Drew, Cayulo, Christopher Smith out of 22, and Grace Patrick rounding out your 23 starters here for Heat 3 of Tag 125 Light, brought to you by 79 Kart Sports.
Clouds beginning to scud across the sky, and a sign of what's to come. But at the moment, we still have some good weather and a track that is heating up, both in temperature and in the action stakes. Welcome if you are watching online on the 4Style Media live stream. Hit that share button and get as many people involved as you can. Send us through a comment. We'd love to hear who you rank as your favourite for this race.
Down the line, lights out and racing for Heat 3 here. Foster moves across the track to try and open up the turn into turn 1 and cover off young Caleb Sumich from going around the outside. Sumich will hang on to second through the chicane as it looks like Ash Morrissey fights his way through to third. Sawyer up the inside as the field pours across the back straight. And they draw alongside down towards the bus stop for the first lap. Luca Nietzsche under pressure, but fighting back in the bus stop.
3 wide for one moment there in the bus stop, and the big loser there, the 55 machine, falling back a couple of positions. Luca Nietzsche, as you said, under fire and about to go underwater.
It's looking rough. Oh, we got a couple more on the main straight caught up. Jesse Elliott and someone caught up there. Elliott, I said to him when I walked into the venue, I'm amazed you kept the kart clean. Well, now it's not so clean here for the willpower kart of a former Australian champion, Jesse.
He's going to be forever emptying some of that Hurricane Go-Kart Club red talcum powder out of the side pods.
It gets in absolutely everything here as Foster leads the way. Sumic into that second spot now, and it's Sawyer. Jake, of course, into the third spot. Ash Morrissey P4. Tommy Lawton down in P5 from Luke Sawyer and Luca Nietzsche to make their way down the line. Foster on his way to leading out another race here and picking up potentially another win if they stay this way.
Just watching the body language of Kip Foster in the kart, just how economical he is with his head checks. He's not looking over the shoulder, he's just checking the blind spot right next to the kart.
You don't become a multi-time Australian champion and a World Cup winner by swinging your neck on a swivel. You make the cool and calculated decisions that Foster is well known for making, and is ever a master of the mind games and playing it into his favour anywhere he goes. But this battle for second starting to heat up now. Sumic and Sawyer fighting it out for second and third past the canteen. Two of the youngsters duking it out for 2 and 3 on the road. Morrissey behind him in P4 as Luca Nietzsche sets the hot lap of the race at 34.594.
I think we had a position change in the dipper for second and third. I'm just going to confirm the numbers. Looks like we saw Sawyer get up over Sumic.
And as well for Nietzsche over Lawton. So young Luca up into P5, puts Tommy Lawton aside and drops him to the 6th spot for the Tony Kart stablemates as they try and fight their way forward. Nietzsche needs a good result here. It was only a 371 point haul in the first 2 races of the day. He needs to get inside the top 3 to keep his championship hopes alive here at the State Karting Championship.
Foster runs a nice wide exit there, maximises the mid-corner speed on the way through the dipper in towards the bus stop. And is just starting to skip away. We've got an 0.8 of a second gap last time across the finish line. Let's see what that updated gap between Foster and Sawyer looks like. Sawyer currently trouble-free from the rear with Caleb Sumic not really applying too much pressure there. Sumic has got a bit of empty air back to Morrissey with Nietzsche, our hot lapper, and man, oh man, that guy is on an absolute tear, a 34.42, Chris.
And he's up the inside of the dipper on Morrissey as well. Ash gives him a what for on the exit, and he's going to try and go back up the inside of the bus stop. Nietzsche covering off, and they slide across. They both check up, and Tommy Lawton says, I'll take that. Luke Sawyer sneaks through on Nietzsche as well, as does Aiden Decker's now up the inside behind him. That was a big lose for Nietzsche, and it's all about who wants it more down at the bus stop.
Nietzsche just wasn't able to get the tourniquet onto that wound and bled positions and really suffered. That's just about going to end his weekend, Chris. He's now currently, where are we looking? All the way back in 8th.
Huge lose after fighting it out for P4 just a moment ago here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. As things continue to get darker and more gloomy, Jake Sawyer setting the track alight. A 34.3 last time by for Jake, and here's closing the gap to Kipper out front. Now you could safely say Foster is probably managing tyre life out front. He's trying to conserve these MG yellow, super soft and sticky tyres out front that are really well known for their degradation. But Sawyer, he's got nothing to lose. He needs points. He was in 5th on points coming into this one with only a 3rd and then something like a 15th. He needs a good result here, and if he can chase down Kipper, it will help his campaign over the course of the weekend.
So we watch on the 20 machine of Kip Foster in the KF Karts entry.
Four laps to go at the line last time by. The gap sets 0.4 of a second. Sawyer was still a little bit quicker last time across to the tune of 76 thousandths of a second. Trying to make inroads here for that number 96 Sarah Kart. The Drew Price Engineering X5 platform chasing down the Birillart manufactured KF Kart for the man whose namesake leads this field, Kip Foster, leading the way here as he brings it out of the right-handers and onto the main straightaway. It will be 3 laps to go and a check of the gap at the line. Foster sets a hot lap of his own, but Sawyer is faster again.
So Sawyer eating into that gap to our race leader in that characteristic orange helmet with the blue number plate. You have to ask the question, is Foster just going to turn it up another notch and start to extend that gap, or has he got his match in Jake Sawyer? As they close that right up, it's under 0.3 of a second now.
These two have come to blows in the last 12 months before as well, famously down at Bunbury City Kart Club. I think it was the Gold Star down there in Bunbury during the final under lights in the great southwest of Western Australia. So Sawyer will have that incident in the back of his mind because it was very costly for him. As they come into these final laps, it was 2 to go last time across the line.
Foster with a big look over the shoulder, the longest one as he comes all the way down on approach into the bus stop. The 96 ever looming like a great white, looking to take a chunk out of that driver in the orange helmet. Couple of position changes back for 7th and 8th, but we watch on the approach into turn 1, and Sawyer is just applying the pressure like a hydraulic press. Will we see Foster Crumbler as he's still got that diamond of strength left in him?
This is the final opportunity for Sawyer to make a run, and he was too deep in the dipper, gave it away, and can't get alongside up towards the bus stop on their final lap here of Heat 3. It was a big charge, but it's too little too late for Sawyer. He'll be happy with a 300-point haul nonetheless, but Kip Foster will have a bigger smile on the dial. 4:01 and the win here in Heat 3 for Tag 125 Light, brought to you by 79 Kart Sports. Jake Sawyer home in second, Caleb Sumich in third from Tommy Lawton and Ashley Morrissey rounding out your top 5. Check-in of your remaining running order here. Luke Sawyer coming home P6. From Stephen Scoble, a solid result for Scobes here in P7. Luca Nietzsche down in P8 at the end of that one. Tommy Shue P9. Joshua Healy rounding out your 10. Flynn Thompson in 11. Shane McPherson 12. Gianluca Oriema rounding out your 13. From Hayden Fraser and Tyler Smith, your 15 drivers. Isaac McLean, Connor Clifton, Jack Cayulo, Christopher Smith, Jesse Elliott and Aiden Deckers coming a cropper in those final laps here. That was Tag 125 Light, brought to you by 79 Kart Sports here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the patriciacourse.com 2021 WA Kart Championship.
Kip Foster, a win and 401 points into the bag. Tell me, at any stage in that race, were you conserving tyres?
Oh, no, definitely not. No conserving tyres, man. You can't afford to. Can't afford to give away positions.
And, of course, arguably, you were in one of the last dry heat races for the day because out behind our camera position, very dark indeed. So the switch over to wets, tell me, is there a strategy and a setup change that comes along with that?
Oh, there has to be a setup change. Not necessarily dramatic setup change, but obviously wet tyres. The tyre pressure is always something you have to leave right to the last minute, you know, depending on whether it's very wet or just mildly wet, you know. So, but that's probably the biggest difference between everyone is whether you get your tyre pressures right. They're not long races, so it's not necessarily too critical, but if you're way too low or way too high, then, yeah, you're going to be out of the game.
Now, we saw you with some tweaks to the chassis after racing yesterday. How did the kart feel after those changes?
Oh, the kart felt great. I think I was probably a little bit off on the tyre pressure a little bit in that race. Obviously, I got caught. I went well at the start and fell off a little bit at the end, but yeah, I think it was still good for the race distance, you know, so I'm happy.
Great job. We're looking forward to it.
Great. Thank you very much.
Kip Foster taking 401 points to his tally as we make our way into our next heat. Chris, back to you.
As KA3 Senior Heavy rolls out of the out grid, And the words are starting to get thrown around. Get ready for the rain as it starts to get cooler and maybe even wetter here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Your KA3 Senior Heavies brought to you by Pacific Safety Wear. Double duties on the class presentation this weekend here. Pacific Safety Wear growing from a small family-owned and operated West Australian business to becoming Australia's leading national distributor of quality safety equipment and supplies. With over 20 years of experience in the industry, Pacific Safety Wear pride themselves on their knowledge and experience in PPE, and through this they've developed many valuable partnerships with several of Australia's leading manufacturers. That's Pacific Safety Wear, presenting your KA3 Senior Heavies this weekend here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And we have a tie on points coming into the third round of racing. Lloyd Nicholson and Nathan King, a win and a second apiece to leave them tied on 701 points here. Nicholson will take the pole spot on the starting grid here alongside King on the front row, defending West Australian champ Lachlan Harvey with some work to do here on the second row of the grid from P3. The big horse Craig Ryan will start from P4 here as Simon Minton out of P5 with Jaden Keevil in the 6th spot, Rodney Jameson on 7, James Career in P8 with Josh Hunt in P9 and Glenn McDougall rounding out your 10. Ahead of David Mackay, Trevor Beck and Mark Blampede, your 13 starters here in KA3 Senior Heavy, brought to you by Pacific Safety Wear. This will be an interesting race to set the tone of what is going to come today before things start to get a little wet and slippery here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
It is right behind the race control tower and it is charging its way up the hill. We're looking at the radar, but we are looking at a race start. Side by side through turn 1, and as predicted, the outside line shuffles back on the way into the chicane.
Lachlan Harvey getting himself a good start here from that inside line. He goes to the 2nd spot and defensive already down into the dipper here as Lloyd Nicholson will lead the way in the 35 pink edition of the Flat Out Kart Century. Out front here from Harvey in 2nd. Nathan King in the KF Kart back to 3rd now. Craig Ryan in P4 from Simon Minton in the 5, and Rodney Jameson rounding out your top 6 as they bring it around the right-handers and onto the main straightaway. Nicholson will lead lap number 1 here, ahead of Harvey, the defending champ, who needs to have brought his A-game today if he wants to keep the blue plate on the 76 machine. Leaving Hurricane Go-Kart Club this afternoon, he tags the rear bumper of Nicholson through the chicane. He's looking racy early on.
These flat-out karts, they look good out front. Nicholson, Harvey and King, your top 3, starting to run away over the following 3. It all closes up under braking. Big slide, and it's left the door wide open for our driver in P5. Simon Minton moves on up and relegates Craig Ryan back into the 5 spot. Chris, it was an opportunistic move, but nonetheless got the job done.
You've got to take it when it comes, because these big old karts and the momentum that you need to keep them going, it's hard to make a move without bringing yourself unstuck here as King giving Harvey a hurry up through the chicane. They're jumping in the seat, just trying to take the weight off the kart for a split second, get the revs to pick up and get him to accelerate better off the corner. It's the old school trick when you come off and you're trying to rejoin, that you're hopping in the seat, trying to get the kart to spool up a little quicker. These IAME KA100 engines struggle in this heavyweight class.
For those of you watching on the 4Style Media live stream, unfortunately we don't have a commentator's cam. You can't see Chris Mitchell actually demonstrating that seat bounce method, but we watch the pressure from Harvey being applied to the rear bumper of Lloyd Nicholson. Nicholson's just posted a quick time, 37.74. It's not quick enough for Lachlan Harvey, who did cross with a 37.85, but he's pinned to that rear bumper.
Yeah, I'm putting the hurt on the gas strut in my office chair today here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Careful, when these things fail, they tend to get nasty.
How good is this battle, though? Bumper to bumper through the right-handers and wrapping around onto the main straightaway. It'll be 4 laps down and 8 to go for Nicholson from Harvey. Now King dropping about a kart length off of this battle and trying to arrive on the scene with a bit of closing speed. Sometimes it is so hard to get it done when you can't make up any gap to the kart in front of you. So you lift off and close up the gap and try and send one under brakes if you can show up with a little bit more speed into the corner.
He was tight off the exit of the dipper there, King, and looked like he might have had a run on Harvey straight down the straight into the bus stop. Can't quite get it done. Tucks back in behind our driver in the yellow kit. Pulls right back up onto that bumper through the final corner. P1, 2 and 3. Now 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. And our top three just charging away. 7 laps to go and a quick time of 37.39 belongs to Nathan King as we watch on through the dipper.
He was just having a big old look up the inside at the dipper there. Harvey covered him off though. And look at this, they're even fighting over it, and Nicholson still can't get away. So I'd say they're looking pretty racy at this point, but it's all about who makes the move at the right point of the race. We've seen this in this KA3 Senior Heavy category of years gone by, as now Harvey looks to the inside and he gets clear this time. He didn't do that yesterday, and that brought him unstuck and allowed Nathan King to go through and take that Heat 1 win in the opening heat of racing yesterday. They even asked me, they said, was Locke clear in that move yesterday in Heat 1? I said no, that's why Nathan won.
Just superior exit speed off the final corner. Set that move up into turn 1 there. And Harvey now looking to skip away and actually making good on that intention. We'll check the gap, but it's at least a kart and a half. Back to Lloyd Nicholson and the number 35 machine. Oh, things are really starting to get dark out there as we've got 5 laps remaining, Chris.
Yeah, this is going to get real treacherous. If it starts to rain in the back end of this race, watch the karts to go slip sliding like a puppy dog on an ice rink. As WA Open Performance lined up on the outgrid, they're not frantically changing tyres yet because they can't afford it, as King goes up the inside on Nicholson, draws alongside but can't get the drive off the corner. Harvey needs these two to slow each other down so much that Minton gets involved, because Harvey
here it is.
Needs a run in, and here comes the rain. It is all happening here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And who is the most adaptive driver on the track right now? Harvey, trying not to fall off the edge of the racetrack, and he's going to bog it down on the exit of the chicane. King is going to go for a slip slide, move up the inside, and he somehow stops it at the dipper.
So racing continues in vastly changed conditions. We knew it was coming, but it was like someone turned on a tap. We saw the entire outgrid all of a sudden vacate as drivers and crew members race to the pits. There are some people that are almost a kilometre away at the back of the pits. But we watch on. There's the GoPro shot of the outgrid in an absolute frenzy.
And meanwhile, on track, they are fighting it out tooth and nail here. Nicholson gets back to the lead, and they're slip sliding their way around. Harvey seemingly struggling in the changeable conditions, but Nicholson just turns it on as the wet stuff starts to come down, and he grabs the lead on the exit of the bus stop. Now Harvey's struggling. Look how hard they're turning the wheel. They're trying to get the caster in the front end of the kart to tip the kart onto the outside front tyre and somehow get some grip into the corner. Nicholson is doing the best of it right now with 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go as they hit the line this time by.
So lap times take an expected tumble, and a couple of drivers being caught out. A couple of drivers covering that airbox as well, just trying to make sure.
Oh no, Harvey! Through the dirt at the chicane, he went in way too deep, and now he could have dusted a motor there, because that is a gutful of that talcum powder like dirt in the runoff of the chicane, and that has dropped him back into 4th. Jaden Keyville will capitalise on this. He will grab 3rd in this one.
This is wild. We have a look for our race leader, the number 35, Lloyd Nicholson. Nicholson's currently sitting top of the charts with 701 points to his name. Nathan King has now been pushed up to P2.
And looking at the outgrid, Courtney Goff is doing the rain dance, praying that it comes down even harder. These Open Performance guys on the outgrid right now, they've got all the horsepower, and they need as much grip as they can, as we're on the final lap of racing here in KA3 Senior Heavy, brought to you by Pacific Safety Wear. And these guys are struggling so bad around the track. It looks like actually Nathan King has found himself a bit of speed, but is it enough on the final lap to challenge Nicholson? As they come out of the dipper, they're almost side by side.
It's a drag race into the bus stop. Maximum commitment. Will we see him overshoot? There's a touch and a spin as Chris lets go with his famous no moments. You know there's tragedy out on track, and losing a massive gob of power.
That is a massive gift for Nathan King here, because Nicholson will fall down the order, and King will drag it onto the main straightaway, just keeping it on the black stuff and take the win in the rain here in KA3 Senior Heavy, and that will give him a healthy points lead of a couple of 100 points heading into round 4 of racing here as Jaden Keeville was home in second, Lachlan Harvey in third, Craig Ryan fourth, Lloyd Nicholson, who was tied with King coming into this round, only managing fifth and just rejoining after that spin on the final lap here. James Correa in 6, from Glenn McDougall in 7, David Mackey in 8, Josh Hunt 9, Rodney Jameson in 10 from Trevor Beck, Mark Lampede and Simon Minton. Gonna catch your breath because this is about to get real racy here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
100%. We saw conditions like this at the King of the Hill event most recently, and I tell you what, it really set the cat among the pigeons. So anybody that was saving tyres throughout the course of the weekend has all been for naught. If you haven't taken the chances that were presented to you, well, it's now really going to cost you because everybody's out there on sticker wets, Chris.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting turn of events here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the 2021 PatriziaCourse.com WA Kart Championships. And the activity has been frantic on the outgrid as your WA Open Performance competitors get ready and try and slap the wets on as quickly as they can. Remove the bars, drop the bumpers, soften it up as much as they can here, and try the best they can to get these karts turned around to a wet enough setup that can handle the rain, because it's come down so quickly that there's standing water all over the racing surface. And if you're a Formula One fan and watching the broadcast last night, you would have seen very similar conditions at Sochi Autodrome, hard enough that they actually cancelled free practice 3. But the Open Performance, brand new wets bolted on, and they will get ready to go racing for Heat 3 here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
We speak a language which needs no words, pushing ourselves and others to the very edge of performance. Castrol Edge. Take your performance to the edge.
Shots of the outgrid as drivers have made the change to wet. And Chris, these are the anything goes karts out there today.
And these are the guys that probably need the grip the most. So the typical wet setup, I believe, is you make the widest front as you can, front as wide as you can, make the rear as narrow as you can, within the rules of being within fairings. There's fairing rules and bumper rules. So if you're quick enough to be able to shorten the rear bumper down, you can run an even narrower rear track to get more grip on track. But if you've got a rigid bumper bar, you can't really get away with it. Other things you can do, you take sway bars off, you loosen off seat stays, you loosen off bumpers as quick as you can. They're still thrashing on the 58 of, I think that's Rick Howe's kart, trying to get that onto some wets, still sitting on the ground here. That's a KZ2 shifter kart. But Open Performance is this great mixture of anything goes with KZ2, twin-engine karts, Iami Super X30 175cc karts, anything goes. And when the rain comes down, the dynamic changes. The slower karts might actually be faster on lap speed.
I just love it. No such thing as talk to spec when you're changing tyres on the outgrid. It's just, yeah, give it 4 ugga-duggas. No worries.
So I'd say we are sitting tight and waiting around just to give everyone time. Not everyone is on the grid yet. You can see the Greg Campbell in the 99 is still changing tyres over. So is Charlotte, the 15-year-old, still changing tyres. But they are opening the grid and they are letting them get out. So they will. There is a rule that allows you to have, I think it's 2 minutes. A 2-minute board, not even. I'm being told no. So they don't have very long to get the karts out there and get them on the grid. Just a single lap of the formation. So if Blake Preston wants to be a real big meanie, he can go as fast as he wants on the outlap and shorten that time down.
Well, Blake Preston is really going to feather his own nest, really. Currently operating out of the one spot in the points with 802 points to his name, 2 wins already under his belt. He stands to gain the most with, what are we looking at? Just under a 300-point lead over Nathan Phillips with a second and a third to his name. They get the 99 kart down onto the ground. That there is Greg Campbell.
They have until the last kart passes, so that would have been the green helmet of Jess Howe, I believe, who left the outgrid, and they're going to get Greg Campbell out on track here. They're still sitting on the outgrid, trying to get Charlotte's kart done and get her, but it looks like the gate has been closed. So WA Open Performance on track with a couple missing from our starting grid here. And this will be an interesting race here. Open Performance for the first time out on a wet track here for the WA Kart Championship here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Send through your comments on the Hurricane Go-Kart Club's live stream if you are watching on Facebook. Wet weather conditions changes the state of play for absolutely everybody out here today at the 2021 Patricia Course State Titles.
This will be very interesting. Open Performance brought to you by Swiss Hutless. For your karts, parts and accessories, to Hurricane's own president, Gavin Kennedy, in the big white truck parked at the Western entry gate to here to Hurricane Go-Kart Club in Wundowie. Gavin will hook you up with what you need, and I just spotted a hand up in the air, and Matt Chambers has parked it on the infield, so he won't take part here. He was sitting in third on the points coming into Heat 3 here, and that will leave a big hole in the grid. It looks like Charlotte Campbell sitting in the kart on the outgrid and hoping to get out on track here. The same for Rick Howe, but I'm not sure whether they're going to get to go out or not. And this will be a bit of a talking point here in WA Open Performance, because we'll lose Rick Howe, we'll lose Charlotte Campbell, we'll lose Matt Chambers. You could simply finish and pick up a solid points haul here in the wet for WA Open Performance.
So at the moment we are in circulation mode. And Blake Preston in the 84 has 2 wins to his name. Right next to him in the 77, Nathan Phillips, currently second in the points. 300 points the difference, or thereabouts, slightly less than is the gap. About 275. So we watch on. Preston forming up the grid. Lights out and we are good to go racing. Preston runs a midline entry. P3 didn't have the speed to really challenge up the inside.
Scott Mackay's going to send one up the inside at the chicane here on Shay Thompson. The KZ 125cc 6-speed gearbox trying to muscle up the inside of the Super X30 175cc, but it's Preston out front. Defending state champ Phillips in the second spot now. Mackay tags the back of, or gets tagged in the back by Nathan Will down at the bus stop, and that costs him dearly.
Yeah.
He's going to fall down behind Courtney Goff in the 79 machine.
Contact with Will there too. Lost a bunch of spots as well.
That really hurts there. That will put Thompson through into the 3 spot. The opening lap of racing, run and done. Preston leads from Phillips and Thompson in the wet here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Up through the chicane and trying to pick the line. Now, a unique feature here at Wundowie is that the water starts to pool on the apexes of the chicane past the canteen. So you'll see the drivers, when the puddles get too big, they'll actually start going past that and cutting across and trying to stay out of the water. If it gets deep enough, it's enough to stop a kart on the way into the corner.
Well, it's fine if you've got gears and you can pluck a lower gear and mash the throttle, away you go. But in anything single speed, it just feels like you've had all drive taken away from you and you've killed the motor. So, first place, Blake Preston with a handy gap, almost a second in this early stage of the race. Nathan Phillips under pressure from Shay Thompson. They take those wide lines through the chicane. Preston doing his best D1 GP impersonation, getting that big red. Really pivoted as we've lost one of our karters, obviously, at the start of the race.
That was Matt Chambers parking it on the infield
and
there.
An already diminished field, so there's 4 drivers that just weren't able to even make a lap.
Yeah, it's interesting catching up on Connor Roth at the moment, the number 5 Formula K kart from the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. He is trying to drive his way through. He had the hot lap of the race a moment ago and trying to monster his way up into the top 3 if he can. But it's Preston from Phillips and Thompson. Shay Thompson might have an opportunity here. In the wet conditions, the twin-engine karts can't put the power down as they would want. Thompson with a lighter go-kart, less to worry about, and he can manipulate the front brakes a little bit more if he's got that hand-operated brake on the number 11 Gillard kart. You can see him monstering up onto the back of the 77 of Phillips, but watch when they hit the straight, Phillips will just say goodbye and power away.
It's amazing the speed that 84 machine from Swiss Hutlers has. Incredible.
And it's interesting to see that Phillips...
Big charge on the way into the chicane there. Phillips just didn't have the drive off turn 1.
No.
Right up alongside as Shay Thompson jumps back behind the 77.
Phillips really wasn't able to get away on the straights like I expected. So Thompson has a bit of a better combination here in the wet here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. He just needs to do the hardest thing of all and find a way around Phillips without unloading the defending state champ, and see if he can drive up under the back of Blake Preston and the 84 Swiss Hutlers machine as they power onto the front straight. 7 laps to go.
Thompson clocks in with a 41.44. Phillips only 0.04 of a second ahead. There's enough pressure there on the rear of Nathan Phillips' machine. Into the dipper they come. Phillips runs that defensive line, fades across to the outside on the exit, covers off. Oh, big understeer moment and a perfect move. Capitalises on the understeer of Phillips as Shay Thompson jumps up into second.
And Connor Roth has arrived on the scene as well with the Formula K shifter kart for the youngster from Kalgoorlie, trying to fight his way through and get into it as well. They are scampering for grip, and Phillips slow down the straight means Roth will have a crack up the inside, but Phillips closes the door in his face and will hang on to try and fight for third here. Thompson is on a mission. Now he's released in a bit of clean air. We'll see the true pace of the IAME Super X30 engine and see if he can close the gap to Blake Preston out front.
Roth isn't too worried about splashing down through that standing water in the chicane. Another big understeer moment there from the 77 of Phillips, and Roth even closer again in the number 5 machine. Watch the way Roth comes out onto the start-finish straight. We'll catch him. Nice big all-wheel drift. And Phillips has a little bit of a gap to break down. Shay Thompson in second with a 41.01. And now starting to move up onto the back of Blake Preston. Less than a second between P1 and 2 on the road, Chris.
He's pulled that right down here and will continue to do so. And Preston's going to have to try and find some speed if he wants to hang on and pick up another win here in Heat 3 and have his job a little easier heading into the final 2 races of the weekend as Preston working the wheel and trying to squeeze that right pedal to get the power down here in the big old Swiss Hutless machine. Thompson sideways onto the main straightaway. He pulled in another 0.6 of a second on that previous lap. Thompson down in 5th on points coming into this race, looking at his best result ever on the day and looking to go one better as he closes up within a couple of kart lengths of Preston.
Phillips falls down a place but grabs it back in the dipper as Roth couldn't get the drive on the exit there. Another big understeer. Roth up over the curb through the left-hander of the bus stop. Gets it done in the second part and into the penultimate corner. Currently holds down the 3 spot.
The benefit of the shifter kart is he can bang it down a gear when he bogs it down too far. Whereas if Phillips has the taller gearing on the kart, he's not going to be able to climb out of the hole and get the horsepower to the ground here. But now Thompson monstering the back end of Preston as they hit the back straightaway. Preston just drops the hammer and opens up the gap. There's a kart parked on the outside there. That's the 19 of Jessica Howe, unfortunately, parked up at the top end of the racetrack, and she's going to have a DNF, and the yellows will be out in that section. So one opportunity to pass taken off the table right now, as you can't pass under yellow flags here.
And again, we mentioned earlier, to grab a decent points haul, all you had to do in this race was finish, Chris.
Yeah, it was going to be ever painful if you took a DNF or failed to get out of the outgrid. My heart goes out to Charlotte and Rick there. All Rick wants to do is get out race with his daughter Jess, and unfortunately both of them going to end up with 0 points out of this one, as Thompson trying to look for a way around Preston on the back straightaway, but has to be cautious. They've taken the yellows off that corner, so he's going to have the opportunity if he can get alongside, but it's a part of the racetrack where Preston is simply stronger with the horsepower getting down to the ground for the 84 Swiss Hutless machine.
We watch on our battle for P1. Blake Preston and Shay Thompson. Thompson looks to try and feed it up into the final corner. Can't quite get it done. They drift their way onto the start-finish straight to commence the final lap. This is it, do or die. Has Shay Thompson got what it takes? Cuts a narrow line off the exit from turn 1 into the chicane. And Preston covers perfectly up the exit, shows him a wheel. Chris, this is insanity.
Yeah, Preston able to put the power down, but has he driven himself too deep in the dipper? He has the horsepower to take advantage of these tight sections and dragging the revs down on the Iami Super X30, and Preston is just going to be able to pick this up and will hang on to it through these final few corners. The checkered flag is out, but Thompson has a look, and he can't afford a DNF. It's going to be a drag race. The checkered flag is flying, and Preston gets the elbows out, makes the Swiss Hutless nice and wide, and will grab another win to his name here this weekend. 3 from 3 for Blake Preston so far. Thompson gave it everything, including the kitchen sink, and will come home in second there. Connor Roth with a great result, home in third. There's a look at your finishing results as they all wrap up here from WA Open Performance Heat 3, brought to you by Swiss Hutless Australia. Melinda Sully home in fourth, just finishing is the order of the day here, and Melinda with a good points haul out of Heat 3 here. Scott Mackay in P5 from Nathan Phillips all the way down in P6 after that. Looks like he may have even lost an engine and just been struggling to get around the racetrack in the closing stages, because he was lapping 3 seconds lap slower than the leaders in the closing stages of the race. Daniel Clark in P7. Greg Campbell in the 8 from Courtney Goff in P9. And that was all that finished the race out of your 15 drivers here in WA Open Performance, brought to you by Swiss Hutless Australia here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Shay Thompson, a tough-fought P2, a swag of points in there, and there were a couple of opportunities there on that final lap to try and make the pass, but Preston managed to put the power down in some really tough-to-pass places, didn't he?
Yeah, that's the thing with this class. Like, I've learned it's first meeting in this class, and like all the different engine types, there's strengths and weaknesses for both karts, and his strengths make it really hard for me to get down the inside anywhere, so I really have to try to pressure him into a mistake. He didn't make one, so hopefully next time he does, but yeah, it's fun though. I'm enjoying it, especially with the rain. It sort of brings out those qualities even more, and it's just good fun in the rain, really.
The flurry of activity in the outgrid was absolutely insane to watch. Everybody on the 4Style Media live stream saw it all unfold thanks to the GoPro we got set up there. How did you go getting changed over to the wet weather setup?
Put the wets on. Put the wets on and get in the kart and just enjoy the rain on the helmet. That's the favourite part. On the outgrid and like when the rain's on your helmet and you're just waiting to go out. So I really like the rain, so I just like this part.
Congratulations, mate. Good swagger points once again.
Thank you.
We are back on with Tag 125 Restricted Masters, brought to you by Kartcoat, the exclusive distributor of the Praga karts. As they all came out onto the main straightaway, the yellows were lit up, but they went racing when they went out. And it's going to be Dan Sprague from the pole spot, but Raymond Cochran will grab the lead on the opening lap here in the rain. We were chatting yesterday afternoon with Spraggy, saying he's not too sure. He's never driven this kart in the wet. How is he going to go when the rain comes to fall today?
I think at the end of heat racing yesterday, he had driven that kart a total of 3 times, and that included the 8-minute quali session. So interesting to see how this shapes up. But we watch on. If you are watching on YouTube or on Facebook through the live stream brought to you by 4Style Media, let us know what you think of the action.
I'm loving this big, monstrous drive so far. Adam Gandossi loves the wet here in the 78 Tony kart. Good to see Gandossi having a run, and those puddles are starting to get bigger and bigger up at the chicane, but Gandossi drove himself from 4th on the grid. He's in 2nd at the moment and putting the pressure onto the back of the TB kart here from Raymond Cochran. We spotted Gandossi at the Noble Falls Tavern last night watching the grand final with us.
Yeah, it was a great spot if you didn't mind the swarm of midgies on the way there. A little bit of a bug spatter on the visor when we pulled up. But watching on, will we see a move in the final corner from P2? Adam Gandossi sets himself up, ducks to the inside on P1. And we've always said if you're on the outside of turn 1, you are just going to get pushed out to the bush.
Gandossi slid out the racetrack and fed him a left rear in the process as well, but managed to hang on to it, and they got through mostly clean here. Gandossi grabbing the race lead, and it's good to see the rain throwing everyone for a loop here, and will change how things are going to run in the remaining 3 rounds of racing for the 2021 WA Kart Championship. Brought to you by patriciacourse.com. Gandossi, who hasn't finished higher than 3rd all weekend, now leads the way here. A few laps in, and look at him already gapping out from Raymond Cochrane back there in 2nd. Gandossi, he's 1.2 seconds quicker than Cochrane on that previous lap.
Someone who's about to cop a whole heap of pressure is Sprague. Now, Sprague in that Kart Republic machine, tell me, how do they traditionally sort of handle the wet?
Well, it's simple as for someone like Dan, he probably needs to do the best he can to get his centre of gravity high. Dan isn't a tall bloke. So we have these things called Tillet Rainmasters that are basically a foam insert you throw into the seat and you sit on it. It lifts you up a couple more inches and allows you to lean in the kart to generate the weight transfer a little bit more when you have the wet, so you can generate the grip and get the kart turned in. Because if you turn in and the kart's not rotating or not leaning at all, you're not going to have any grip on a wet tyre. So Dan, doing the best he can in the conditions, and aside from the other changes, front wide, rear narrow, take the bars off, make it as soft as you can, and stick a bucket over the airbox so it doesn't get a gut full of water.
A $5 Bunnings special.
Absolutely, unless you've got the properly moulded and properly manufactured. It'd be interesting to see who thought the bucket was a last-ditch attempt here.
Oh, Sprague's going to fall down a place, couldn't get it turned in at the bus stop. He had massive commitment, but left his braking a little too late, and up the inside goes Ben Bonden. And almost falling victim to another place. Sprague now under fire from Anthony Higgs on the final corner.
There'll be Matthew Wilkins in there as Higgsy's sitting a little bit further back. Wilco trying to find his way around. Wilkins has had an absolute shocker. I mean, checking in on the points. They have to go a long way through the order to find Wilkins in this order. Sorry, it's Nathan Terrell I'm looking for, not even Wilco, so I'm getting it horribly wrong as well. Terrell in 5th, just behind Gandossi on points. There's one to watch here. Graham Westling will be having flashbacks of the King of the Hill, where he turned his WPK kart into a banana in the final here in 125 Restricted Masters under lights a few weeks ago. He'll be thinking, God, I just need to keep it clean. I want to go home with a straight go-kart this weekend.
6 laps remain, and the quick time is a 41.39 for Adam Gandossi, currently out in front and putting the hurt on the rest of the field to the tune of some 2.08 seconds. Cochrane in the P2 position with Ben Bonden in 3rd, Sprague 4th, and Nathan Terrell rounding out your top 5.
So this will switch up the order a little bit here. Gandossi, if he's able to pick up a points haul, he will move up the order. Sprague still sitting good with a 1st and a 2nd. In the back of his mind, he'll be thinking, all right, it's a changeable race day. All I've got to do is just get to the finish, get some points in the bag, and we'll be good. Because coming into this round, he had a 270-point lead over Raymond Cochrane. He'll lose a fair amount of that being in 4th. He only gets 169. As
just
now,
going to go down a place.
Yeah, that's really painful. And now Nathan Terrell up into the 4th spot. Sprague will drop to P5. If Cochrane only finishes 2nd here in this one.
Sprague up alongside him on the exit out of the dipper. It's going to be the last of the late breakers. Sprague's going to button off slightly, jockeying for position into the bus stop. And it's a 4-kart gap. He was rear bar of Terrell.
He was even on the hand signals as well to Terrell, saying, let's go, let's stop playing, because the more they fight over it, the further back they're going to fall into the clutches of Anthony Higgs and Graham Westling, currently sitting in 6th and 7th on the road as they pour into turn 1. It's still Gandossi from Cochrane, Bonden, then Terrell and Sprague as we watch these guys having a discussion about 4th and 5th as they pour through the chicane and onto the back straightaway. Last time across, it was 4 laps to go.
Catching up with our race leader. We're now coming into lapper territory.
Well, it all depends on how much experience you have in the wet. And it's safe to say you gain experience from making poor decisions and from dealing with poor track conditions. And we don't usually get wet races that often here in Western Australia. That said, we've had a few in the last 12 months that have been very interesting to watch, notably King of the Hill. Last time out here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club was absolutely teeming down for a lot of the event, especially in the late stages of the run. So the speed difference across the field is quite large as Adam Gandossi starts to line up a run to chase down the next kart in line. It's the 38 machine of Simon May, about to go a lap down to your race leaders.
Two laps to go as they cross the finish line. And Gandossi owns your quick time, a 41.39. Last lap was a 42.65, so has dropped it back a little as he gets around lap traffic. The standing water looks to have been pushed out of the chicane to a fair degree as we finally have a straight run between P1 and 2. No lappers in the mix there, but a fair gap over a second and a half, almost pushing 2 seconds. Gandossi makes the bus stop look easy. Not quite so as Raymond Cochrane goes super wide on the entry and the exit. Running deep.
As the last lap board comes out to collect Adam Gandossi. 1 to go here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club, and he'll be starting to think about these guys in front. He's coming up to put a lap on the next cars in line, and this will make him pretty nervous as they head up into the top end of the racetrack. This has to clear them nice and clean. That's the 14 machine. The Gandossi is looking to clear, and he gets that done with relative ease. Now coming up onto the back of the 57 and closing up into the bus stop. Gandossi just trying to get through cleanly and get away with this and charge on home. And he does so nicely.
And that'll pretty much sign it and seal it for Gandossi as he had 2 lappers between him. Bouncing the seat for Ray Cochrane as he tries to get a little bit of extra wheel speed out of it. And discussions ensue between P2 and 3.
Yeah, Cochrane and Bondon having a good old discussion over the line there, fighting over it. They were really in the mix of it with lap traffic in the closing stages of that one. Cochrane getting the upper hand though. There's a look at your results. Adam Gandossi grabbing the win from Raymond Cochrane in second. Ben Bondon home in third here. In the wet for Tag 125 Restricted Masters. Nathan Terrell home in fourth from Daniel Sprague, rounding out your top 5. Anthony Higgs will pick up the 6th spot from Graham Westling in P7 over Tim Barnes and Roy Tester. 8 and 9 from Ian Shaw, Peter Ten Brooker, Greg Van Rompuy, Simon May, Nathan Human, John Harvey from Paul Hughes, Cosmo Vozza, John Brennan, Paul Bataille and David Thompson. Your 20 karts finishing the race here in Tag 125 Restricted Masters here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the patrizicourse.com 2021 WA Kart Championship. And a special thank you to Patrizzi Course, title sponsors of this year's edition of the West Australian Championship. And Patrizzi Course with such a huge portfolio of products on offer, from Vortex engines to Bridgestone tyres, Ricardo Kart, Birrell Art, KF Kart by Kip Foster and the Leclerc Kart, along with Freeline car components, Alpenstars, racewear, Bell helmets, Broom lubricants, Gadel tents, PWR karting radiators, New Line karting radiators, NEK seats and XDL Motorsport products. Since 2012, patrizicourse.com bringing all the best products into the Australian market, distributing worldwide as well as they bring in some fantastic products and help out karting all around Australia. patrizicourse.com bringing you the WA Kart Championships here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Kartco Tag 125 Restricted Masters, and Mr. Gandossi, you were unstoppable out there. Changed conditions from last time you hit this track today, or yesterday rather.
Yeah, I was probably about 1 or 2 tenths off yesterday, so we're scratching our heads all night how we could find that, but I think the guides helped us this time, and the kart was magical in the rain, so...
You were able to use lap traffic to your advantage there. At a couple of points, you had 2 drivers between yourself and P2. There was all sorts of action going on out there, but how nervous do you get when you see 2 lappers in close proximity that you've got to get around?
Yeah, I was getting a little worried there because especially I could see Cochrane was still catching on me, so I was trying to measure up, not burning out those tyres, and also, trying to keep a big enough gap. So yeah, the lap traffic did get the heart racing.
The points haul definitely worth it though, with a big 401 points to your name. Feeling good as we make our way into Heat 4?
Yeah, definitely. Really confident with the car. Big thanks to Shane McPherson, helps me out a lot. So, yeah.
Well done, mate.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks.
On track with KA3 Senior Medium, brought to you by Kart Class. From beginner to winner, you need to learn the fundamentals, and Kart Class offers programs that take the guesswork out of kart racing and puts drivers on the right track to success. With 2 programs available from the Beginners Club and the Champions Club, there's something up for grabs for everyone here from Kart Class. Programs are available on any device at any time, anywhere in the world. This is the program for you. Kart Class are offering members access to the same tools and techniques that are developed by 18-time Australian champion David Serra and what he used to gain his success. That's Kart Class bringing you KA3 Senior Medium as we get the field set and on the main straightaway. We're lights out and racing here with Brandon Duncombe and Scotty Foster on the front row. Jason Betts from third on the grid is trying to force the issue. And out to the outside line on the exit of turn 1. Betsy will sneak through for second as they go pouring through the puddles up at the chicane. It's going to be Brandon Duncombe trying to get away from the point here. The defending West Australian champ had 2 wins to his name coming into the Sunday program, and he leads out by some margin down the hill. One of the Hobsons off the road at the bus stop corner under brakes and parking it up in the dirt. That was a painful one. Toby Hobson, unfortunately, coming a cropper there, and we've got someone else caught up off the side of the road on the exit of the bus stop, and that looks like it could be the 77 of Jason Betts parked up, and he will be out of contention as well. Missed what happened in that one, just looking away for a split second. But it will be Brandon Duncombe leading the way here from Scotty Foster in second and Braden Bowra in third.
So 7 drivers still out there on track after a small field becomes a couple of karts smaller. We said this division was dishing out excitement that wasn't really keyed into how many drivers are out on track. A high quality field out here. This is Heat 3 for the Kart Class KA3 Senior Mediums. Pitch battle at the front, P1 and 2 separated by 0.19 of a second. Duncombe leads out Scott Foster, who has a ripping lap time to his name, a 41.96. Oh, big sideways moment through the chicane for Foster. Hit that standing water and effectively braked both left-hand wheels there. Flicked the car to the left, and he's now in damage control mode. Almost 6 karts, the difference between himself and the 29 of Duncombe. And it's now brought him back into the clutches of Braden Bowra. Zach Needham also has a front row seat to this battle. And Foster's got some work to do. Has now started to pull the gap back over Braden Bowra. But a quick lap time from Zach Needham back in the 4th spot with a 41.87. That is rippingly quick in these wet conditions as the sun shines on the Hurricane Go-Kart Club course.
Brandon Duncombe out front just trying to keep his nose clean at the moment. Stay on the black stuff and you'll reap the rewards in tricky conditions here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. But Needham is quick and Needham needs something there because he's down in 4th on points with a poor result out of race 1 and a 2nd place finish in race 2. He needs a good points haul in the changeable conditions. And with Jason Betts off the side of the racetrack, that is going to hurt his cause here. So that'll elevate everyone else up a little bit further. Scotty Foster, 2nd on points coming to this one. Still a massive, massive deficit on points behind Braden Duncombe as Braden Bowra and Zach Needham fighting it out here. Needham around the outside at turn 1 to pull that one off through the first corner. Now Needham up into the 3rd spot. Scotty Foster sets a hot lap of the race. A 41.6 that time by for the number 4 KF kart. Running in a bit of no man's land and just trying to do what he can to stay where he is and maybe close the gap to Brandon Duncombe and stop this guy from going 3 from 3 here in the wet at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Yeah, that mix-up in the chicane for Foster has really hurt him. Doing everything he can to try and reel it back.
And just spotting what brought Jason Betts unstuck. He's got 3 wheels on his wagon. He is sans a left front. So Jason, unfortunately, didn't quite get that left front done up correctly in time to come out on the wets here for Heat 3 of KA3 Senior Medium, and that will hurt him dearly because he was down 3rd in points and a long way off the lead, and now a 0 here in Heat 3 puts him out of contention for a run to the podium here this weekend.
Amazing amounts of grip on the way into the bus stop, even with the wet conditions. You can see our race leader, Brandon Duncombe, routinely lifting that inside left wheel on that 29 machine. Foster still under pressure from Needham. Needham looking to grab points.
The way we set these go-karts up in the wet, all we're trying to do is get that kart to jack aggressively as you turn into the corner, and you can see they'll punch the wheel across and turn in super hard and lean their body as far out to the outside as they can. They're trying to get the inside rear tyre to dangle itself in the air to get the kart to three-wheel around the corner and carry the corner speed as much as they can. So they need a mega front end on these karts. Dunco doing the best job of it at the moment. A 41.6 last time by. It was a 41.9 this time. Foster marginally slower. Needham on pace, but Braden Bauer, a 41.5 that time across. Bauer is finding some pace now. Now he's figuring out how to drive this kart in the wet for the 1 to 2 events that Bauer puts on every 12 months or so at the moment in West Australian karting. He's fancying a run at Needham for third. If he's quick enough, with 4 laps to go next time by, he could even have a crack at Scotty Foster here.
This is going to be tight. So we're on approach to commence the 4th lap, or the 4th last lap. But the battle, actually, Needham and Bauer, that is tight. Let's check the gap as they come across. And it'll be tiny as 0.16 of a second there. Shows them a wheel on the exit of turn 1.
Trying his best to close the gap. They're all bunching right up here. Now Needham has a run on Foster down the back straight. It couldn't draw alongside. Foster runs wide on the exit. Needham is on the wrong side of the racetrack. He's going to switch back across, and they're both going through the water. Bauer arrives on the seat and slides it across the racetrack.
You can see in the body language there as the 53 gets the revs back up. He tried to bite off a little more than he could chew.
He was never going to make the corner at that rate. The only way he would make the corner if it was going through Zach Needham at that point. Lucky that they all got through nice and clean. Braden Bauer paying the price there. He will stay P4, and that has pretty much killed the battle between Scotty Foster and Zach Needham for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, top 4 now spreading themselves out as we pick up the lead on the way into the dipper. On the way into the bus stop now.
What a sight that is. Sunshine out, but the black and grey skies in the background as this storm cell passes over the top of us here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. We had fair warning. We knew it was going to come at some point over the course of the weekend and ruin our fun on the slick tyres. But man, oh man, the rain certainly making things interesting here at Hurricane.
So drivers certainly taking a few more liberties with slip angle through some of these corners. And you can see just touching down through the standing water in the chicane. I don't think we're at risk of having a dry line, but you can actually see the steam coming up off the track to the naked eye, especially on the exit of the bus stop. You can see it moving across the dirt.
And this is the kind of changeable conditions that really frustrate drivers and teams, because the track is drying, but it's not dry enough for slicks. They have to look after the wets, because just in case it rains again, you don't want to kill the wets you have, otherwise you'll go out and you may as well go out on the slick tyre. So this is, it could develop into that very frustrating situation. We still have spray coming off the karts, which is a good sign for looking after the wet weather tyres, and driving through the puddles in the top chicane will help that out. But much more of this lack of rain, we'll have to start thinking about seeking out the water on the track and trying to look after these tyres, just so we have something for the remaining 2 rounds if it rains again.
Quick lap time of the race belongs to Zach Needham. It's a 41.48. No one's really gone anywhere near that in the last laps, all about 0.4 of a second as the checkered flag comes out. And Duncombe will take the win over Scott Foster and Zach Needham in 3rd. Braden Bauer comes through for 4th, and your top 5 rounded out by Billy Duncombe over Callum Harper and Brad May. Jay Button, Toby Hobson and Jason Betts, all non-finishers.
So 3 from 3 here from Bunton as he picks up the win. One more on his way to his title defence to hang on to that blue plate here in KA3 Senior Medium. Brought to you by Kart Class here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And we come out of Heat 3 and we will turn him around and go back racing into Heat 4. Coming up in just a moment. Thank you so much for joining us on 4 Star Media's live broadcast of the patrizikos.com 2021 WA Kart Championship from right here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Myself, Chris Mitchell, and of course with J-Mac up here in commentary, bringing you all the action for the remaining 2 rounds of racing as we start to get closer to that beautiful time where we can crown a West Australian state champion.
Welcome back as we kick off the Tag 125 Restricted Medium Heat 4 race, proudly brought to you by Perth Heavy Haulage. Top of the points, Carlos Del Toro over Thomas Bauscher. The gap over 200 points with Cooper Cutts in third place on a very, very lonely 555 to his name. We watch on as our drivers come around the final corner, ready to commence their second to last heat race. There's one more to come after this. The number 19 on the inside, Del Toro, leads us out with a successful race start, already being harried by Pete Sue. Thomas Bauscher is going to lose a spot as third, or rather fourth, jumps up. Potsy in the mix now as well. And a kart is facing the wrong way. There's a tyre that's come off somewhere in the mix there. It's through the dipper. We swap positions once again. Someone's missing a wheel out there. That's unfortunate, but the race continues on. The number 19 cuts the nose off the number 81. The exit from the bus stop as they complete their first lap. The top three now starting to skip away under these still wet conditions. 11 laps to go. The 19, little wide, Del Toro under fire from Jacob Potts. Potts showed him a wheel on the inside of turn one. Through the chicane, and Del Toro, a massive slide job there to get the machine through. Into the dipper they come, and he's got himself a handy 2-kart lead. Covering off the inside line is Potts. He's trying to defend against Thomas Boucher, and Boucher's right up alongside, pulls alongside, makes the move done, but has the crisscross put on him by the 81 of Pottsy. And again, a massive gaggle of drivers coming unstuck at the bus stop. Looked to be about 4 of them, but we all get back underway. Del Toro hot lapping with a 41.940 to his name on lap 2 as they start lap 3. 10 laps to go. And Del Toro out to an early lead, over a second to his name. Back to P2, Jacob Potts with Boucher in third. Strawn in fourth, with Cooper Cutts rounding out your top 5. A move being lined up on the bus stop, pushing him wide with a subtle nudge of the crash bar. And the 81 of Jacob Potts, relegated to third place, gets alongside and grabs the position back into P2. This is the battle to watch. Big sideways moment there as Jacob Potts comes on to the start-finish straight. Potts and Boucher. Potts covers off the exit there of turn 1 on the run into the chicane now, and Boucher right alongside him. Potts tags that standing water, rotates the kart, and Boucher up the inside on the entry into the dipper. Has he gone too wide? Potts fights back. Boucher's got track position on the run into the bus stop and will put the squeeze. Just about didn't get a turn, and the number 18 of Thomas Boucher up into second place. All this is doing is serving to help Carlos Del Toro skip away with track position. Currently operating out of P1. And a quick lap time there for Del Toro with a 41.87 for the number 19 machine. Side by side through the exit of turn 1. This is going to change things up again as Boucher and Potts are still duking it out. Not falling back into the clutches of Christopher Strawn in the 24 and Cooper Cutts in P5 yet. But still not serving to make any inroads on your race leader as Chris Mitchell comes back onto the microphone. And these tag 125 restricted mediums are putting on a show.
It's a flurry of tyre changes and setup changes still going on down at the outgrid. And there's one driver I spotted rolling down on slicks. So this could be a big switch up in the races to come. But the battle here between Pottsy and Boucher still going on here. Pottsy even with a tap of the helmet and some hand signals back to Boucher. They are just letting Carlos Del Toro skip away with this into the sunshine. For the man leading the point standings coming into this round of racing, Del Toro doesn't have it all his way. He hasn't had multiple race wins yet, but here in Heat 4 coming in, he had a 198-point lead. With Boucher in second, he will open that up by another 101 points, but with Pottsy in second, he will open that up by even more. Boucher will only pick up a 225, and Del Toro will take 401, and he can carry it on into the final round, but still plenty to come as we hit the halfway point here in Tag 125 Restricted Medium, brought to you by Perth Heavy Haulage.
Quick time to Jacob Potts with a 41.80. As we pick up our race leader on the way into the bus stop now, disappearing right of frame. The battle still raging between Potts and Boucher. That has been the talking point of this entire heat thus far.
Oh, Pottsy runs it a bit wide. He needs a couple more tenths of a second, and that caught him up. He dropped the wheel through the right-handers and hurt the momentum of the kart. As just looking at the language of Del Toro, he is out there having the most fun of anyone. See his entry into turn 1. He's sideways and just working the wheel back and forth. He'll have a massive smile on his dial as he leads this one out. Even though Pottsy caught the outside wheel on the curb, he still went quick. A 41.7. The track is getting quicker here, and they're going to start to put the hurt on the tyres. Pottsy just needs that little bit more to pull down that 2-second gap to Del Toro out front.
Looking at this midway stage of the race, I don't know if Pottsy's got what it takes to close up that gap, and I'm ready to be proven wrong. But at the moment, it's just under 1.9 seconds the difference. Potts now starting to put a gap on Boucher, but at what cost, Chris? We are going to have a drying line in the last lap of this race. You can see it already starting to develop in the mid part through some of these corners.
If I was a gambling person sitting on the outer grid right now, so not going out in the next race, but one after that, I would be thinking about going to grab the slicks and get ready, because it might be on the cusp of being faster with a slick tyre in a senior kart. I can't stress that enough. The junior karts are fast on a wet tyre because the wet tyre is so much softer than the hard slicks that they have. One person who I'm not seeing much of out there, Damon Nicoli, 13th at the moment, from 5th on points on the grid here in Heat 4. He is peed nowhere in his campaign to try and chase down a state title. And a shout out to Harry Douglas, jumping even onto the messenger just to give me a quick steer.
So how do you say that?
Nicoli, apparently.
Yep, righto.
Apparently.
Watching on. Just picking up where we're at on track with our 4-Style Media live stream. And this will be our, I believe, the battle for second and third in the background there. So first, just coming to the bottom of frame, Carlos Del Toro leads out over Jacob Potts with Thomas Bauscher beginning to fade. Bauscher with a 41.83 last time around. And we're now making our way into lap traffic territory, and fairly heavy traffic to say the least.
Lots of them around with some big closing speeds as well. This will be playing on the mind of Del Toro as he arrives on the scene, and he gets through pretty nicely here. The lap traffic just doing its best job of jumping out of the way. As I say, jumping out of the way, Thomas Bauscher has to have a big moment to save it from driving into the left rear of the lapped kart. Last lap board is out, 1 to go here for Carlos Del Toro in the West Oz Transport Formula K kart.
Thomas Bauscher just showing his displeasure with a subtle shake of the head as he makes his way into turn 1, looking at the lap traffic.
Yeah, he is not comfortable in this wet condition right now. You can see it in the way his body language is driving the kart. He doesn't seem happy with what's going on. Potsy has managed to pull a bit of a gap in on Carlos Del Toro, but it will be too little too late in here in Heat 4 of Tag 125 Restricted Medium, brought to you by Perth Heavy Haulage, as they bring it around the final corners, and Del Toro just has to keep it on the racetrack as the checkered flag flies. Del Toro wins Heat 4 here of 125 Restricted Medium. Jacob Potts home in second, Tom Bauscher in third, Christopher Strawn with a decent race there in P4, and Matthew Wilkins rounding out your top 5. Check in on your final finishing order here. Cooper Cutts rounding out your 6th spot here from Brad Smith and Nathan King, with Aaron Chivers and Nathan Lee rounding out your top 10.
An awesome race there from our Perth Heavy Haulage Tag 125 Restricted Mediums. We are about to move on into our mechanical piping services KA3 Junior lights. Now looking down, I still see a lot of wets out there. In fact, my eyesight doesn't fail me. It looks like everybody on the outgrid has a full set of wets, but like we mentioned earlier, the outer grid, I see a set of slicks and a mixture of wets out there. So interesting to see. There's a couple of shaking sort of hands there. Changeable conditions. I'll see how they go.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if there's anything more coming. A quick look as far as I can around out the side window of commentary here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. I can see blue skies, which might tell us that the rain has passed and we might have some dry weather running in the future. J-Mac is on the case with the weather forecasting, checking on what's on its way here. But wet weather tyres, the choice to be for our KA3 Junior lights, brought to you by Mechanical Piping Services, due out next, and we'll be back on track in just a moment. From Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the patriciacourse.com 2021 WA Kart Championship. We are back on track with action here and looking at the out-grid activity going on right now just to see who's rocking up to the party with slick tyres. And I can see if you got slicks on, you're the odd one out right now because everyone's showing up with the wets bolted on as we head into KA3 Junior Light, brought to you by Mechanical Piping Services.
West Aussie, family owned and operated and specialising in the manufacture and supply of custom copper pipes, fittings and large core copper for over 40 years throughout Australia. With specialist team members available to assist with inquiries, orders and after-hour emergencies. Check them out. Give them a call, 9248 6767. Mechanical Piping Services, sponsors of the KA3 Junior Lights.
Dylan Guest and Nicholas Stardy will bring the field around on the front row from Sachin Smith Way and Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau. As we head into Heat 4, 12 laps on the board, and they hit the straight, lights go out and send us racing. Guesty will be the first to arrive on the scene here at turn 1. Stardy trying to find his way into the second spot. Jackson into the third spot here. Sachin losing ground. Somebody has lost a piece of bodywork or something coming flying off there through the midfield. And look at your top three already breaking away as Starty up the inside of Dylan.
Really nice move. Looks like we could just about see another position tumble for Dylan, but Dylan glues himself to the back of Starty, trying to force the issue through the bus stop. Gets shown a wheel on the inside and has to come together. A big jerk of the wheel trying to maintain control there, and Starty very close to getting punted.
Yeah, Stardy was really aggressive on the move. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau and Dylan Guest getting into it and going side by side there. Dylan has to really keep the old mantra in the back of his mind. Must you finish first? First you must finish, because he has like a 500-point lead coming into this round of racing. 11:02 to 6:66 over Nick Stardy. If he finishes well here, he could pretty much all but wrap up the title, but a DNF would be disaster. As now Toby Maiolo is on the scene and putting pressure on.
Oh, here we go. Move up at the bus stop. And in the meantime, Stardy is just walking away with this lead, developing a gap. Contact between P3, Rosenau and Guesty. Or rather, Maiolo, sorry.
Maiolo.
So he changed things up.
He is on the move. Remember, he won in the rain a month ago here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club in a dominant display, like half a lap ahead of the rest of the field here for Maiolo. He's mighty quick in the wet, and we'll see what he can get out here. He's moved up into third and shaping up the back of Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau while Nick Stardy leads the way, but last time across, Maiolo was the quickest of the field while jostling for position out there.
Check the battle between 5 and 6 on the road. Watkins and Davey, the 6 and the 75 respectively, as our top order have separated themselves out rather uniformly. Those two still serving it up. Drivers tucking down behind the wheel. You can see the 23 of Maiolo up in P3 now. As a quick time from Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau, a 41.98 to his name.
So they're starting to find the speed here in the dry and track conditions. The puddles are gone up at the chicane, and we're definitely going to start to see a dry line towards the end of this race, if not partway through our upcoming races here. As your KA3 Junior Lights brought to you by Mechanical Piping Services thunder their way around Hurricane Go-Kart Club here in Wundowie. They're dragging the dirt and the dust onto the racetrack. There's some battles going on through the fields. We follow Starty, dragging the Energy Course kart onto the main straightaway ahead of Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau, who's your quickest driver on track right now, over Toby Maiolo in second. Jackson still maintaining that quick time, 41.859 last time across.
Track conditions now, the only part they're causing spray to come up off those rears is the top chicane. So you have to wonder how much torture they're putting through these wets. I understand, of course, the junior divisions, the wets are desirable. They're a bit softer than the slicks, but still, any senior drivers out there got to be looking at their tyre choice and wondering whether they're lined up for the right combo.
We've seen this a couple of times this year at a wet event here where the track's changeable and some of the junior drivers going out on a set of wets and just torching them for one race on a dry enough track. Once the track has been declared wet, you have free choice on which tyres you put on. So you're within your rights to use a wet tyre, and you can just say, oh, well, I think it's going to rain 2 laps into the race, but you have so much more grip, even on a dry track with the wet tyre. That is a huge advantage here. So these guys are going to stick to the wets for now and thunder through. But check it out, your top three getting nice and close together here. Starty, Mitchell-Rosenau, and now Maiolo buying his way into the fight. This is going to get dicey for the race lead.
Maiolo munching up curbs and using every ounce of track to try and make inroads on P2, Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau. It's currently circulating for the 41.61. That ducks down to a 41.39, but Maiolo still the quick lapper out there, a 41.28. Maiolo on the back of that 3-kart pack coming into the chicane now. As they freight train their way through, Maiolo looks to draw up alongside the rear wheel and looks to try and go 2 for 1. Can't quite get the 2, can't even get the 1, but had a serious bid on a speculator.
I'm sure if Dylan Guest is sitting back there in 4th right now, he'll be doing the math. If they stay where they are, he will still go into the final race of the weekend with several hundred points of lead over Nick Stardy. If Nick wins this, he will pull back 232 points as now Jackson fires one to the inside on Stardy and grabs the race lead. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau back to the point and fighting his way forward in the wet conditions here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
So all that data acquisition Toby Maiolo was doing on the back wheels of Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau has been for nothing, as now he's got to change it up and try and work out how to get around Stardy. Stardy lifts that inside rear as he jacks it through the bus stop entry. They come on out, and Maiolo really not scared to actually get a tyre out into the dirt on the exit of the bus stop. Onto the home straight they come, gripped up, and your new race leader, Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau, with a PB lap time at the front of the pack, and he is just letting the horses run free.
Well, as it stands at the moment, with Jackson potentially picking up a race win, he will jump Sachin and Starty in the point standings heading into the final round. But this helps Dylan Guest. With Jackson getting out front, the points differential will be more heading into the final round of racing, and Dylan can afford to have a less than stellar result even in the final round of racing with such the lead that he has coming into round 4 here. As long as he keeps his nose clean, Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau isn't thinking about any of that right now. He's going for the glory. He needs a good result. He's been driving his way forward all weekend long. Now at the point while Stardy and Maiolo fight for second.
Maiolo still looking to make inroads. Looking good through the chicane. But Stardy and the 15 machine, rock solid. Maiolo now under fire from the 4 spot. Dylan Guest in the 50. On the way into the bus stop, Maiolo skips over the curb. Just really aggressive over those curbs through the bus stop, Chris. No one else is running that hard a line.
Yeah, it's an old KZ and tag racing line. Use the curb to turn the cart, and so you can just sit the rear end down and drive straight off the corner. It can help in direction changes, but at the moment, it may look cool, but it doesn't seem to be helping him as Nick Stardy is driving away, and Dylan Guest is starting to give Toby a bit of a hurry up as they hit the back straightaway. 2 laps to go last time by for Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau. He's about a lap and a half away from a Heat 4 win and continue on his charge. He went 5th in race 1, 4th in race 2, 2nd in race 3, and he leads away in race 4, continuing his charge towards the pointy end of the field here at the WA Kart Championship.
Things getting mixed up at the bus stop further back down the order. So we catch our top 3 out on track. Nose to tail, the battle there for Dylan Guest and Toby Maiolo. Ratchets up a notch, trying to get up the inside and the entry into the chicane. Guesty tried to send one up through the dipper, and he's got the move on Maiolo. Has Maiolo got anything to answer? They're side by side in a drag race to the bus stop. Maiolo's going to have to be the last of the late breakers, but Guesty gets it turned in, covers it off. Maiolo up the inside on the exit. He doesn't use the curb like he normally would, but still manages to hold Guesty off. In the meantime, the checkered flag is out for your race winner, but Maiolo and Guest, and Maiolo forces the issue, pushes him wide, and it is close to the finish, Chris.
Guesty gets the 3rd spot. Dylan Guest gets the 3rd spot by 1,000th of a second at the line over Toby Maiolo. Here I am talking about Dylan Guest not wanting to take risks and risk that points lead that he has coming into these final rounds, and he goes hammer and top all the way to the end there with Toby Maiolo to grab the 3rd spot. Great job from Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau to pick up the win here. And there's confirmation of your results on screen. Nicholas Stardy home in second with Dylan Guest by 1,000th of a second over Toby Mayolo in third and fourth. Riley Watkins picking up a top 5 here from Cooper Lyle in 6, Kate Davies 7. Jet McDonald in the 8th spot over Satchin Smith-Way and Ashton Spragg in P9 and P10.
Jackson Mitchell Rosenow, a great run in the Mechanical Piping Solutions KA3 Junior lights there. A drying track, wet weather tyres, great mix for some quick lap times, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really fast and very grippy towards the end.
You managed to skip away from the rest of the pack. There was all sorts of action going on back in third and fourth with Guest and Mayolo. That was a ripping run out there, but the level of competition with these guys, they push you all the way to the finish, don't they?
Yeah.
How'd the kart go?
It went good. It turned on towards the end, but it was good through everything.
Looking at the clear weather that we've got on the way and knowing that you may be jumping back to a slick tyre, what's your plans and how do you feel racing on the wets as opposed to the slicks?
I'm not sure. Just anything.
Just set it up and send it.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, mate. It's a great swag of points.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
We speak a language which needs no words, pushing ourselves and others to the very edge of performance. Castrol Edge. Take your performance to the edge.
That's my boy. Only tears. Yeah, he was only 100.
The LD Total KA3 Senior Lights make their way out onto track. LD Total, the national leader in commercial landscaping. They pride themselves in delivering complete landscape solutions for their clients. From design to construction, maintenance, irrigation and lot packages, their end-to-end service makes them dependable for the entire life cycle of your landscaping project. Based in Perth, Bunbury, Melbourne and Adelaide, LD Total are well equipped to deliver your project on time, within budget and above your expectations. Give them a call on 6436 111 or send them an email, admin@ldtotal.com.au. Find them online. Chris Mitchell, KA3 Senior Lights on track.
We have 25 of them coming out to play here in the 4th round of racing, and you can see the dry line is visible. It is starting to get better, and I reckon the gamble on slicks might be a good one here, and I can't seem to count how many drivers are going past with slick tyres, but I reckon there was a few here in KA3 Senior Light. Thomas Lawton comes into this round of racing with a 102-point lead over Luca Nietzsche on points. Michael Jones almost 200 points further behind in the 3rd spot. Taylor Dicker in P4 from Powerplay Perth with Brandon Duncombe in P5. Caleb Sumich and Gabe Belanca 6 and 7. With Tommy Shu and Aidan Deckers 8 and 9. Holly Patrizi on the 10 spot on the grid from Bree Rhodes and Cassie Nicholson. Now, Cassie was one of the ones I spotted on a slick tyre. I walked up and said, "Are you serious?" She goes, "Yeah, boy," and continues bolting up the slicks. So she is dead keen on sending it on a slick tyre from Ryan Nicholson and Jack Cayulo, Joel Wheeler and Mason Fraser, Connor Gray and Darcy Benitez from Tegan Minton, Riley Westell, Matthias Harris and Tyler Smith, with Tristan Gray, Sebastian Fiorenza and Lucas Galich, but they were all out and so sitting on the back of the standings as they've been sent around for one more time before we go racing in 12 laps for KA3 Senior Light.
The last couple of drivers not able to make it onto the back of the grid. So they have been sent for the go-round. And just in the space of the last 5 minutes, you can really start to see that drying line. Chris Mitchell, even there on our 4-Style Media live stream, it's clearly visible through the dipper.
Yeah, it's hard to see who's chosen what tyres, though, from where we are. And even looking on the screens, someone with a bigger and better screen might be able to tell, but you can look at the shape of the tyre, and your front row of the grid are on wets. It looks like a fair few of your drivers up the pointy end are on the wet tyre. Without even looking for the grooves, you can see the wet tyres are much squarer in profile, and the slicks have a much more round carcass sitting on the road. It will be Tommy Lawton and Luca Nietzsche sending it down into turn 1 on the opening lap here of Heat 4 for KA3 Senior Light.
Dictating the pace of the grid. We make the run down the start-finish line, look for that light to go out, and we are away. The 30 on the inside, Thomas Lawton skips away. Luca Nietzsche looks to secure P2 into the chicane and does so. They're still side by side for P3 and 4.
Michael Jones just sneaking through here. Taylor Dicker hot on his heels, though, as they head up into the dipper. Behind them, it's Caleb Sumich in the Cosmic Kart from Brandon Duncombe. In the machine behind the flat-out cast machine as Tommy Shu sends a big one up the inside of the bus stop, but we go filtering out of the bus stop. How aggressive are they all jumping that left-hand curve
the 12
as they bring
machine.
it around?
Problems there for the 12 machine, gets sent off. That'll be Gabe. And he's well and truly out of position there. He's effectively cut 3 corners off the lap.
Yeah, he's going to have to filter back into the field and go again. And Gabe in the wars this weekend. He was upside down and on his lid in the opening heat of the weekend down at the bus stop. Jumped out of the cart and stepped away and was lucky to be okay and come back out for heats 2 and 3, but getting sent exit stage right on the exit of the bus stop. This time around in heat 4, we'll have to filter through. How aggressive are they hitting that curb? Look at them digging out the trench on the inside of the curbing. You watch Tommy Lawton and Luca Nietzsche go through that. They are absolutely committed.
We saw in the previous heat, Toby Maiolo. He was the biggest offender of digging out that inside curve. But now we've stepped it up with the KA3 Senior Lights.
So I've been given the call thanks to Edward Deckers out there in the pits. Only Cassie Nicholson is on slicks, and she is currently on track all the way down in 20th. So maybe not the crossover point that we were expecting just yet, and struggling with the slick tyre. The rest of the field all on wets. Shout out to Edward for sending the message through to let us know so we can keep a track of what everyone's on and what everyone's running, as Tommy Lawton leads from Luca Nietzsche and a fair old gap between them. And Taylor Dicker now the fastest on track. But how's the battle going on here? Tommy Shue, Brandon Duncombe, and Aiden Deckers getting the elbows out. Aiden, on his seniors debut, is really impressing me this weekend.
Tommy Shue currently leading out that particular battle pack as they looking across at each other as a move in there through the dipper. For P7, looks like Nixon got up over Deckers. So far, one kart out. And that'll be rather two karts out, Tristan Gray and Michael Jones.
That's a heartbreaker there for Jonesy. He was third on points coming into this one and will fall out of contention to be in the top 3, but it's going to start getting tight because he can afford to lose and won't fall out of the top 5.
It's pinball action on the exit of the chicane there. The run into the dipper. Look for a move up the inside. Will we go 2 for 1? It's going to be tight as they round the corner. And holding on, the number 5 really being pushed. That's Thomas Shue. As the 29 of Brandon Duncombe falls back. Gabe Balanka into the mix. Watch them as they come on up. Into turn 1, 2 wide. And freight training their way through. Oh, off track for Shue.
How was the forethought? He knew he was going off track, so he immediately reached down and covered the airbox with his hand so it doesn't get a gut full of dirt going through that soft soil. Shue is an old school motocross guy, so he knows all
how
about
bad a dusted motor is.
Yeah, so he knows what he's doing. But yeah, definitely, he saw which direction he was going, knew it was going to happen, said, well, I have no choice in this. I can at least affect how bad it's going to be, and covered off the airbox as he went for a wild ride in front of the canteen and through the dirt. We'll follow along with Luca Nietzsche at the moment, unable to match pace with Taylor Dicker. She's on fire out here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club and putting in a solid job. She's 4th on points coming into this round. She's already had a 0-point run. Heat 2, a DNF for her. And with a good result here in Heat 3 earlier today, she needs another one to stay in contention, and sliding the back end of the number 70 through the bus stop and trying to get the kart rotated to stand on the loud pedal and drive it off the corner.
A comment from Louis Sutherland on our YouTube live stream. Slicks time for sure. And I can see the first of the karts filtering onto the outgrid. Yep, there's a set of slicks on the number 9, but we watch on with the current race. The KA3 Senior Lights brought to you by LD Total. Quick look over the shoulder there for Thomas Lawton on the run into the dipper. He's got a handy gap back to Taylor Dicker, who has PB lapped with a 38.13 previously, but Lawton circulating with a 37.98 as a 1.5 second gap from P1 to P2, Chris.
Shout out to Louis as well, watching in isolation up there in Darwin after coming back from being overseas on the rig. Couldn't go racing with us this weekend. Louis is a demon in the wet as well. He would have been relishing in the conditions here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club, I'm sure. But instead he has to watch from the couch while in isolation coming back into the country. Up there in the top end as we follow Tommy Lawton through the dipper. The number 30 Cosmic Machine from Eurotech Racing leading out from Taylor Dicker, who's still hot lapping him around the circuit here at 37.912 from Taylor. She's going to be unable to close the gap in this one, but will stay second and pick up a good points haul that was really going to mix up the top 3 with Michael Jones taking an L. She's going to jump Jonesy and have a run at being in the top 3 overall heading into that final round of racing.
We follow on with the 70 of Taylor Dicker on your 4Style Media live stream. She's currently in P2 on the road. Handy gap of 2.9 seconds back to Luca Nietzsche, so nothing really in terms of pressure or concern as they come on out of the dipper and the run into the bus stop. But she has a fair mountain to climb with less than 3 laps to go to get up onto the back wheels of Tommy Lawton in the 30.
A shout out to Mason Fraser at the moment, who's had an absolute shocker of a weekend, proving his worth in the changeable conditions once again. He's rolling around behind Brandon Duncombe in the 8th spot, but just hot lapped the race. 37.5 from young Mason. He's always been quick in changeable conditions, really stood out down at Bunbury City Kart Club early in the year when we had the on-again and off-again rain down in Bunbury. I can't remember if it was the Gold Star or Coastal Classic down there in Bunbury, but he certainly shone in the changing conditions and goes hot lap again at 37.3. He's 4/10 quicker than the leaders and 6 tenths quicker than Brandon Duncombe in front of him as Mason is up the inside at the bus stop and gets it done.
1 lap to go as your race leader. Tommy Lawton comes around, 37.60 to his name there. 37.76 for Taylor Dicker, and the gap has blown out to 1.8 seconds between P1 and 2 on the road. A little bit more time back to P3, 4 and 5, all separated out. A decent gap, and this looks to be your finishing order. Thomas Lawton would have to put a major foot wrong if he wasn't going to come through with the big win for this one. As the checkered flag is made ready, and he is already tasting those meaty, juicy points in the bag. 401 of them to be exact in this LD Total KA3 Senior Lights division. That's the 4th heat race done and dusted. He brings it home over Taylor Dicker, and Luca Nietzsche rounds out your top 3. Nietzsche really running in no man's land there, but still with a good finish on the box.
He'll still be happy with that, but it's unfortunate for Luca's cause he just lost another 176 points to Tommy Lawton. The gap will go from 102 to 278 heading into round 5 of the heats here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. As we check in on your final standings, Caleb Sumich outside the top 3. He's home in P4. The number 14 Cosmic Kart. Ryan Nicholson finally having a good race this weekend. He's home in P5. As we go to Aiden Deckers in P6. Mason Fraser home in 7 from Brandon Duncombe in the 8th spot. Ollie Patrizi in P9 and Tegan Minton rounding out your top 10 ahead of Tommy Shue and Gabe Palanca. Jack Cayulo and Joel Wheeler, Tyler Smith and Darcy Benitez with Cassie Nicholson, the only one on the slicks. Made some pace towards the end of the race there. 37.6 from Cassie. Put her in contention for being one of the fastest on track, but very, very late on in the run here. Ahead of Connor Gray, Bree Rhodes, Matthias Harris and Riley Wastel. With the DNF for Michael Jones. My heart goes out to Jonesy here. He'll have to recover the kart and see what he can salvage in the 5th and final round of racing for the weekend here at the patricicourse.com 2021 WA Kart Championship.
LD Total KA3 Senior Lights, an incredible race out there with a drying track. Tell me, how did the tyres feel on the last corner there?
The track definitely got better throughout the stint, but yeah, I think it was touch and go whether it was going to be wets or dries, but I think at the end it would have been dry. But yeah, kart performed mint. You know, the Eurotech team set it up to perfection, and yeah, gave me an absolute rocket. So yeah, bring on the final.
You've got 2 wins to your name, cementing your position at the top of the points tally here. Tell me, at this stage in the day, how much of your thought process is occupied by that points tally?
Look, I've been thinking about it all weekend long. Obviously, anything can happen, you know. It's a very tricky class, so it keeps us on our toes, so we've got to be careful. But, yeah, it's looking good at this stage.
Well done, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Tag 125 Heavy on track and getting ready in formation as they just got sent around one more time before we get ready for a race start. Your 125 Heavy brought to you by Kart Mart, servicing West Australian karting since 1996. Go see Harvey and Megan. They've even brought the trailer out this weekend, parked up just near the canteen there to help you with all of your trackside needs. That's Kart Mart bringing us Tag 125 Heavy. Coming into this one, Lewis Reed is one win away from locking it up and taking away the WA title from Simon Gwillim, starting alongside him on the front row as the defending champion, with Taylor Thomas and Jason Betts on row 2. Shay Thompson and Ray Cochran on row 3 from Middick, McGregor, Barron and Mickler, your top 10. In a solid field of 23 of them for 125 Heavy. This is going to be a hot old race.
Into the tram lines, and we look for that light to go out, and indeed it does. Big run across the inside there from the number 12 machine. Cements himself at the front of the pack and looks to hold it down. Simon Gwillim out to a fiery start.
He needs a good race here. This is the title defence coming down to the wire here for the Redline Oils KF Kart. Simon Gwillim, your defending state champion, has to get one up. Oh, Lewis Reed unloading him under brakes, and he's going to be on the inside. He tucks back in behind him on the exit of the bus stop. Taylor Thomas wants a piece of Lewis Reed. They all know that Lewis has to win this to lock it up, and they are doing everything they can to stop him. This is the kind of racing I was coming to expect with this format. Reed getting shuffled back to P4 on the opening lap.
That was an astonishing run down the order there for Reed. He just got absolutely rolled on the way onto the home straight. Fights back, grabs one position, but looks to have the crisscross put on him. We check it out as Cochran got what it takes to defend from the outside. No, big oversteer moment, and Cochran is going to be the big loser here as they go 2 for 1. Cochran gets absolutely monstered by Thompson and McGregor, Chris. A huge moment there, and off into the dirt is that Cochran.
Yeah, he went straight off into the sand traps, and that's going to hurt. He was 6th on points coming into this race, but Lewis Reed in the hurt locker right now. Meanwhile, Taylor Thomas is going, oh, well, I fancy a run at this. He is on only 521 points. He's probably the first man in charge for third as he goes sailing up the inside on Simon Gwillim. The hypercart doing the work as Gwillim fights back. Here comes Lewis Reed pushing Gwillim into it. They're both going to run wide. Thomas loses the spot, and Gwillim back to the point. Reed in second. He's going to fight to see if he can take away the title here in 4 straight races at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. The race for the championship is on.
And it's tight for the top 3 as Reed gets up.
Oh!
Big moment there as unloaded into the chicane.
That was Thomas and Gwillim, and Thomas parked up in the dirt. Gwillim has managed to go straight on and rejoin the field. This is a massive gift for Lewis Reed. He was no part in that and will keep his nose clean, but most importantly, he's leading over Shay Thompson. Shay is down in 5th on points, will pick up the pieces and sail on into the final round of racing with a good result, but Lewis Reed is on his way to locking up a WA title.
On the run into turn 1, we see a mix-up there. That'll be between McGregor and Barron, I believe. As we follow on, there's already chatter over the radios regarding that moment in the chicane. We'll get back to that a little later, but leading us out, Lewis Reed looking good over Shay Thompson.
What a frantic opening few laps here. I mean, you're sitting on the grid. Everybody's read the tally. Everyone knows where they stand on points, and everybody wants to have their say in stopping your run to the pointy end. If you were Lewis Reed sitting on that grid, you would have been knees knocking, shaking in anticipation, but he has made the most of it and getting away out front from Shay Thompson in second and Ryan Barron in third. Reed is on his way here and he's hot lapping the race, proving he has the pace to get it done as well.
Big g'day to Brittany Barlow watching on our live stream, thanks to 4-Style Media. We continue on, another big moment in the bus stop. The 57's mixed up in there.
That's Jay Bunton and Daniel Sugar both getting caught up at the bus stop, and that is going to hurt both of them. They were down in order, 11th and 13th on points respectively coming into this round of racing. More action coming from Tag 125 Heavy. All action all the time, and we knew coming into this weekend that this was all going to come to a head at some point or another across these classes, and the frantic action trying to slow each other down. Lewis Reed, though, getting out front as we hit the halfway point a moment ago. 6 down, 6 to go. Reed is in charge of 125 Heavy here.
Got a decent gap. It was 0.7 of a second last time around. We'll check that updated timestamp in just a moment as it opens up to 0.9 of a second. First, second and third all spread out along the track as they make their way through the chicane. We watch on. This is focusing on Shea Thompson and the 95 machine. And Thompson looking to try and get up. Lewis Reed looking unstoppable at the moment, navigating the bus stop. The 95 sporting some pretty gnarly body damage.
Running down the laps and continuing to click off those fast laps. Reed and Thompson finding it out as they hit the back straightaway. 9/10 of a second for Reed in hand. All he has to do is just control the pace and bring it on home. With the rear bumper hanging off the back of the BRM cart, we're following along there as they head down into the bus stop.
So that'll be Nick Middick in the 96. Sorry, I called him Shea Thompson earlier. Thompson actually up in the 2 spot. Take that one back. And Nick Middick, he's had a rough weekend. Down the order in 7th place coming into this heat with a very low point score in the first and second times out this weekend.
He's managed to salvage something from there as we follow along right now. This is Simon Gwillim putting the squeeze on Bailey Mickler. Gwillim now needs to start thinking about just salvaging some sort of result. He had a good amount of points over the top of Taylor Thomas, who's taking a DNF here in Heat 4, so that should help him out. With Jason Betts way down the order as well. In fact, Betsy not even recording any laps out there, so Betsy out of contention here in 125 heavy. So your podium placings are going to be shaken right up. Thompson will actually be a big threat to Gwillim, but there was a fair few points between them. Gwillim can afford to finish down the order to salvage 2nd place overall as we watch Lewis Reed down into the bus stop. As we run down the laps here, making the run towards the final lap of racing here through the final few corners. Lewis Reed making his way around before he starts his final tour. 1 to go here for Lewis Reed. Graham and Sue will be watching on the sidelines with bated breath, thinking, I cannot believe it. Out of the woodwork for 12 months, shows up at the Hurricane Go-Kart Club, and Lewis Reed is on his way to clean sweeping this state title and provisionally taking home the blue plate in 4 straight races with 1 to spare here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Through the final corners as we pick up the drivers, Reed from Thompson and Barron. The checkered flag is out and waving. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Lewis Reed is your West Australian state champion for 2021 in Tag 125 Heavy. Brought to you by Kartmart. Shea Thompson comes home in 2nd. Ryan Barron picking up the 3rd spot here in Heat 4. They still have racing to do to consolidate a podium position with Bailey Mickler in P4 and Simon Gwillim just surviving towards the end there. He comes home in P5 and will race it out to try and be on the podium here this afternoon here in Wundowie. Aaron McGregor home in P6 from Jaden Keeble in P7, Daniel Sugar in the 8 over Nick Middick in 9, and Jay Bunton rounding out only 10 finishing drivers from 23 on the entry list here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the patriciacourse.com 2021 WA Kart Championship.
Kart Mart Tag 125 Heavies, your provisional state titles champion. We say provisional, but it's only a matter of due process. Congratulations, Lewis Reed. Job well done out there, mate. We saw the first couple of laps, there was some decent competition at the front, wasn't there?
Yeah, right at the start, I started to lose a little bit of hope because, I was sitting in P4, I think it was. It wasn't the start I wanted, but was running slightly high tyre pressure, so I knew that the kart would come on pretty quick. Just put my head down and try driving to the front. I knew if I won this race, then, as you said, provisional state champ. So, good feeling. It was good.
So, nothing really on the line for the final race. What's the game plan?
Just go out there and have fun. I haven't been in a kart or in tag heavy for about 12 months, so just go out there, have a bit of fun, have a bit of racing, and just enjoy it whilst I'm out there. I don't think I'll be back in the kart for a little bit, so, it's good.
Congratulations, your Kart Mart Tag 125 Heavy provisional state title champion.
Moving on to Cadet 9s, brought to you by Just Commodore. Specialising in Australia's favourite vehicles since the early 1990s, their knowledge is second to none, helping them supply West Aussies with pre-owned and pre-loved Commodores, with their warehouse out in Kenwick with all the parts you need at a better rate than what you can get from the dealer. Just Commodore. Have what you need. And supporters of the Cadet 9s, we come into this one with the potential to crown a state champ with a clean sweep in this fourth race of the weekend. Connor Mayer and Cruz Kelly start on the front row of the grid. Chase Saxfield and Bo Casagrande start on row 2. Dominic Mercury and Jake Kostecki on row 3, with Michael White and Levi Riffle on row 4. Taj McDonald and Annika Hurd on row 5. From Watson, Smith, Panizza and Patrizzi. As they bring it around onto the straight, we go lights out and racing. Connor Mayer will lead the field down into turn 1. Cruz Kelly trying to do it the hard way around the outside, and will tuck in behind him. Mayer with a clean sweep of the first 3 races of the weekend. Can get it done here in race 4 if he can hang on to the lead. Kelly will be the first one in line to say something about it here. The young Tasmanian in the BRM kart tucking into that second spot as they come down towards the bus stop for the first time. Kelly in hopper chute gives a bit of a love tap to Mayer under brakes as Chase Saxfield goes sliding across the apex, trying to get one done on Jake Kostecki for the 4th spot on the road. Meanwhile, it's Bo Casagrande in 3rd as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. 1 down, 11 to go.
Cadet 9s brought to you by Just Commodore. And your top 2 now starting to jump away with the lead. Connor Mayer and Cruz Kelly. Kelly a long way from home in the 47 machine. Bo Casagrande really needs to jump up onto the back end of the 47. He wants to try and make some inroads onto the top step of the box here, but Cruz Kelly really eyeing off the rear of the 43, Connor Mayer. As we clock through for our first hot laps, let's check the times. And Kelly, so far with a hot time of 41.24, and is 0.3 of a second off the rear bumper of Mayer.
So Connor hanging on to it at the moment, but Cruz proving pretty quick with something to say to try and stop this run to the blue plate here for Connor out front. As we go back to Bo Casagrande, falling off the back of these guys by about a half a second a lap here. Kelly, monstrously quick under brakes into the bus stop. As they bring it around out of the bus stop and around onto the main straight. Down the straight we go. 3 down and 9 laps to go. Cruz Kelly hot lapping again. A 41.02 answering Connor Mayer's 41.04 as they hit the back straightaway. The track has dried out. We've got grip, but it may still come yet.
Well, we did hear reports from our film crew that it was actually starting to spit as we were sending karts out on their outlap. Doesn't look too heavy, and the sky still has some promising patches of blue out there, but we are not professional weathermen. Hell, we're barely professional commentators. Let's stick to what we know best.
And that is bringing Connor Mayer onto the main straightaway with 8 laps to go here ahead of Cruz Kelly. Now Mayer has his say on the hot lap for the first time in this race, a 40.902. Kelly with a 41.01. Mayer trying to maintain that gap. All he has to do is stay out in front. Easier said than done if the conditions do start to change throughout this Heat 4 race for Cadet 9s, as there's a big battle going on further behind down into the dipper.
Yeah, that'll be for the 4, 5, 6 spot there between Saxfield, Kostecki and Mercury. So we watch them on the big run into the bus stops. Big sideways moment for the number 3 machine of Saxfield, and it looked like it cost him. Saxfield grabs some pace, looks to try and challenge around the outside, but will have a net loss out of that entire interaction.
Yeah, Saxfield really on the back foot here in Heat 4. He's struggling, just pulls to the inside and drags past Dominic Mercury, the South Australian. Dropping Dominic back into the 6th spot as they head past the canteen. As we follow your leaders into the dipper here. Mayer hot lapping again, a 40.8. Kelly's trying to stay in touch. He's 4.8 tenths per second off the back of Mayer. The young Connor is on his way to potentially trying to capture this West Australian State Championship.
Oh, side by side through the bus stop, and Saxfield again pushed back. The number 8 machine of Dominic Mercury will jump up into the 5 spot. So Mayer leads out. Hot lap time for 40.93. Cruz Kelly in second. Casagrande in third. Love that name. Jay Kostecki running P4 and Mercury holding down P5 on the grid.
Saxfield got past Mercury up into turn 1 after they cross the line, but they're side by side again, still fighting it out for those remaining placings. Meanwhile, Cruz Kelly, last time by, tried to bring the gap down. He was just within a shout of going quicker than Mayer. It was a 40.931 to a 40.950. Both of them slowing up the tiniest bit around the track as they've hit the halfway point. This time by, it's 5 laps to go. Mayer with a big old look over the shoulder, just checking on Cruz behind him, who was 100th of a second faster on that previous lap, trying to bring that gap down and put on a fight for the race lead.
It's tough when you're a half a second back, you've got 5 laps to go, and you're only, let's look at the times there, a 10th of a second quicker. You're running out of time to make your move. Anything can change in an instant, however, and Cruz Kelly, someone that doesn't lap this track often, is putting in some good times.
Yeah, it's good to see him making the trek over from Tasmania to join us this weekend. Running in the BRM Karts tent under the guise of Jason Priolo. Mum is here this weekend, I believe Dad watching on the live stream from home and cheering on young Cruz. He's trying to make an impact on this race as Dominic Mercury sets a hot lap here. Down in P5, Dominic putting a 40.7 down and being the new fastest driver on track with 4 laps to go when they hit the line. Connor Mayer now within 4 laps of grabbing that blue plate.
It could all be signed, sealed and delivered a whole race ahead of time.
Lap traffic going to start to play a part though. We've got 2 of the youngsters, Taj McDonald and Isabella Patrizzi, about to go a lap down to your race leader Connor Mayer as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. This could play the part in the decision for the state championship.
I just love how relaxed Mayer is in his head checks. It's like cranes his whole head back around, gets the move done in like a second and a half before he's actually looking back at the track ahead.
Yeah, and he was throwing it up the inside, trying to find a way around Isabella Patrizzi at the top of the racetrack then. He got checked up, and that's brought Cruz into the fight here.
Cruz was definitely the big winner out of this lap traffic scenario here as he draws right up onto the rear bumper. The 43 machine doing everything he can to try and get through.
It ain't over yet either with Taj McDonald, the next in line, and Connor trying to find his way around. He's going to look to the outside, do the over and under. Cruz Kelly is hot on his heels with 2 to go. We're 3 wide down the straight. Mayer and Kelly in the fight here in Heat 4. Mayer needs this to lock down the overall. He looked to the left expecting Kelly to be there. Kelly's playing peekaboo on the outside into the chicane.
This could pay dividends. Mayer now knows which side Kelly's on the run into the dipper. Covers off that inside, covers the exit well. And Kelly won't have the speed to really challenge, although up the inside, I spoke too soon. They're side by side, forcing the issue. And Mayer still comes out on top.
Kept the elbows out. They had to make something happen there, and Kelly giving it everything he's got. They're going to come around. It's 1 to go here for Connor Mayer. Trying to survive the challenge from the Tasmanian Cruz Kelly, who looks at the inside at turn 1. can't quite get there as they make their way around their final lap here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Through the chicane, and Kelly has lapped strong. Last time around, Maya was a 1/10 of a second quicker. Casagrande is just watching on, can't really challenge for P2. Will we see a full send moment up the inside? It's difficult and pushes him out. Did he give him room, Chris? I don't know.
Well, we'll let that decision be made elsewhere away from us, but Cruz Kelly ultimately stops the run of Connor Mayer here in Heat 4. The checkered flag will fly. Kelly picks up a heat win, and Connor Mayer slaps the wheel in frustration. His run is halted, and it will go down to the 5th and final race of the weekend here in Cadet 9s, brought to you by Just Commodore. Kelly with the win, Mayer second, Casagrande in third, Dominic Mercury in P4, Chase Saxfield P5. That is your top 5 there, with Jake Kostecki home in P6, Michael White P7, Levi Reffel P8 from Joshua Panizza. Rounding out your 9, we'll pick up Annika Hurd across the line to round out your top 10 from Aaron Smith in 11. Emerson Watson making her way down to be P12 from Taj McDonald, and Isabella Patrizzi rounding out your Cadet 9s here in Heat 4, brought to you by Just Commodore.
We speak a language which needs no words, pushing ourselves and others to the very edge of performance. Castrol Edge. Take your performance to the edge.
KA3 Junior out on track as they roll up, ready for their start. Pacific Safety Wear jumping on board. And at the moment, we see top of the charts, Dylan Guest leading out over Noah Lyle. Sebastian Guest running in P3. And just around out your top 4, Zane Rhodes on approach to the final corner.
They'll get racked and stacked and ready to go here for 12 laps on the board here in Heat 4. Down the line, Guest is going to be the first on scene here. His brother Sebastian forcing the issue on Noah Lyle. They're going to go side by side past the canteen. Dylan Guest will lead the way on the opening lap here from Lyle and Sebastian. Now Joshua Byrne buying his way into this fight as Makuchi Allen up the inside of Zane Rhodes at the dipper on lap 1. This is going to get tasty though. This is the first time Josh Byrne has been in amongst with these guys all weekend long, driving his way from the rear and doing it the hard way all throughout the heat so far. He is now going to be the spanner in the works.
Well, Dylan Guest has got 2 wins and a second place finish to his name, and that number 50 machine And at the moment, he's out in front.
Noah Lyle trying to put the pressure on him though as they bounce across the curbs in the chicane. Byrne and Sebastian going at it. Mikucci Allen going to go up the inside of Byrne and push Byrne wide. Here goes Zane Rhodes having a crack at it as well. They're going to go side by side down to the bus stop. Byrne has the inside line. Hard on the brakes and Rhodes will tuck across. Robert West is covering him off though and forces Rhodes down a spot again. Now he's back into the clutches of Ferraro and Stefanovic.
You can spot Ferraro from a mile away as he's limpeted himself right onto the back of that number 16, or rather the number 26. Our top two starting to skip away. A quick time there for Dylan Guest, the 36.74, looking good in purple as he comes on through the dipper.
Shots there of Robert West firing one up the inside of Joshua Byrne, who's going to challenge again. They pull out now. Zane Rhodes pulls out on Byrne actually. Down at the bus stop, Ferraro trying to get through here as Mikucci Allen got the job done on Sebastian Guest as well through the right-handers. Mikucci Allen buying his way into the fight. He's 5th on points. Coming into this round, he's looking for a couple of good points hauls to push himself up with a chance of being on the podium. He's just, he's actually a long way off. So Mikucci Allen, another spanner in the works here. He's on 294 points. Zane Rhodes next up the road is on 533. A massive points haul to try and make up. But it is possible. Across 2 rounds of racing, it can be done. Let's check this out. Noah Lyle still pouring the pressure onto the back of Dylan Guest.
100% through the second to last corner. Looked like he was going to have a lunge up the inside as we watch on our live stream, proudly brought to you by 4Style Media. The run into turn 1, no major challenge there. As we cut across to the chicane. Aggressive on the curbs and the entry, but staying clear on the exit. The gap opens up slightly on the run into and out of the dipper. You have to wonder, has Noah Lyle got what it takes to run with the big dogs? Dylan Guest, our PB lapper, in the 50 at 36.12. Let's see who the big movers and shakers are this time around, as we're about to go 7 laps to go, Chris.
James Mikucci Allen finding himself in 3rd. He's got nothing but clean air to try and close that gap as Dylan Guest resets a hot lap. 35.93 to try and squeak through and trying to get quicker here. He opens the gap up to 0.4 of a second over Noah Lyle as we follow Mikucci Allen and Sebastian Guest. 3rd and 4th through the dipper. Sebastian hasn't given up on that fight trying to take James. He was only a couple of hundred slower on the previous lap.
We watch on that battle with Mikucci Allen and Guest just looking to try and gain that kart length. Onto the home straight now. Dylan Guest now starting to put the hurt on P2 Noah Lyle, opening that gap up to almost half a second. Mikucci Allen is just holding Sebastian Guest at bay with 0.094 of a second clearance between them. Well within striking distance. Guesty keeps it narrow off the exit of the dipper, right on the bumper, gives the 41 a love tap on the way into the bus stop. And Mikucci Allen doesn't seem fazed by it.
Well, as it stands at the moment, if Dylan Guest can pick up the win, he will be provisionally on top of the points and he won't be able to be beaten by Noah Lyle heading into this one as Sebastian Guest gets one up over James Mikucci Allen. Back to the 3 spot. He can't do anything about driving up the road and helping out his brother though. Dylan has to do this all by himself as Noah Lyle sets a personal best lap trying to chase him down.
Mikucci Allen about to fall foul of the hard-charging 26 machine of Zane Rhodes. Zane looking like he had a point to prove.
Firing one up the inside. Zane's ever a wily racer. He'll get the elbows out. And he's not afraid to get a bit scrappy with it either. He'll get into it and fire one up the inside late in the piece just to make it stick as he drags Robert West with him now into the 4th spot with Westy down in P5. Then now Mikucci Allen pushed back all the way behind P6 even, and he's about to get passed by Nash Ferraro under brakes with Ethan Traeger firing one up in there as well. So Mikucci Allen from the penthouse falling all the way down now and dropping out of the top 5. He's going to go down to P9 as a result of those last couple of laps and still falling. James is having a shocker these last couple of laps.
Noah Lyle still applying pressure, looking to try and close it down to Dylan Guest in the 50. Sebastian in clean air all on his own. Rhodesy is, I don't know who he was really motioning to, tapping the helmet. He's got pretty clear air behind him. But in any case, we watch on. This is your battle out for the front. Dylan Guest and Noah Lyle coming out.
Noah getting closer here. He's started to do the math and he's figured it out that if Dylan gets this win, he runs away with it and can't be beaten by a minimum of 123 points if Noah were to win the final race of the weekend. So he needs to make something happen and try and claw back some points and leave things to chance coming into the final round. But he has to take it to the last heat of racing first here. Lyle driving up onto the back of him, less than 0.2 of a second the gap with 1 to go. The last lap board is out. 1 to run here for Dylan Guest, just trying to hang on and bring this home here in Heat 4 to take away the state championship from Noah Lyle, who's trying to snatch it from him.
2 big looks over the shoulder on the way into turn 1. Noah Lyle is there. Don't worry, Guesty, you can count on that. The charge into the dipper. Lyle still hanging back, a kart and a half between them. Cuts the exit, nice and narrow, picks up the speed. On the run into the bus stop, the chances to pass are fading ever so quickly, and it's looking like the 50 of Dylan Guest is gonna bring it home, Chris.
Checkered flag out and waving, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Dylan Guest provisionally becomes your West Australian state champion here in KA3 Junior at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. As the rain starts to fall here in Wundowie, Noah Lyle home in second here in Heat 4 of KA3 Junior. Sebastian Guest home in third from Zane Rhodes in 4 and Robert West rounding out your top 5.
Your Pacific Safety, where KA3 Junior provisional state champion. Congratulations, Dylan. You go into the final heat with over 500 points separating you and the next man on the tally. You've just about as good as wrapped it up, mate.
Thank you. Good race. It was getting a little bit slippery towards the end. I think it was raining a little bit. No, I was keeping the pressure on, so it was good.
We saw him taking bites. You two were joined at the hip all the way through in the back half of that heat. The plan for the final heat of the day, what's the story?
Just go out and have fun, do some skids.
Great stuff. Looking forward to it, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Shots looking out across the outgrid as your Cadet 12s get ready to go racing, brought to you by Shannon's Insurance. I want to remind everyone, the Hurricane Go-Kart Club celebrating 60 years and their anniversary here in 2021. They're hosting a fantastic anniversary gala dinner on Saturday, October 30, out at the Hyatt Regency on Adelaide Terrace from 7 till 11. Full formal dress, a full gala dinner with food, drink, door prizes, and a raffle with an amazing 3-course meal. It's welcoming past and present go-karters, no matter which club, from bitumen or dirt you've come from. You don't have to be a Hurricane member to come along. It's going to be a fantastic evening there. Saturday, October 30, RSVP before the 15th or RSVP before today and go into the draw to win yourself a free night's accommodation for yourself and a guest on the night of the event. And come and join us for a fantastic evening of celebrating 60 years of the Hurricane Go-Kart Club. as we get ready for Cadet 12s. Brought to you by Shannon's Insurance, Australia's leading insurance provider for motoring enthusiasts. The insurance products are tailored to made for the needs of every motoring enthusiast, including features such as limited use, insurance for your daily driver, as well as home and contents cover. Shannon's are also the leading house for veteran, vintage, classic, sporting and modified vehicles, as well as classic motorcycles, motoring memorabilia and numerical number plates. That's Shannon's Insurance, proud supporters of your Cadet 12s. And a quick bit of mathematics tells us if Wildman wins this one, it's done. It's as good as done for the state title. The pressure is on here in Heat 4 of Cadet 12s.
And this is the byproduct of the format that we are running. I mean, in some instances, we are turning the final heat of the event into a bit of a formality, but what it's going to do is it's going to let those people with nothing to lose go out and absolutely tear it up.
And there's still a big race to get on the podium as well. The gaps aren't that big that you're locked up for second heading into the final race. So still a scramble to make it onto the podium if these races get locked up in the fourth round of heats, as we have Wildman and Webb lining up on the front row here. 306 points separates them here coming into round 4 of racing. Campbell Thompson and Diago Stewart on 3rd and 4th on the grid here, with Bailey Reardon and Ben Hall on row 3 from Orlando Piavitas, and Riley Curry on row 4. Riley Harrison and Jordan Klee running out your top 10 starters here in Cadet 12s as we get going for 12 laps on the board.
Chase and Chase just eyeing each other off as they go around one more time.
So a non-starting event there. The starter not happy with the formation of the field. We will set them and send them again here. Everybody that little bit antsy, wanting to get on the noise, and this is the kind of behaviour we would expect of years gone by come the final of a state championship, because everyone knows, even though it's a 20-lap race, that start can be so important in playing a role in your level of success on the state championship weekend. As we check in with the remainder of your starting grid here, Leroy Toon and Ryder McKay on the 6th row, from Orlando Ricciardello and Graham Bernardi on row 7. Julian Barbas and Nicholas Razzo on row 8, with Elliot Johnson and Ethan Rowitz on row 9. From Joel Lewis and William Kalsick Chen on row 10. Zach Casagrande and Ryan Warner on the 11th row. Lucas Kalsick Chen and William Campbell on row 12, with Jaden Razzo and Kobe Hemmett rounding out your 26 starters on the 13th row of the grid.
So we look again for the Chase show. Chase Wildman from the inside line, defending from Chase Webb from P2 on the grid. Rounding the final corner, look to that red light and see if it goes out. That means we have a successful race start, and this time we do. Big move over from the 73 machine as Diago Stewart try and cover up the inside, but your race leader at this point, the 77 of Chase Wildman.
He gets through unopposed up into the chicane for the opening lap of racing here. Stewart under pressure and loses a bit of ground. He's back in the pack and fighting it out with Bailey Reardon as they head up into the dipper. But look at the fight towards the 2nd, 3rd and 4th spots. Thompson, Webb and Hall all into it. Webb to the inside. Hall's going to try and follow him through. Thompson loses 2 for 1 at the bus stop. Meanwhile, Chase Wildman already breaking away a massive margin over the rest of the field at the end of lap 1 of 12 here in Heat 4.
Punching his ticket and looking to add to that 306-point haul that he has over the competition. It's a lonely second for Chase Webb at the moment, not really in reach of Chase Wildman's rear bumper and not really under pressure from P3 Ben Hall, who at the moment is dealing with Campbell Thompson.
Young Webby is really going to have to turn on the heat to close up this gap as they bring the field down to the bus stop again. And it looks like he's brought it back by some margin as they bring it around the final right-handers and onto the main straightaway. Chase Webb is on a mission. He knows it's go time. After claiming his maiden win of his Cadet 12 career this weekend, he now has the opportunity to try and stop the run of Chase Wildman and send it into the final race of the weekend to decide who's going to be your state champion.
Look at how much he's closed that gap just in a single laps racing. Into the dipper now, really starting to become a force to be reckoned with. And Wildman is going to have to watch out. The run into the dipper. Webb has a launch on him. Tucks in behind. He's going to try and consolidate and go into data acquisition mode and really scope out the tactics of Chase Wildman. He's right there looking for a run up the home straight. Will we see it in P1. Tucks out of the slipstream, looks for track position and will force the issue. Wildman switches back across to the inside, but Webb has got the job done. Holds P1 on the way into the chicane, Chris.
This is going to be real tight now. We'll see what Wildman can do. He might have gotten out front and seen the gap and decided just to go into a bit of cruise control. But if Webb can build a gap and open this up here and force Wildman back towards Ben Hall and Orlando Piavitas, that could cut down the 306-point deficit that Webb has over behind Wildman coming into this round of racing. If they finish how they are now, the deficit will come down to 205 heading into the final round of the weekend. Still enough to be made up in this runaway point format, the 401 system, as Orlando Piavitas goes side by side with Ben Hall. That's not the kind of racing that Chase Webb needs. He needs these two to work together and catch Wildman and put him back a couple more spots. It's going to take a lot of luck to give this one over to the way of Chase Webb here in Heat 4. But Wildman has to think about that old mantra. Must you finish first? First you must finish, as Piavitas up the inside of Hall again at the bus stop and gets it done this time. Orlando through the third.
Yeah, Piavitas watching on our 4-Star Media live screen, making the round that little bit more exciting. And now that he's got the jump and grabbed some track position, he looks to be checking out away from Ben Hall.
But look at that lap speed. Chase Webb, 40.3. He has the hot lap of the race at a 40.1, but Wildman, although he set a personal best last time by, he can't turn it on. It's a 40.7. Piavitas is 0.2 quicker and going side by side out of the dipper. Orlando looks to the inside of the bus stop, hard on the anchors to stop it at the turn, and Orlando through the second. Wildman is now scrambling. He can see Webb, and now Piavitas driving away from him here in the 77 Tony Kart.
Watching on now, and Piavitas has just put together 2 laps of brilliance there, finds himself PB lap time of 40.10, and now looking to try and hunt down Chase Webb in that 33 machine. So Piavitas, coming into this heat, was back in 7th place. A big mix-up and a few positions changed into the dipper as they're 2 and 3 wide. That's the run on the way back for 6th, 7th and 8th. Contact between the 67 and the 73. That'll be Diago and Jordan Cleet. So we come back to our front runners, your top 5. Chase Webb over Orlando Piavitas. Chase Wildman in 3rd. Ben Hall off the box, and Bailey Reardon rounding out your top 5. So this is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Being led by Chase Wildman, looking to try and break away from the number 18 of Piavitas. Through the dipper they come, and there's a switch up as Reardon got up. As Chris Mitchell goes quiet as he's doing some maths. Quick math, yo.
Frantically trying to do the maths on this one. Wildman now under huge pressure from Reardon, and that knocks the margin down further. If they were going to finish as they were a moment ago, Wildman would only carry 130 points advantage. Now it falls down by another 56, and it's going to go again another 42 as Piavitas puts the pressure on Chase Webb. Too much math to do in your head. This is going to shake up the Cadet 12s as Piavitas up the inside of the dipper, and he'll grab the race lead from Chase Webb. So unbelievable.
Once again, Chris, if you need to take a minute, get a calculator out, fire up the abacus. Hopefully the fingers are warmed up. But Piavitas now has entered the game. Big move back down the pack into the bus stop just behind the 31 of Riley Curry. There was Nicholas Rasso involved in that one as well, but we come back to our top 2, and Piavitas has got some pace, lapping 0.4 of a second quicker than your previous race leader, Chase Webb, and the 33. It's a lonely, lonely drive for Bailey Reardon, operating out of the 3 spot. So too for Ben Hall, but Chase Wildman and Jordan Cleed are going toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel.
Unbelievable stuff here. If Wildman hangs on to 5th and just consolidates whatever points he can, with Webb in 2nd, Wildman will carry 133 points into the final round of racing. A slim margin in a point system that awards 101 difference between 1st and 2nd for one race. Cadet 12 is going to go down to the wire. as young Orlando Piavitas in the Energy Course kart across the top of the racetrack out of the chicane. He's the fastest on track and leading this one out by 0.7 of a second from Chase Webb in second. Young Bailey Reardon in that third spot. Then Ben Hall, then Jordan Clee. Wildman now down to the 6th spot. He's going to lose another 24 points. This is going to fall down to just over 108 points, I think, between them heading into the final round. It's going to be the slimmest of margins. 1 lap to go.
Piavitas has punched his ticket and checked on out. He is on a vacation to destinations unknown. Almost a second back to P2, Chase Webb in the 33 machine, and just look at the form as he comes through the dipper, so late getting that kart turned in. Hard on the anchors. He's absolutely unstoppable on the run into the bus stop. You can see our top 4 all separated, but there's a battle, and indeed a move from the 5 spot. The 67 machine of Jordan Clee looking to challenge Ben Hall. The checkered flag is coming on out for the race win. Piavitas will wrap this one up. Chase Webb in second and Bailey Reardon in third. 4th and 5th, it was tight. Oh, and right at the end, we see Ben Hall over Jordan Clee. That was a tight one. Chase Wildman coming through in the 6th spot, Chris.
That was super close racing out there on track. A notable one as well, Campbell Thompson, a DNF, I believe, here in Heat 4 of Cadet 12 will mean he will be pretty much out of contention for a podium. He came into this one third on points, 694. He had 140 odd points over Diago Stewart in 4th. That will make them super close heading into the final round of racing. Your Shannon's Insurance Cadet 12 finishing order looking like this. That was Heat 4. First place, Orlando Piavitas with an absolute weapons grade run to the front over Chase Webb in second. Bailey Reardon rounds out the box in P3 with Ben Hall and Jordan Clee, your top 5. Chase Wildman in 6th over Stewart, Rasso, Curry and Bernard, your top 10. Harrison, Johnson, Ricciardello, Barbas, Kalak Chen, Rasso, Rotes, Warner, Toon, Campbell, Lucas, Kalak Chen, Joel Lewis, Casagrande, Kobe Hammett and Ryder McKay, your finishing drivers in this Shannon's Insurance Cadet 12 Heat 4. Chris Mitchell down there with a lucky winner. Down here with the Orlando Piavitas. Mate, do you understand what you just did to the point scores? From 8th in the point scores heading into this round and a win now elevates you. But what a change for the game. Firstly, congratulations. A heat win to salvage something decent from this weekend. You've got to be happy with that, mate.
Yeah, I really am. It was a tough battle to get through everyone, but I managed to do it in the end, and now I'm happy.
The tricky conditions out there on the wet tyres, you should have had a fair amount of grip to contend with. What's it like racing on this track out here at Hurricane today?
Yeah, it was very grippy on the wet tyres, but at the end I had to slow down because the back tyres were like sliding. Otherwise it was pretty good.
Congratulations, mate. Orlando Piavitas, your winner here in Heat 4 of Cadet 12s. What a race we are expecting from the 5th and final round of racing this weekend. This kid's going to be amongst it, I am sure, and we are set for a thriller here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Tag 125 light off to a quick start, but they will roll around again. Plenty of hands up in the air and the red light stays illuminated. Tag 125 proudly brought to you by 79 Kart Sports. Check them out online or contact Wayne. They run with a family-first approach. Wayne and Rosalie are happy to assist in any way they can. Based out of Kalgoorlie, the 79 Kart Sports team go to most of the country and city-run race meetings, taking a variety of various brands of kart and engine parts as well as consumables. And Chris, Tag 125's has been a hotbed of competition.
It's been pretty good so far, and it's only going to get better as the anxiety of trying to get a good result settles in these final 2 rounds of racing. Kip Foster, he leads the points heading into round 4 of racing on 1,027, lining up on the front row alongside Caleb Sumich on 679. That's a 348-point deficit between them two. Jake Sawyer and Ashley Morrissey on the second row of the grid from Luca Nietzsche and Tommy Lawton on row 3. Tommy Shue and Luke Sawyer on row 4, with Aiden Deckers and Jesse Elliott rounding out your top 10.
Lights out, and we are green. Kip Foster didn't agree with that, throwing a hand up, and he will be relegated back to second place.
Hey, we've lost 3 of them.
3 karts out early in this piece.
That's unfortunate there. It looks like Flynn Thompson involved in that one, as well as Josh Healy caught out at turn 1, and Kip Foster is off the road on the exit of the dipper. He's going to get shuffled back through the field. Opportunity is coming a knocking for Caleb Sumich to haul some points away here in Heat 4 as they're still scrambling for position. Further behind, Luca Nietzsche was the meat in the sandwich, 3 wide with Sawyer and Foster as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. It's Sumich leading things out with Sawyer, Morrissey, Shue, Elliott, Lawton, Foster down in 7, Nietzsche in P8. This is going to get wild.
Foster is on an absolute charge now, looking to get up from that 7 spot. He's made it up into 5th. If that orange helmet tells the story. Actually, probably closer to 6th.
7th.
Oh, there we go.
As Sawyer makes a move for the race lead on Sumich on the exit of the dipper. They're still going at it further behind in the field. But it's Sawyer, your leader, the number 96, Sarah Cart down the line. From Caleb Sumich in 2nd, Ashley Morrissey in 3rd. Then Shue Elliott, now Nietzsche up to P6. The opportunities here for Nietzsche to claw back some points and get back into the hunt.
Thomas Shue elevated himself up into P3 there, mid-corner in turn 1, and looks good, but under fire. He's having a run up into the dipper. Will he get shuffled back down the pack? Everyone tries to put a big move on him. Shue almost doesn't get it pulled up into the back end of the 14, into the 89, and we're not even bothering with names at the moment. The action thick and fast.
Ah, no, Sumich off the road, and he's caught up, and that's going to cost him because Foster gets through, and this time Sawyer somehow survives the knife fight, and a former Australian champion, Jesse Elliott, just about drills him and sends him to the moon into turn 1. Elliott into 2nd. Nietzsche up to 3rd here. Foster 4. Gianluca Oriema in P5 from 15th on the grid. Are you kidding me? Tommy Lawton in P6. They're still going for it, and 2 off at the dipper.
So we're starting to bleed karts like an open wound. But at the moment, your top 3 now starting to put their heads down. Loads of pressure from Elliott in P2, applying it to the back of Jake Sawyer in the 96. Up into the inside. Sawyer just let that one happen. I'm wondering if he gave him room.
I'm sure he saw him coming from a mile back. Jesse Elliott, well known for his sends back in the junior days. Fires one up the inside with the 71 wheel power kart, but he's dragging Luca Nietzsche up into this fight. Nietzsche sees the opportunity to seize some points here as he needs them. He's down in 5th on points, 130 behind 4th place of Ashley Morrissey coming into this round. With Morrissey down in P9, he could claw something back here. Sumich way down the order. It's time to shine here in round 4 of Tag 125 Light, brought to you by 79 Kart Sports.
5 different karts posting PB lap times in that one, and it winds up at Caleb Sumich down in the 10 spot with our quickest lap of the race, a 35.878. Kip Foster, I tell you what, his rear bumper must be made of stronger stuff because it has had an absolute workout from Gianluca Oriema in the number 10 kart.
He's managed to build himself a bit of a gap over that one as well, and now eyeing off, chasing down these 3 out front. Elliott sitting pretty out front from Sawyer, then Nietzsche. Foster having a check over his shoulder. This time around, Foster. Hot lap in the race at 35.3. It's time to get down to business If Foster can pick up some points over Caleb Sumich, he will lock down the overall. Sumich needs to do well here. He's down in 10th as they fight over it down in the dipper. Sawyer sending one up the inside of Elliott. Brings Nietzsche and Foster into the fight down at the bus stop.
This is going to be huge. Foster has the nose cut off the front of him by the 55 machine of Luca Nietzsche on the exit. Fighting, tags Nietzsche on the front right and grabs himself P3. The precipitation starting to fall. Foster looks across to the inside, currently slotted into P3. Quick lap time there for Jake Sawyer at 37.50, and he's starting to build a small lead, but we are going to see some of the real wheelmen come to the front with the wet conditions.
Well, this is what I'm watching. I'm watching Caleb Sumich buried in this pack that's battling through the dipper as Shu and Oriema go side by side. Gianluca going for a wild ride through the dirt there. Caleb Sumich back there in that pack, and they're all falling off. Nietzsche's off the road. Foster is off the road. Oh, my goodness. And that opens the door wide open for Caleb Sumich and Jake Sawyer to pick up some points as the rain continues to fall down. I was about to come in and say Foster just needs to finish and he'll wrap up his title defense. Unbelievable. Kip Foster clips the vortex sign on the exit of the bus stop through the dirt. Luca Nietzsche is making his way over there, but the rain comes down here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club while Jake Sawyer leads the way from Jesse Elliott. Then Tommy Lawton, Tommy Shu, Gianluca Oriema, and Caleb Sumich, who stands to gain the most out of this with a Foster DNF here in Heat 4.
The 75 machine with a hot run into the bus stop. That was Tommy Shu.
Oh my God, it's so slippery out there. They can't even drive the karts in a straight line at this point.
So this is going to well and truly shake things up. Chris is going to get started on the mats.
I'm not even bothering. I'm not even bothering. Caleb Sumich now just needs to finish, and he will pick up a few points in hand to drive forward. Ideally, he would need to finish a lot higher up the road to make up the 348-point deficit over Foster heading into round 5. But look at this, how slippery it is on these slicks with the rain falling down here in Wundowie.
Massive understeer moments for the top 3 as they come on into the bus stop. We're going to shift Luca Nietzsche's kart out of the firing line. So everything evenly spaced from P1 through to P4, but things get hot and heavy in the 5 spot. Gianluca Oriema and Caleb Sumich drifting their way onto the finish straight. Oh, it's a big, wide understeer moment there. And the number 10 of Oriema draws up for a moment. A fast mover in the form of the 75.
And as it stands, actually, the one who stands to gain the most here is Jake Sawyer out front. He will pull 401 points.
He can't get a turn and goes off.
No! Oh, my goodness. Sawyer off the road on the cusp of being able to close the gap to mere double digits to Foster on points. That puts Jesse Elliott to the point. This is unbelievable. 1 to go here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Jesse Elliott leads from Tommy Shu in 2nd, Lawton 3rd. Caleb Sumich in the 4th spot now can claw more points back to Foster heading into the final round.
You can see how much these guys are trying to make a dry setup kart work in the wet. Really pushing themselves up and over in the seat, trying to jack that inside wheel up as much as they can. This is your final lap in the 79 Kart Sports Tag 125 lights.
Unbelievable. Jesse Elliott is somehow going to survive the absolute chaotic form of 12 laps here in Heat 4 of Tag 125 Light. Elliott will bring it around, a former Australian champion. Shows what he's made of here in the tricky conditions. Elliott with the win in Heat 4. Tommy Shu home for 2nd, Thomas Lawton in 3rd, and Caleb Sumich brings it home in P4 and only makes up 169 of that 348-point deficit here over Kip Foster heading into the final round of racing for Tag 125 Light, with Hayden Fraser having a decent finish, P5 in 125 Light Heat 4. Unbelievable. From Hurricane Go-Kart Club and patriciacourse.com, 2021 WA Kart Championship. Who said this point format wouldn't be exciting? Unbelievable scenes here from Hurricane Go-Kart Club as we have a bit of kart recovery to get underway with before we head on into the next rounds of racing, and we wrap up the final 5 races here in Heat 4 before we get stuck into Heat 5 and ultimate finals time here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Oh. We are going to go with a helmet on interview, maybe crack the visors just a little bit if he can, but a fantastic run. Kip Foster and Luca Nietzsche out in the halfway mark of that race. You've scored yourself a valuable swag of points, haven't you?
Yeah, you get that, eh? No, mate, that was bloody brilliant. Big props to Dad for doing some adjustments last minute. Some good racing out there, eh? Just chuffed to actually get a victory.
You were out there on the slicks, the changing conditions, probably about the third of the way through. How did you come to grips with the lack of grip out there?
Well, to start with, we didn't have wet, so if it was wet, we were buggered. So a bit of stiffening up the car, loosen it, make it flex, use a bit of body weight, and off she went.
You've done a great job, mate. We're looking forward to your final heat.
Legend. Cheers for that.
Back to you guys.
Great scenes from Hurricane Go-Kart Club as we progress through Heat 4 here at the PatriziaCourse.com WA Kart Championship. And a shout out to PatriziaCourse.com for supporting the 2021 WA Kart Championships for your importers and supply of Vortex engines, Bridgestone tyres, Ricardo, Birrell, KF and Leclerc karts. For Freeline kart components, Alpenstars racewear, Bell helmets, Vroom lubricants, Gatel tents, PWR radiators, Newline radiators, NEK Racing Seeks and XGel Motorsport products. Since 2012, Michael Patrizzi formed Patrizia Course and becoming a powerhouse in the international karting competition with a business that can distribute to over 12 countries across the globe with a large range of high-quality karting chassis and accessories, engines, lubricants, radiators and services. PatriziaCourse.com is the people to go see here, with some very talented young drivers making their way through the PatriziaCourse.com ranks to head off into Europe racing in the F4 Championships, now moving through Toyota Racing Series and into Porsche Cup competition. They are the people to go see if you want to sort your racing career out and get some of the best products available in the market. That's PatriziaCourse.com. As we progress, KA3 Senior Heavy coming out on track, brought to you by Pacific Safety Wear. Pacific Safety Wear growing from a small family-owned and operated business to Australia's leading national supplier for quality safety equipment and industrial supplies. With 20 years of experience in the industry, Pacific Safety Wear are priding themselves in the knowledge and experience of PPE and their products to have some valuable relationships with many of Australia's leading manufacturers. That's Pacific Safety Wear, getting behind KA3 Senior Heavy here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the 2021 WA Kart Championships.
Just watching on our YouTube live stream, Dazza throwing the shuckers out there. Well done, Jesse. And just to reinforce to you all that we are watching the comments. So if you've got a red hot tip or you want to maybe find something out, send through your comments. We'd love to hear from you, maybe where you're watching from on our 4-Style Media live stream of the 2021 Patrizia Course Stake Titles here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
We are setting the grid here for KA3 Senior Heavy. Nathan King and Lloyd Nicholson lining up on the front row of the grid here. It was a frantic race earlier on today with King claiming a win and Nicholson falling well down the order and giving away a bit of a points haul when the rain fell in the closing stages of the race. Lachlan Harvey and Jaden Keyville will line up on the second row of the grid with Craig Ryan and Simon Minton on road 3 as they hit the main straight, but it's a non-start this time around. It'll be James Carrera and Rodney Jameson from the 4th row of the grid, with Josh Hunt and Glenn McDougall from row 5. David Mackey and Trevor Beck, with Mark Blampede rounding out your 13 kart field here. These are the big boys of West Australian karting. There was a time when KA4 Senior or KA3 Senior Heavy was equivalently called Clubman Super Heavy and referred to as 180 kilos of prime Australian beef coming into West Australian karting back in the days of the Yamaha S motors, when we went racing without these electric start jobs. It used to be a bit of a mission to push them out of the outgrid without a centrifugal clutch and electric starter to get them going. To save everybody's backs, I think everyone was relieved with the birth of the electric start IAMI KA100 engine combinations. And KA3 Senior Heavy has been a great class to watch at state level for some time. It's been won over the years by the likes of Jake Burton, an esports superstar on the Australian scene, who just wrapped up 3rd at the Bathurst 1000 as we get underway with lights out and racing for Heat 4 of KA3 Senior Heavy.
Our top 5 all side by side through turn 1, only really sorting himself out into single file come the chicane. As we watch on into the dipper, no one really vying for position until further back at about P7. We'll catch him into the bus stop, and it's the 37 machine leading us out. Nathan King looking to consolidate his points lead. Tenuous at the moment, still within reach of second place Lloyd Nicholson in the points. We'll catch him on track. Lloyd Nicholson echoed in second on the road, Chris.
Just 274 points separates King and Nicholson on points here. Nicholson needs to pick up a win with King second or worse here in Heat 4 to keep that championship alive and bring that points margin down. It's only 101 from 1st to 2nd as they head down towards the bus stop. He would really need King to finish 3rd or even further down the order, as he did in the 3rd heat earlier today when the rain started to fall, but they are bunched right up here. Lachlan Harvey, defending champ, he's another 250 points further adrift as Nicholson pulls out and has a look up the inside of King. Doesn't make the move stick though, with Jaden Keeville tacking onto the back of that pack. It's a 4-kart battle past the canteen with 10 to go last time across the line.
And Nathan King's spider senses tingled just at the right moment there. He had a head check and copped a look at Lloyd Nicholson lining up the move into turn 1. Covered that one off with ease. Into the bus stop, no such head check and drawing up under brakes, almost at the risk of punching the nose cone under the jacked up left rear of the 37. Lloyd Nicholson applying the pressure. Now the front two starting to pull a gap on the pair of Harvey and Keeville in 3rd and 4th respectively, Chris.
As Nicholson has another look. He's just playing peekaboo at the moment in the field of vision of Nathan King up front. It looks like Nicholson has some pace when the track is dry, but starts to struggle when things get a little wetter.
It's a high-stakes game of peekaboo, Chris. I don't know.
It's a really fun one, though. When you get out there and you get the elbows out with your mates, playing peekaboo can be some of the most entertainment you can have with your pants on.
Hard under brakes. They make the move into the bus stop. The 35 looks to try and hold it down,
and there
but
it is.
gets punted. The 37, unfortunately, just unsettling that machine of Lloyd Nicholson.
There was a marginal one there. They were side by side. Nathan had a lot of overlap heading into the left-hander, but it's such a tight section of the racetrack. That brought them both unstuck, and it's played right into the hands of Lachlan Harvey, who will lead this one out from Jaden Keeville in 2nd. King will go down to 3rd. This will actually help King, with Nicholson losing out big time on track position. Across the line, Nicholson was down in P8 and is going to take home a very small amount of points, but King still holding 3rd, will take home 225 points if he stays where he is and carry that lead. It will actually go to an unassailable amount. King could wrap up the title here.
Shout out to Liam Mackey watching from Esperance. As we watch on the KA3 Senior Heavy Division, proudly brought to you by Pacific Safety Wear. Lachlan Harvey is your current race leader over Jaden Keeville in the 78 machine. Then there's daylight back to Nathan King with Craig Ryan and Josh Hunt on your screens. Hunt throws a move down in the dipper and makes it stick. Nicely done.
Good move there for Josh to get up into the 4th spot, putting Kragos down to P5. The man with the most work to do here is Lloyd Nicholson. He was back up to P7 And it looks like he's found himself around the 28 and fighting, but he's got a long way to go to catch up to the back of Rodney Jameson in P6. This could be enough of a points haul for Nathan King to take out the overall championship here in Heat 4 of KA3 Senior Heavy.
The rain is lightly falling and the outgrid is a flurry of activity. There's a mixture of slicks and wets. I'm sure those slicks are about to be replaced. And Harvey out the front, now under fire in earnest from Jaden Keevil. So we go to shots, you can see how much water. The real gauge here is how many ripples and droplets are falling into the standing water in the outgrid.
So if they stay where they are at the moment and Nicholson doesn't step up to P5, with King in P3, he will take 404 points of a lead heading into over Nicholson, heading into the final round. But Harvey could be one to mix with here and shake things up by taking the win here in Heat 4. So it's all yet to play for. Heading into the remaining 5 laps of Heat 4 in KA3 Senior Heavy. Lachlan Harvey leads the way. Jaden Keevil in hot pursuit. Keevil was 4th on points coming into this round and looking to try and get a measure on Harvey to get himself potentially on the podium here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Nathan King in the 3rd spot with Daylight back to Hunt. Then Ryan and Nicholson now hot on the heels of Craig Ryan, and now getting Craig Ryan and going up the inside of Josh Hunt at turn 1.
It's a 2-for-1 deal, or just about. The number 17 of Josh Hunt almost falling foul to Craig Ryan as well. And he'll have to defend, and defend he will on the run into the dipper, but we watch on. This is your race leader trying to pull it up on the way into the bus stop. The 78 right on his tail, draws up alongside, ducks back in line. Has the speed in these intermediate or interchangeable conditions because the rain's falling. A lot of these guys, in fact, all of these guys are on the wets out there in these senior heavies.
They would have had to take the gamble on the outgrid and decide which way they were going to go. The rain is very lightly falling here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. I think it's wet enough that you can get away with the wets, but you will torch them a little bit.
Yeah.
As we have Harvey and Keevil glued together down towards the bus stop. Both of them need a good result, and they'll be happy with a 1 and 2 here with Nathan King behind them in P3. Just hoping to have enough points in hand to have the advantage heading into the final race of the weekend. He will gain on his advantage, but it won't be enough to wrap up the title with Nicholson in P4.
About to click over, and indeed clicking over to 2 laps remaining, and your top 3 now closing up. Nathan King has chopped that gap down to just under 0.7 of a second, but still not really a clear and present danger to Jaden Keevil's P2. Harvey doesn't quite have the pace to really become tangled up with lap traffic just yet. May get away with another half a lap. We're about to make it 1 lap remaining.
King is sensing a bit of blood in the water here with lap traffic, and he's closing up this margin. He fancies a run to pick up some more points. As he stands at the moment, he would have 330 points the advantage heading into the final round, but if he can nab Keevil or even nab Harvey, this could change the game with Nicholson back there in P4. They both get, all 3 of them get through the lap traffic and make their way onto the back straight for the final time here in Heat 4. Harvey, the defending West Australian champ, trying to make a run in the late stage of the event to see if he can at least get on the podium this weekend.
Only just able to hold his position in P2. Keevil defends from King. There's 2 corners left, and the checkered flag is waving as we welcome Lachlan Harvey to the top step, with Jaden Keevil in 2nd, Nathan King in 3rd for your Pacific Safety Wear KA3 Senior Heavy Heat 4 out of 5.
The important one there, Lloyd Nicholson, P4. He needed that recovery to keep himself in the hunt, but that margin will go to 330 points between them heading into the final race. So King can't rest easy, and it ain't over yet heading into round 5 of heats for the 2021 WA Kart Championship here. Harvey with the win from Keevil and King. Nicholson 4 from Josh Hunt in P5 over Craig Ryan in 6. Rodney Jameson in the 7th spot from James Correa. David Mackey, Glenn McDougall Trevor Beck and Mark Blampede rounding out your 12 finishing drivers here from KA3 Senior Heavy, brought to you by Pacific Safety Wear here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Your Pacific Safety Wear KA3 Senior Heavy Heat 4 winner. Congratulations. The first half of that race in dry conditions. How do you feel the wets handled that initial phase?
Not great. Like, obviously it was a full dry track, but then once it started pouring, all good.
How do you feel running the, let's say, at the wrong tyre choice for the conditions, and as we make our way into the final heat for the day, how do you think your tyres are going to hold up?
Hopefully it's a slick race. Yeah, everyone's on got the same conditions, so.
You had yourself a great result there. How do you feel about the competition?
It's tough. We haven't had a good day so far, but this is good.
Job well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thanks.
We speak a language which needs no words. Pushing ourselves and others to the very edge of performance. Castrol Edge. Take your performance to the edge.
And we are back and about to go racing in WA Open Performance, brought to you by Swiss Hutless. For all your karts, parts and accessory, go see Hurricane's very own president, Mr. Gavin Kennedy, the big old white truck at the western entrance of Hurricane Go-Kart Club, as they bring you WA Open Performance. The field is going to roll around once more here. In a field where anything goes, changeable conditions can be one of the worst things to come from these guys, but it does look like we got all of our drivers out there on track. There was some drama on the outgrid. Blake Preston was struggling to get started, so he could get out and try and join the field, as he is the highest points holder heading into this round.
Yeah, it would have definitely been a vastly different result in the points tally. Although, looking at it, 3 wins. If he wasn't able to contest this heat, he would have needed to clean sweep and win the final.
Absolutely, he has taken his place on the grid, and they will set things up and get ready to go racing. One more time around. And we'll set the field here for WA Open.
So Blake Preston will take pride of place on the inside of the front row. Nathan Phillips alongside him in the 77. Shay Thompson had a great result earlier in the event, coming home with 300 points in the second heat yesterday. And Scott McKee in fourth as they roll around the final few corners one more time. Will we see? They are bumper to bumper and jockeying. Lights out and we are go. Preston holding down P1, defending against Shay Thompson. We've got two carts turned around.
That's unfortunate there. That's Courtney Goff, a multi-time West Australian champion. And one of the Campbells caught up there at turn one in this opening lap of racing. As Blake Preston leads away here in the tricky conditions for WA Open Performance. He is on the slick tyre. Nathan Phillips, the defending West Australian champion, to second, with Shay Thompson in third. With Mackay in the fourth spot as they bring it around and down the line. Lap one complete for WA Open Performance. Heat 4. Preston has a clean sweep of 3 heats so far. It's crunch time here in Heat 4 for Preston.
Oh, high speed off and going the wrong way on the track. Managed to get himself sorted. Didn't quite catch a number, but will jump on the rear of field. We'll update you. But Blake Preston leads us out in the 84 machine. The 77 of Nathan Phillips. A rolling roadblock for Shay Thompson.
That was Nathan Will going the wrong way. Unfortunately, he went straight off past the canteen and actually ended up picking up the wrong way, back up away from the bus stop, and managed to peel it off through the cut through and rejoin the right portion of the racetrack. Unfortunately for Nathan, looks like his race is done as he's crawling around and going to park it on the in-grid. As Preston leads the field down into the bus stop. Phillips in second. Now Mackay having a big look up the inside of Thompson, but couldn't get it done. That will stay your top four. Mackay and Thompson fighting it out for third and fourth, though, is the closest battle we have in the top few carts. Behind them, Matt Chambers, who had a DNF in Heat 3 earlier today, back there in P5.
This is your battle for third and fourth. Thompson and Mackay. Mackay in the 16 machine. Through the chicane. Shay Thompson showed some pace in the previous heat and was able to, for a period, get up over Nathan Phillips. Hands full with a defensive drive job coming on to the final corner now. And Blake Preston skipping away, 1.7 seconds of difference as he PBs a lap time. 34.229 shows up in purple on your screens. And it's Preston over Phillips, Thompson, Mackay and Chambers, your top five.
Preston opening up that gap to 1.7 seconds over the top of Phillips as he continues to stretch the legs down towards the bus stop and tipping the Swiss Heartless in. Now Mackay fires one up the inside and gets a job done on Thompson to move up into the third spot with the KZ shifter cart. That Super X30 powered Gillard for Thompson, trying to hang with him here, but doesn't have the gears to pluck through and stay with him.
Just watching the NASA panel of third place Scott Mackay, does that look like it's lost a lower clip or something?
They flop around quite a lot, and it's quite possible that the rubber grommet that some of them hold on in the bodywork could be flogged out. It's just flapping in the breeze, bouncing between the steel mount and the R-clip that holds it on. Some of them are a bit more sophisticated and they use a thing called a bolt and a washer to hold them down to the cart.
I say the GoPro footage coming off the front of that cart is going to really need some image stabilisation.
It does look like it's quite loose and bouncing around as he navigates his way through the bumpy sections of Hurricane Go-Kart Club here. Halfway home, 6 down and 6 to go. Blake Preston continues to lead this on his way to clean sweeping 4 here in WA Open Performance. And this will be a big moment for young Blake here in the 84 Swiss Heartless machine. Halfway home, 6 to go.
Preston's opened that gap up to over 2.3 seconds. And that's going to expand even more, 2.6 at last count over Nathan Phillips in the 77. Phillips is looking pretty comfortable out there. Currently has about 1.4 seconds of breathing room back to P3.
The gap's opening right up around the track, though. Open performance in heat racing is somewhat processional, and the gaps continue to span themselves around the circuit. Mackay just breaking away a little by little, bit by bit from Shay Thompson in the Super X30 powered Gillard kart as they make their way onto the main straightaway. It was unfortunate we lost Courtney Goff and Greg Campbell. Richard Howe didn't make it out on track for this one, so we left with just 12 starters, 12 drivers on track, with Nathan Will having problems there, and just 11 remaining here in WA Open Performance. It was 4 laps to go for Blake Preston. Last time across the line as he works his way into the right-handers and onto the main straightaway.
Blake Preston coming through to complete another lap. It will take us to 3 laps to go. He owns the quick time at 34.229. Last time around it was a 34.88 for the 84 machine, and he is now starting to draw up onto lap traffic, and they are tightly packed, Chris.
Yeah, coming right up onto a big gaggle of karts. He doesn't want to get involved in this. For what it's worth, Charlotte Campbell with Melinda Sully and the 38 of Jordan Montgomery as well. And Preston just trying to navigate his way through cleanly. He wants to be very careful not to get himself into any strife here and make his day any harder.
Managed
in WA
to
Performance.
Picks 2 of them off on the straight. 1 on the exit of turn 1. And like a knife through butter, makes his way up.
Quickly blasting past Melinda Sully past the canteen there. He sets his sights forward to Charlotte Campbell. It was 2 to go last time across the line, so he's a lap and a half from home here. Blake Preston has been on an absolute mission this weekend on home soil with the twin-powered Swiss Atlas machine. He hits the front straight and sees the last lap board. He is 1 lap from home. Making his way through some traffic. He's already got his hand up in the air as the gravity of the situation begins to descend on young Blake as he makes his way around his final lap here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. A thumbs up to Daniel Clark as he puts a lap on him through the bus stop for the final time. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, you have been touched by the story of the Preston family as he brings it around to take the checkered flag. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Blake Preston is your Open Performance West Australian State Champion in a clean sweep of the first 4 heats this weekend here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Untouchable for the remaining heat. Blake Preston in the 84 has been an absolute weapons grade champion here at the state titles. Your finishing order looked like this. Blake Preston lapping with a 35.59 last time around. Nathan Phillips, the 77, coming through for P2 with Scott Mackay rounding out the box. Shay Thompson off the podium, but still a fantastic finish in 4th with Matthew Chambers rounding out your top 5. Then we had Clark, Roth, Campbell, Montgomery, Howe and Sully, your finishing drivers. In the Swiss Atlas WA Open Performance Heat 4, there is still 1 to go. So we get set to have a chat with our 2021 WA Open Performance State Champion. And images on screen, Blake Preston. You can guarantee that that visor on that shark helmet is fogging up as he receives some well-deserved hugs from the rest of the WA Open Performance races. Chris Mitchell will be down there to have a chat with the number 84 driver in just a moment, but we'll drink this in and let him enjoy the moment. For those of you that have joined us on the 4Style Media live stream, you've witnessed something incredible here this weekend. As he gets the helmet off, Chris Mitchell is down in the exit
down here
grid
with Blake Preston. Mate, it's an emotional time. It's been an emotional month for you and your family, but congratulations. You are now a West Australian state champion, doing it for Brett, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Chris. You know, it's definitely been a big weekend, and this one was definitely for the old man. I just know he would have been so proud.
We'll let you lap it up. Congratulations again. Blake Preston is your open performance West Australian champion here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And it's an emotional time, I'm sure. Lap it up, mate. Soak it up. You deserve this one.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much.
We roll out with the Kartco Tag 125 Restricted Masters Division. Kartco are the exclusive WA distributor of Praga, IPK and Tillotson racing karts, spare parts and accessories, and also WA's only Torini authorised retailer. With a full range of Torini engines and spare parts available for same-day shipping, Kartco is the home of 4SS karting. Not only do they specialise in 4SS, but they also offer a full range of Praga chassis from Cadet Monster Evo right through to the fire-breathing Praga Dragon for TAG and KZ classes. Contact them at kartco.com.au. As we get set to go in the TAG 125 Restricted Masters Division, it is a racked and stacked field. As we check out the grid, Raymond Cochrane with Adam Gandossi in second place. Dan Sprague will start from third with Ben Bonden on the outside second row. They'll get the go around for one more. The red light remains illuminated at the end of the finish straight. At the moment, Ray Cochrane has got a tenuous lead over Adam Gandossi. Gandossi on 721, Cochrane only 10 points ahead. Chris Mitchell, this one is looking like it's going to go down to the wire.
It is, and I was under the impression that we weren't quite racing yet, but these guys, they think they are. And this is going to be an awkward situation when Raymond Cochrane comes down the straight and realises that they are not racing yet. And pandemonium ensuing on track. Hayden Patrizzi out there on track with the form up sign, trying to get them to realise that they are not yet racing. Gandossi even with a hand out in confusion. Now they slow up. They've finally noticed and realised, hang on a second, we're not in green flag conditions here. This is Heat 4 of Tag 125 Restricted Masters. And anything can go the way. There is only not even 100 points covering the top 4 drivers in this field. It has been so up and down all weekend. This will be your closest field of racing so far this weekend here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Nobody has won 2 races on the trot. Nobody's won 2 races at all. The closest you have, Dan Sprague with a 1 and a 2. Raymond Cochrane with a 1 and a 2. Only leads Spraggy by 30 points as Spraggy took a 0 in Heat 3. They're in form and ready to go. For the lights to go out and send us racing, we are underway with Heat 4 of 125 Restricted Masters. Raymond Cochrane leads the field down into turn 1. Gandossi slots into second. Sprague in third. Tom Boucher. Sorry, not Tom Boucher. As they head up into the top end of the racetrack. One of the Tony karts off the road there. And rejoining across the back straight. Ben Bonden there in the 4th spot with Graham Westling now wanting to get involved in the discussion too. Behind them, Nathan Terrell and Anthony Higgs all ready to fight it out in what is going to be a super close race. Could we see a repeat winner for the first time this weekend as lap 1 is done?
Big look over the shoulder there for the number 25 of Cochrane over Gandossi in P2. Sprague is in P3 with Bonden in 4th defending from Westling. Westling has been a force to be reckoned with and continues to be so as he muscles the back end of the number 4. We watch on as our front runners make their way in towards the bus stop. Heavy under brakes, jacking that inside wheel up is Cochrane. And it's tight back in the pack for the 27 machine. Going right back. We follow on through the final corner onto the home straight, Chris.
It's going to be super tight up the pointy end. Gandossi is showing very impressive at the moment, though. After seemingly only having this kind of pace in the wet, he's found something for the tricky conditions on a dry tyre and is driving it into second as Sprague is the quickest on track at 37.861 for Dan. But now Westy has decided to finally light a fire underneath his own backside. He's 6th coming in to this race on points. He's on about half the points of the leaders, but could still be a cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to these final 2 races on points. He could still make a podium at this rate.
Shane Ratcliffe having a wheel-off moment at the bus stop as he gets the pressure applied to him. We follow on the run into the chicane. And Westling posting a quick time at 37.54 in the 28, back in P4. Westling looking to try and send it up. They're hitched up and he's spun third place. Dan Sprague in the dirt on the exit of the dipper there. That's going to be tough.
That's a heartbreaker there for Dan Sprague. That's out of contention in the hunt for the title this weekend. He already took a 0 from Heat 3. It'll be another one here in Heat 4, and he will be thoroughly dejected for the number 29 Sonic Racer Kart Republic entry.
Look at the pressure Gandossi is applying to Raymond Cochrane. The run down into the dipper. Gandossi bouncing around in the seat.
Ben Bondon is looking good at this pace at the moment, starting to close up the gap to the back of Gandossi. He could be a new race winner. We could go 4 from 4 for new race winners here in Tag 125 Restricted Masters. He's got to find a way to get around Gandossi and then Raymond Cochrane, but there's still 7 laps to go. We're not even halfway home yet as Bondon playing peekaboo into the field of view of Adam Gandossi down the main straightaway. 1, 2 and 3 glued together as they hit the back straight. Ray Cochrane still hanging on to it at the moment. Needs to get a move on though if he wants to get through safely and be the first 2-time winner in the class this weekend.
Bondon was all over the back of Gandossi on the way through the dipper. I thought he was going to try and force the issue at the bus stop, but he's just going to play the waiting game. Your top 3 are starting to move out ahead of the next battle pack of Westling, Higgs and Terrell. From P4 through to 6. The number 6 moving across, that'll be Higgs.
Now Gandossi going for a big look up at the chicane.
The number 7 machine on the home straight. That was a big hit.
That's a big one there for the 7. That was the 7 of Greg Van Rompuy, and he is parked up. It's actually punched out the tyre wall. You'll catch vision of that just for a split second. Greg is in the cart, still seated, and we'll see contention from the officials as Adam Gandossi got the move done on Ray Cochrane at the same time as the incident was happening. That was up at the chicane. Gandossi grabbing the race lead. And that puts Cochrane back into the 2 spot. Bondon in 3rd now, looking for his way around. Gandossi wants to be a repeat winner here.
We now have 4 carts turned around at turn 1. 2 drivers out of their machines, 2 back in. And it's happening no matter where you look, because we've now got races off at the chicane as well.
The light rain is really causing havoc out here. It's slippery and it's like ice for our drivers. More action happening, but Gandossi is making the most of the touchy conditions. There's another one spun around. Westy is turned around through the right-handers, and he's parked up on the outside of the track, and he'll be sad and dejected of that one as well. It is all happening here in 125 Restricted Masters with a big gaggle of carts fighting over remaining placings as they head through the turn 1 sweeper. More and more DNFs starting to rack up as they continue to fight. There's another one as well caught up. Can't even tell you who that was. A KF cart of sorts caught up at the top of the chicane. And the conditions, this is all created by this light but persistent rain. And all these guys are on a slick tyre out here.
I'm going to say I'm just searching for the words at the moment. We've got carts strewn around this Hurricane Go-Kart Club, left, right and centre at the moment. Gandossi leads out from Bondon, Cochrane and Higgs. Hughes has fallen down the order to 5th with Terrell holding down the 6th spot. Brennan, King, Tenbrook and Vozza, your top 10. We finally get back into some semblance of a rhythm, and the gap from P1 to P2 has now blown out to over 2 seconds as your race leader Gandossi comes on into the bus stop.
Gandossi's on a mission here. He came into this race 10 points behind Cochrane on points. At this rate, he will leave 170 or 166 clear over Raymond Cochrane. If they stay where they are with 2 laps to go, Gandossi down the line, looking at peaking at exactly the right point of the weekend, a la Grand Prix format style of what you would see at a typical state title. But he is in charge at the moment in these touchy conditions.
Shots of your race leader here in this Kartco Tag 125 Restricted Masters Heat Race 4. Gandossi looking to extend his tenuous lead. This will be a massive shot in the arm. At this point, if Cochrane comes home in the position he's in, he will only grab himself. Where is he? Cochrane's down in third place.
225 points over 401 for Gandossi. He will pull in a tidy lead heading into that final race of the weekend here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. We're on the final lap as Gandossi makes his way through the dip for one last time here in Heat 4, and on his way to capitalising on the ultra-tight conditions and down into the bus stop. The racing is still going on further behind for the remaining placings, but Gandossi is just cruising around on the ultra-slippery surface here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
3 wide into the bus stop was never going to end well.
It's absolute chaos, but the checkered flag will fly. Adam Gandossi will take another win, the first repeat offender this weekend here at the State Championship. Benjamin Bondon takes home a solid result, another second place finish for Bondon, with Paul King picking up third. Cochrane fell to 5th towards the end, and that will hand an even bigger margin to Adam Gandossi heading into round 5 of racing. For the patricicos.com 2021 WA Kart Championship here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Paul Hughes was 4th, Cochrane 5th, Anthony Higgs in P6 from Nathan Hume and John Brennan. Nathan Terrell down in the 9th spot, Timmy Barnes in 10, from Cosimo Vosser and Roy Tester, David Thompson, Paul Petai, and I believe that is all you have here. So just 14 finishes in a field of 24 for Tag 125 Restricted Masters Heat 4 in the tricky conditions here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Your Kartco Tag 125 Restricted Masters Heat 4 winner, Adam Gandossi. Congratulations. The major competition in the points, Cochrane falling back to 5th place, so you've got a handy swag of points to your name after that great run in the end.
Yeah, I really can't believe how well the kart was handling them when it started to rain. It just was on rails, so yeah, it was fairly easy to drive. There was a couple of times there I had to hold my breath. I come close to running off the track. But yeah, car really is fantastic. So many people to thank. Thank Tony and Tristan for coming down and helping me this weekend. Thank my dad as well, and Shane McPherson. So yeah, really happy. Just got to be really careful now in this last one. Try and get as many points as we can.
There were a couple of moments there. We saw karts dropping like flies, and you drove past quite a few incidents out there. Tell me how reformed is the bottom of that seat after those last few laps where it all really started to hit the fan?
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff over the track actually. I was trying to dodge a few little rocks and stuff like that, and I was just getting a bit worried maybe losing a sprocket or something like that. But yeah, it was quite hair racing there a couple of times, and it got a bit wet.
Well, you handled yourself well. Congratulations. We're looking forward to the final heat.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
are back and about to get into it here. KA3 Senior Medium as the final class out in Heat 4. Brought to you by Kart Class. To go from beginner to winner, you need to learn the fundamentals. Kart Class offers programs that take the guesswork out of kart racing and puts drivers on the right track to success. That's Kart Class. Get onto it, kartclass.com, as they proudly support your KA3 Senior Medium field here this weekend at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. The sun is back out, the rain has subsided for the moment, and we have a field on track and ready to go here. Brandon Duncombe, in his attempt at defending the West Australian state title, has taken 3 from 3 so far. One more to add to the tally, and he'll pick up a blue plate for another consecutive year here on the number 29 machine for young Brandon. Scotty Foster will start alongside him on the outside front row. Braden Bowra from row 3. Braden Bowra from P3. Jason Betts from P4. Zach Needham and Bradman May on the third row of the grid from Callum Harper and Jay Bunton. Over Billy Duncombe and Toby Hobson. Rounding out your 10-kart starting grid, here is your KA3 Senior Medium field. Makes their way around the final couple of corners and getting ready for a race start here. $378 points is the margin at the moment between Duncombe and Foster. There's still an opportunity here in Heat 4 as the lights go out and we go racing. Duncombe with the better of the starts off the front row. Foster trying to do it the hard way, and he's going to make it work for him as well around the outside. Foster kicks a back tyre out in celebration as he fires it into the chicane and leads the way here from Duncombe in second. A great job here. Jason Betts there into the third spot now, as it looks like Braden Bowra finds himself into P4. Zach Needham rounding out your top 5 through the bus stop for the first time here. Lap 1 of 12 about to be in the books as they work their way around onto the main straightaway. Scotty Foster knows he can't wait around to see what happens. He needs to get a move on and break away out front, moving down to the inside line at turn 1 very early and tightening off the line. That's cost him some speed past the canteen, and Duncombe and Betts are going to drive up onto his rear bumper now and close up the gap that he worked on opening up on the first lap of racing. Now Braden Bowra behind them in P4, sitting back and waiting for something to happen here. If he can buy his way into this fight. As Foster leads, Duncombe second, Betts third, then Bowra in the 4th spot. Foster has had 2 seconds and a third this weekend. Yet to take himself a heat race win, but now is the perfect time to get something done. Oh no, Duncombe rides a wheel and goes for a wild ride. They touch again, and that puts Foster back to the 4th spot. Unbelievable that Duncombe and Betts managed to keep control of that down the main straightaway. What a wild ride. Great work from all involved to stay in control of that one, and now Brandon Duncombe leads the way, but not for long. Betsy's up the inside of the bus stop. Jason Betts will lead the way. Braden Bowra's the fastest on track that time by with a 37.374. And now Scotty Foster has fallen off the back of that fight. It's Betts from Duncombe and Bowra. Betts back there in the 4th spot. Realistically, not a chance to win the title, but wants to be the cat amongst the pigeons. He gets run wide through turn 1, and Duncombe back to the point. Up through the chicane they come. Duncombe now leading the way. Betsy's on the defensive from Braden Bowra, who's up in 3rd in points coming into this race. Needs a good result to consolidate a podium this weekend. But it's the 29 machine of Brandon Duncombe, your defending West Australian state champion for Alloy Steel Welding Superstore and prized pets in the X5 chassis. All the way from the Karratha Kart Club. Duncombe doing everything he can and just merely surviving that little incident on the main straightaway a couple of laps ago that actually saw him a chance to take the race lead, and he hasn't looked back since. However it goes down, he'll get it done. Leading out by about a kart length now over Betsy. Bowra to the inside of Betsy down at the bus stop. Picks up the 2nd spot. Betsy counters back to the inside. This is playing into the hands of Duncombe. They're slowing each other down. Bowra back up the inside of Betsy through the right-handers. They're giving away about 5 kart lengths down the main straightaway. Duncombe will lead with 7 laps to go here. KA3 Senior Medium brought to you by Kart Class as Duncombe sets a hot lap of the race. 37.01 last time across the line. Bowra that time by with a 37.4. Betts with a 37.6. Billy Duncombe the younger of the two, into the 4 spot with a 37.1 that time by. So young Billy back there in P4, trying to buy his way into the party as well, but he's a long way off the top spot. 2.1 seconds away from Brandon, your leader. As we cross the halfway point. Just 6 laps to go here in KA3 Senior Medium. Duncombe is on a mission to continue keeping the blue plate on the number 29 machine. If he can do it for another 12 months, they'll be a very happy family heading back home after a weekend here in Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the patrizikos.com 2021 WA Kart Championship. Bringing it round. Last time across the line, Duncombe lost a bit of ground to Bowra as Billy Duncombe hot lapped the race. This time, Brandon loses a little bit more ground to Bowra. 36.650 to a 36.580 for Braden Bowra. Betsy with a 6.88 was marginally slower and will hang out there in third. That's about the best he can hope for at this point of the race with 5 to go. Last time they crossed the line, it was 5.7 tenths of a second from Brandon back to Braden. And check out the clouds looming over Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Wow, that looks all doom and gloom. Out to the western seaboard of Western Australia. We had beautiful weather yesterday for day 1 of the 2021 WA Kart Championship. Racing all day long in the sunshine. Nice weather on the Friday as well, albeit a little bit cool. And it was great weather last night for the 2021 AFL Grand Final at Optus Stadium. About an hour away from where we're situated right here, up on the hill in Wundowie. Just up the road from the Wundowie town site, the Braken Foundry and the local swimming pools, which I'm sure they can hear the lifeguards announcing for those pitted out the back of the paddock where this camera is situated at the back of the track here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Down the straight, 3 to go here for Brandon Duncombe in a race that's turning out rather processional considering how dicey it was. Scotty Foster has fallen way down into the 7 spot, so Scotty falling right off the pace and out of contention here. That's going to hurt him. He was second on points coming into this one, and he'll lose a couple of 100 points to Braden Bowra at this rate, who's sitting second on the road. Will pick up the 300 heading into this one, and they were 304 points apart coming into round 4 of racing. So the battle for the podium still wide open for second and third at the end of round 4 of racing here. We're 2 laps to go. It's Brandon Duncombe leading Braden Bowra over Jason Betts and Billy Duncombe. Bradman May rounding out your 5 from Harper, Foster, Hobson and Needham. Zach Needham, another one, absolutely struggling here in the conditions. Made the incorrect choice on setup coming into this race. And that's going to hurt Needham, who is 5th on points coming into round 4. But no such issue for this man. Brandon Duncombe makes his start on the final lap of the race. 1 to go here and a 4/10 of a second advantage over Braden Bowra. Duncombe is on his way to claiming back-to-back West Australian State Championships here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Half a lap from home as he makes his way out of the dipper and down towards the bus stop. A not unnecessary defensive move to the inside has actually brought Braden Bowra back into it. Braden could really upset the apple cart in these final couple of corners, but he's not going to be close enough. The checkered flag will fly. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Brandon Duncombe wins 4 from 4 and makes it your back-to-back West Australian State Champion for KA3 Senior Medium. Braden Bowra home in second here in Heat 4. Jason Betts in third from Billy Duncombe in the 4th spot. Bradman May rounding out your top 5 over Callum Harper and Scotty Foster and Toby Hobson. With Zach Needham rounding out your 9 finishing drivers here for KA3 Senior Medium. And just late braking on the cusp of heading into Heat 5 of racing, the heavens have opened. And the 125 restricted medium field are sitting on the outgrid. And they are all on slicks. This could be an absolute barn burner of a race. The title is yet to be decided. And it is going to be absolutely incredible. More to come here from Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Back-to-back WA state titles for the kart class KA3 Senior Medium Division. Congratulations, mate. You didn't have it all your way out there and had to push, didn't you?
Yeah, definitely had to push. Sort of got lucky with the rain, it started raining before we went out, but as soon as we went out, it sort of dried off a bit. So, yeah, definitely got lucky, picked the slick option, so, yeah, it was good.
Well, definitely looking out behind us, the right tyre choice indeed. And today's been such a tenuous sort of day for making those tyre choices. As soon as the last kart came in, it bucketed down. Spare a thought for the guys that are about to go out now. But back-to-back state champion, that's got to feel good. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, it definitely feels good, I would like to thank Dad for all the hard work he puts in, Alloy Steel, Wadding Superstore for the sponsorship, Flat Out Karts, Greg and Sam for all their support throughout the whole year, it's been really good. And, yeah, just all the supporters and, yeah.
Well done, mate. We're looking forward to seeing you let it all hang out for the final heat.
Yeah, cheers. Should be good.
Seeing interesting sights here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club because I just spotted Carlos Del Toro's kart being removed from the grid. There's a whole bunch of drivers in their karts saying, oh, well, we're going to race through it in the rain. But this is very interesting sights. There seems to be a bit of confusion down there on the outgrid, but I see a lot of slick tyres about to go racing. There's one man who's probably relishing the opportunity, although he'd be slightly terrified of that. The 81 Tony Kart, Jacob Potts, loves it when it's wet and wild and slippery. And he'll be one to mix it up here as we head into round 5, the final round of racing here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the patriciacourse.com 2021 WA Karting Championships. And trying to see who has taken the gamble and gone for a wet tyre.
It was great to see down there the number 4 machine, Aaron Chivers, was bolting on and checking the pressures of his wets. And to directly quote the man, F yeah, bring on the rain.
Chivers has always wanted to do that. I spot the 78 machine parked on the outgrid there. He has a set of wets bolted on. Matthew Wilkins showing the wet tyres. And I'm trying to see, I can't really see the left-hand, the outside column of drivers sitting on the outgrid of the likes of Boucher and Cutts, what tyres they are on.
So the rain really coming down in earnest now. And you can start to see the standing water forming out on the chicane. As we take in the shots of the grey skies that are waiting to meet our Tag 125 Restricted Medium Division, proudly brought to you by Perth Heavy Haulage. Chaos ensuing down there in the outgrid.
This is an interesting thing, and I'm going to say it once and once only before I dig myself a very early grave, but I'm under the impression that there's no holding of the grid once you're sitting on the outgrid. Once that gate opens and that track's clear, you have a short amount of time to get out there and go racing, whether you like it or not.
The number 99 doesn't look to be taking the track. That's Brock Durden. Also seeing the 53 machine of Damon Nicol staying on the outgrid. Looks like a late mover here in the form.
Carlos Del Toro.
The 19,
they pulled the kart off of the outgrid and parked it up at the outer grid to change tyres. And he is going to just make it out. Wow. Del Toro as your points leader. Coming into this one, he has less than a 300-point margin, so he couldn't afford to sit this one out if the rain came down. But man, oh man, what a way to shake things up. Tag 125 Restricted Medium now in the wet after we just had a dry racetrack. Unbelievable. This is your final round of racing. If the title has not yet been decided, this is the final opportunity to make something happen here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club as we get down to the very business end of the weekend. Coming into this one, Del Toro will be due to start on pole as your points leader with 1,402 points. He's got 1 win and 2 seconds. Thomas Boucher sitting on the second spot on the grid. Sorry, 2 wins and 2 seconds. There's someone parked in the dirt already at the chicane. Boucher sitting second on the grid has 1 point, 2 wins and a second, and is sitting on 11.03. Christopher Strawn, third on the grid on 617 points. Is a mile off being anywhere near the top spot, but he's still fighting for a chance to get on the podium here this afternoon at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Cooper Cutts and Matthew Wilkins, 4 and 5. Damon Nicoli not taken to the starting grid, was due to start out of P6. Jacob Potts on P7 from Lloyd Nicholson on 8, with Brad Smith and Nathan King, 9 and 10. Nathan Lee and Aaron Chivers, 11 and 12 from Brad Van Rompuy and Bradley Dean on 13 and 14. From Brock Durden, who we saw not going out, he was due to start out of the 15 spot. Benny Harvey from 16. From Jacob Politano and Nikita Morozov. From Hall, Smith, Macri, McDougall and Hume.
And just the general disarray out on track means we will go, well, I believe we'll go for one more time.
Well, it's all at the discretion of the starter, but they are intended to be in their lines and ready to go. The yellows are still on the track, and the one finger goes up, so they will go around once more. What a way to shake things up heading into the final round of racing. Just open the heavens and send them. And I wonder if Thomas Boucher is on the wets. The same for Cooper Cutts.
So, circulating around this very soggy Hurricane Go-Kart Club course, and I can see someone pulled off in the cutoff.
Yeah, there's more of them pulled off. Christopher Strawn not on the starting grid either. And much conversation going on at the moment, but we are racked and stacked with a few drivers missing from the grid and a couple of contenders, you would say, you would expect to be in fine form out there. This is the final race of the weekend for Tag 125 Restricted Medium. About to get underway here, brought to you by Perth Heavy Haulage. Carlos Del Toro on the pole spot.
Very nearly didn't even make it out on the track.
Man, so close. That'll go down in the memory banks if he can pull this off as we are lights out and racing. Thomas Boucher on the outside front row. They're going to go side by side. Boucher and Del Toro. Del Toro switches back across, and Boucher will claim the lead up into the chicane on lap 1. Del Toro to second. Wilkins in a third from Cutts in P4. And Potsy rounding out your top 5 on this opening lap of racing. Thomas Boucher is making a run for Mexico because he needs to get as many points as he can and hope that Del Toro comes a cropper to see if he can pick up the blue plate for the first time that 125 Restricted Medium has ever been run here in Western Australia.
Del Toro falls back into P3. He's got 2 wins, 2 second place finishes to his name. Boucher leads us out with a second gap back to Potsy running in P2. Del Toro third with Cutts and Wilkins rounding out your top 5. That is all subject to change at this early stage in the race.
Oh, Del Toro is wrestling an octopus at the wheel of that kart as Cutts shows him a wheel. Wilkins shows him a wheel, and now he's going to lose another one as well to the 4 kart of Aaron Chivers, who said, F yeah, bring on the rain. And he is firing one up the inside of Del Toro and trying to make something happen. Del Toro just needs to finish, and finish is going to look like a hard ask at the moment because he is dropping back to the field in a great old hurry. Tom Boucher leads away from a hard-charging Jacob Potts in second, and Cooper Cutts rounding out your top 3.
Jacob Potts, your hot lapper out there with a 41.56 on the 81 machine. Currently running P2 with a 0.83 second gap back to P1.
Del Toro down in the 6th spot is only going to claim 95 points if he stays there. That's a 306-point deficit to what Thomas Boucher will claim if he wins. There is only 299 between them as they came into this round. Jacob Potts could be the deciding factor as to whether Del Toro or Boucher win the state title here. Potsy in the OTK loves to be a spanner in the works as he climbs up and trying to gather up the speed to bring down this 3.5 of a second deficit to Tom Boucher out front. This is going to go down to the wire.
Just watching how much wider these drivers are taking the dipper as opposed to the line they take in the dry. An amazing amount of grip. I still can't believe how far they can jack that inside wheel up on the wets here, and a completely soggy track. Someone moving back down the order, or have we already caught up to lappers? I think we may have. Wow.
One of our lap drivers, I'm sure, caught out on the slick tyre, sitting on the acrid, decided, oh, well, I'm just going to send it and see what happens.
The 75 of Michael Hume.
Struggling out there and going a lap down to your leaders. Now Boucher has found some pace and has opened up a bit of a gap over Potsy again. A 41.3 that time by for Boucher, 41.5 for Potsy. We'll check on the rest of them. Cooper Cutts in the third spot in the number 16 BRM kart from Matthew Wilkins in 4. Aaron Chivers in P5. Carlos Del Toro still struggling in P6 and under pressure from Brad Van Rompuy in the number 5 Arrow Machine right there in P7.
At this point in time, Chivers is actually on track for his best finish of the day. If he can bring it home in 5th, it'll be 127 points to add to his rather paltry 94 score. But still, having a great time out there. He was ready. He was primed for this. He was doing the rain dance as we've got someone off at the chicane. Not sure how current that was. We've been watching the action up the front. Thomas Boucher leads us out over Jacob Potts. And lap traffic well and truly in the mix. As we watch on, we see 78 on screen. And that's back down the order in P4. Matthew Wilkins that we're watching there, battling it out with that number 4, Aaron Chivers, as Chris is doing some frantic maths.
I am hating this, because if I'm wrong, it's going to be the worst thing ever. All right, as it stands, Carlos Del Toro needs to finish 5th to win the title. If he's 6th and Boucher wins, it's 7 points that Boucher wins the title by. This is going to come down to the very wire, because Del Toro has actually just lost out and gone to 7th behind Brad Van Rompuy, and it gets worse for Carlos in the final round of racing.
Brad Van Rompuy, one of the elder statesmen of the sport, here in this Tag 125 restricted medium category, proudly brought to you by Perth Heavy Haulage. We watch on, and drivers largely spread all the way around this Hurricane Go-Kart Club course out in Wundowie. It was beautifully sunny when we drove here this morning. Now, not so much. Boucher with an almost 1 second gap back to P2, Jacob Potts.
Potsy's been unable to make inroads on Boucher since those first couple of laps were run and done. Last time across, Potsy a 41.75. Boucher with a 41.67. Cooper Cutts back there in the third spot. He's 2.9 seconds further adrift. Just hanging on to P3. He's in the running to make the podium here. As he sits coming into this round, he was 4th on 555 points behind Christopher Strawn, who didn't go out, who was sitting 3rd on 617 points. I'm sure there's more to come from this in the changeable conditions while the kart sat on the outgrid. But Boucher making the most of the conditions and getting away out front on a charge that could land him a blue plate. For the number 18 flat-out karts machine, leading the way from Jacob Potts in 2nd, Cutts in 3rd, from Wilkins and Chivers, rounding out your top 5. Then Van Rompuy, Del Toro down in P7 and struggling around the circuit here with 4 laps to go, 3 to go now for Tom Boucher, your race leader.
The sun is now out in force, but the spray still flying from the rears of these Tag 125s. Restricted medium division, there's already 3 karts spread around the course. A big slide, I'm not sure if we saw it on the stream, but through the chicane. A couple of our drivers, unfortunately, being caught out at the start on the slicks. Wide line from our front runner through the bus stop. As we come on in, we're about to make it 2 laps to go, and Thomas Boucher
He's driving like
looking
a man
good.
possessed, mate. He is on a mission.
Well, Del Toro's still back in 7th.
Look at the understeer from Boucher's kart. He's now trying to give the inside line a wide berth to minimise the amount of lock he needs to get around the corner, but also to stay off the greasy race line with the rubber laid down and all the oil that comes out of the tyres. makes it ultra slippery when it rains. They're all giving, both Potsy and Bauscher, giving that inside line a bit of a wide berth through most of the corners. And the gap sits at 1.1 seconds as Bauscher makes his way out of the bus stop for the second to final time. Potsy still in pursuit, and a 4-second gap back to Cuts in the third spot. The last lap board is out. 1 to go here for Tom Bauscher. Down the line here in 125 restricted medium for the final race of the weekend and the decider for the WA State Championship.
We follow on your 4-Star Media live stream with your race leader. And if it carries on this way, soon to be your race winner and Patrici course 2021 state title winner. The final stage of the race, Thomas Bauscher out ahead of Jacob Potts. Coming on through the last couple of corners now. And onto the home straight. What a run, and definitely not something we were expecting over the course of the day, Chris. It's been absolutely wild.
Just a proof that the weather can change anything. And it's an unfortunate story there for Carlos, but a princess and a Cinderella story for Thomas Bauscher. Carlos Del Toro confirmed in 7th as Bauscher wins Heat 5 from Potts in 2nd, Cuts in 3rd over Wilkins, Shivers and Van Rompuy. There's a look at your results here for Tag 125 Restricted Medium here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
So the last few drivers making their way through on the outlap.
Down here on the outgrid, the mathematics works out. 7 points in your favour. Congratulations, Tom Bauscher. You are a West Australian state champion.
Oh, it means the world to me, Chris. That is... I'm choking up, mate. I didn't think that was going to happen. We DNF'd the first race. I thought we were out. I can't believe that. I hate driving in the rain. I hate it.
It comes with the misfortune of poor Carlos Del Toro as a result of that one. But, mate, you drove like a man possessed in the wet. You didn't look like you hated it out there. It was a duck-to-water situation. Who do you have to thank, mate?
Oh, just everyone. I mean, flat outs. I mean, Jonesy. I mean, you know, I've got Alan. I've got so many people who just... I've got Eli. I'm lost for words. My wife. Mate, I can't believe it, Chris.
Go ahead, lap it up, mate. Congratulations. Thomas Bauscher locks in as your 125 restricted medium West Australian state champion here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. That's what this point format will bring for us. Someone can come through right at the very end and sneak in and take away a WA title. Back to you guys. We'll be back on track with the rest of the finals.
Tag 125, restricted medium, out on track. Rather, KA4 Junior Light, my apologies. Brought to you by Mechanical Piping Services as we come away from the interview with Chris Mitchell and Thomas Boucher. With sunnies like that, I'm starting to wonder maybe we should keep Chris locked up here in the commentary box as we get set to send our KA4 Junior Lights out for their final heat. So Dylan Guest, Jackson Mitchell Rosenau on 997. We'll start from P2 with Stardy, Smith and Watkins rounding out your top 5. Toby Maiolo in 6th. We look for the lights out. They go out indeed, and the 50 machine leads us out. Dylan Guest off to a great start, starting to get some pressure from P4 Cooper Cup, or rather, sorry, Sachin Smith Way. On the run down to the dipper. Looked like 2 drivers caught up. One got turned around, threw his hand up and has rejoined the track. The battle rages on the way into the bus stop. The 50 machine of Guesty doing a great job over the 88 of Jackson Mitchell Rosenau. They are P1 and 2 in the points apiece and starting to skip away from the field after a lap of hard charging. Oh, it's going to be on the way into turn 1. Guesty gets relegated a spot. And Jackson Mitchell Rosenau is looking to make inroads. They charge through the standing water. These KA4 Junior Lights, the final time that they are out on track for the Patrici Course State Titles here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Welcome if you are watching online on our 4Style Media live stream. It's been amazing to see the product that we've been able to put together, and we hope you have enjoyed it. Guesty falling off the pace a little and back into the clutches of Sachin Smith Way. Running in P3. Sachin Smith leaning around turn 1, trying to get as much grip onto the outside as possible. Starting to wonder if he's an ambi-turner. For those of you that might not be familiar, go and watch the movie Zoolander. You see him leaning around on those right-handers, but not so much on the left.
Zoolander.
Oh, wearing sunnies like that. Big move there from the 15.
Nick Stardy and Toby Maiolo getting stuck into it with an argument here about who wants to be 4th and 5th on the road as they hit the line. With 9 laps to go, Sachin looks over his shoulder and checks on the battle behind him as Jackson Mitchell Rosenau continues to lead the way here. Dylan Guest in 2nd. They come into this one with 330 points between them. Jackson making a run for Mexico throughout the heats, charging his way through the field, and finds himself at the pointy end at the right time of the weekend as Toby Maiolo sends a late speculator up the inside of Sachin Smith Way at the bus stop. Now Maiolo through to 3rd.
Yeah, Maiolo made short work of Sachin Smith Way and got it done cleanly. We've seen them tussle up until this point. We've got 8 laps remaining. Quick lap time from Jackson Mitchell Rosenau. It's a 41.39 out the front of the pack. He clocked through for a 41.46 last time around and is, as you said, making a run for the border, Chris.
And he's stretching the legs out there as well, opening up that gap some more over Dylan Guest. Dylan at this stage of the weekend just needs to hang out in 2nd, but with a hard-charging Toby Maiolo, you might have something to say about that. Dylan with that 330-point gap back to Jackson for 2nd. Just needs to get home with a finish. And with points that are some form of points that are better than about 60 points. So he really still needs to finish in the top 3 drivers. Sorry, no. He needs to finish in the top 5 to have a decent result here. Currently sitting 2nd ahead of Maiolo, as we follow the battle for 4, 5, and 6. Sachin Smith Way, Nick Stardy, and young Jet McDonald on the road here across the back end of the track with 7 laps to go last time by.
I have to say, any parent or any motorsport parent that names their kid Jet, they are just top of the charts in my books. So shout outs to the McDonald family. Watching on and able to get that kart rotated really nicely. Sachin Smith Way currently running P4 on track as we cut to the wide angle as they make their way onto the start-finish straight. Your race leader punches his ticket and is out of there. 3.5 seconds the difference between Mitchell Rosenau and Westy, with Maiolo running P3 and Smithway and Stardy 4 and 5 respectively. That could potentially change. Challenging into the dipper. Great battles. And side by side on the run into the bus stop. Who's going to flinch first?
Well, they both went around side by side, and Sachin still holds that inside line. Now Jet has to tuck in behind him and settle for that spot again, but he's not going to give up the fight. They've lost touch with Nicholas Stardy now as they hit the main straightaway. Stardy taking advantage of these two fighting to open up a gap, and they're going to go side by side into turn 1. Jed McDonough will claim P5 from Sachin. And we'll go through here as they head up towards the chicane. It was 5 laps to go when they hit the line last time by. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau still checking out front now. Toby Maiolo into second. Toby coming into this round with 6 on points, 560 points to his name. Some margin off of a potential podium chance for the overalls on the weekend. Dylan Guest with the most to lose. Just circulating and trying to pick up a decent points result. Would still be 225 points to his name. And he will haul out with the overall state championship if he hangs on to third at the moment.
No more spray kicking up from the rears of these machines unless they're going through the chicane. So that track really starting to dry out now. A gaggle of drivers coming through the chicane. As once again, Chris Mitchell buries his head in the notes. There's a move in the dipper, but we watch on.
If Dylan Guest finishes 7th, it's a tie. He just has to finish better than 7th, which at the moment he is on track to do. With 3 laps to go, we follow Toby Maiolo into second. Maiolo's so good in the wet here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Look, I mean, remember what he did at King at the Hill. Just dominated that final race of the weekend, and he's doing very similar things again here. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau has been one really exciting driver to watch this weekend. Finding himself at the pointy end. He is on his way to being on the podium this weekend at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
We watch on the 57 machine. Coming through onto the final corner, your race leader, Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau, is pushing forward. Has a 4.4 second gap back to second place. Toby Maiolo. And Maiolo with a big oversteer moment coming out of the chicane. Only serves to help Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau. Dylan Guest is just looking to consolidate now.
Yeah, he's hanging out in that third spot and doing a tidy job of it to pick up the points. 2 wins, a second, and what will end up being 2/3 if he stays where he is will be enough here for Dylan Guest. As Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau leads away with 1 to go, will add 2 wins to his name with a second, a 4th and a 5th on his tally this weekend at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Young Jackson makes his way onto the back straightaway on his final tour of the circuit. He may go on to win the battle, but Dylan Guest is on track to win the war. Down into the bus stop for the final time. Young Jackson, I'm sure Yasmin is around the venue somewhere with her heart in her mouth cheering on for young Jacko as he makes his way around the right-handers for the final time. The checkered flag is out and waving. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau takes the win here in round 5 of racing for KA3 Junior Light, brought to you by Mechanical Piping Services. Toby Maiolo across the line in second, and Dylan Guest celebrates on the main straightaway. 3rd in the final race of the weekend to lock it in as your 2021 West Australian State Champion. Nicholas Stardy comes home in P4. Jet McDonald rounding out your top 5. Sachin Smith way in P6 from Lachlan Clee in 7. Mason Walczak in the 8th spot over Ashton Sprague in P9. Kay Davey rounding out your top 10. Riley Watkins home in the 11th spot at the end there from Noah Byrne in P12. Rocco came in 13 over Aiden Tempany and Toddy Vince rounding out your 15. From Jackson Curtis, Cooper Lyle and Roman Jacopetti. A shocker there for Cooper. Off the road, unfortunately, a moment to go right in the final corners of the race. And Cooper parked up on the side of the racetrack. Will take no further part and not record a finish. But Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer claims a win here. Toby Maiolo second and Dylan Guest third. Enough to claim the WA title here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the patriciacourse.com 2021 West Australian Kart Championships.
Our MPS KA3 Junior Light State Champion. Congratulations, Guesty. A fantastic job out there. How'd it feel?
The kart was a little bit slippery. Toby and Jackson got away from me, but it was a good race.
Were you doing the maths out there? Did you know where you needed to finish in order to take the title?
Yeah, we were doing the math in the pits, and I knew we got the title. So,
by our calculations, you could have come back as far as 7th, so you got there with plenty of positions to spare. Who would you like to thank for everything this weekend?
I'd just like to thank Eurotech for the kart, Flat Out Karts for the engine, and my dad for pushing around.
Congratulations, mate. Well earned.
Thank you.
Turn him around and we're back on KA3 Senior Light, brought to you by LD Total. LD Total, a national leader in commercial landscaping, priding themselves in delivering complete landscape solutions for their clients, from design to construction, maintenance, irrigation, and lot packages. Their end-to-end service makes them dependable for the entire life cycle of your landscaping project. Based out of Perth, Bunbury, Melbourne, and Adelaide, LD Total are well equipped to deliver your project on time, in budget, and above expectations. As we get set here, LD Total bringing you your KA3 Senior Lights. Tommy Lawton, coming into this one on 1,327 points, has a 502-point margin. So Tommy Lawton is already your West Australian State Champion here in KA3 Senior Light. Taylor Dicker on the outside front row in second, has a 1-point margin over Luca Nietzsche for second and third. It is locked in, and we are ready for a thriller for 12 laps on the board. And down the line, Lawton leads the field. Doesn't even need to do it here, but he's going to do it anyway. Up towards the chicane for the first time. He leads Dicker in second.
Michael Jones in the number 40 had a massive move going from the outside to the inside there in turn one, but we watched them squeeze their way through the dipper. 2 and 3 wide.
And in the mix here, Michael Jones right in there. He was fourth on the grid, and he's an outside chance of a podium. 638 points coming into this one, as Lawton already has it wrapped up. He's just going to have a celebratory race and have some fun out there. With Jonesy trying to show him a wheel, though. Jonesy really needs a win to give himself a chance here. He could buy his way into it if he wants to be on the podium this afternoon. Tommy's not having any of that. He's going to block and put Jonesy back to second.
It's going to be interesting to see if Lawton can hold Jonesy off, if Taylor Dicker can latch onto the back and eventually make a meal out of him. Into the bus stop, and aggressive on the curb there is your race leader, Thomas Lawton, and the 30 machine. Jones in second, Taylor Dicker in third. The gap was 0.8 of a second from P2 to P3 last time around. Looks to have extended to over a second this time. We'll catch that as the timing updates. And it is 1.02 seconds, the difference between P2 and 3. Taylor Dicker has some work to do, leading out over Thomas Hsu in fourth, and Luca Nietzsche, your top 5. Big sideways moments in the chicane as they tag the curbs, upsetting the rear of the car.
At the moment, Michael Jones needs to win if he wants to be on the podium to knock off Luca Nietzsche. He either needs to win or he needs Luca to fall back to P6. If they finished as they were, there'd be 173 points granted from Jones in Jones's favour over Nietzsche. The gap is 186 between them.
Thomas Shue gets up over Taylor Dicker and plants himself into P3, that number 5 machine. Not what Taylor Dicker was wanting out of this final heat race. Oh, someone's turned around at the chicane.
That's unfortunate there. We've got a stricken kart, and that is Taylor Dicker, actually.
No.
That is going to shake things up, because that'll hand Jonesy the podium. Taylor Dicker was only 1 point clear of Luca Nietzsche, and that'll hand the podium to Jonesy, even if he finishes second. So there you have it. Taylor Dicker falling to the back of the order, and Jonesy now just has to consolidate second, and that should be enough to hand him the podium here in KA3 Senior Light, brought to you by LD Total.
See, but he's not going to know that. He's still got eyes only for the rear end of Thomas Lawton, and he's not going to know who's behind him. They make their way into the dipper, Lawton and Jones.
Jonesy's still giving it everything to try and close that gap.
Oh, big oversteer moment there for Jonesy. We watch on Thomas Shue in the number 5 machine.
Jones is a smart bloke. He would have done the math coming into this one, but he just knows, simply put, if I can win, I'm going to win. Jones is the oldest bloke in the field, but he still knows how to get it done, and he's going to give it absolutely everything to try and chase down Tommy Lawton. But who's coming to life? It's Tommy Shue at the moment, a 41.01. Shuey might have something to say about this as Jonesy goes for a move up the inside of Tommy Lawton. Now, surely you would think Tommy's not going to contest that too much and take the risk, although he doesn't really need to worry about it anyway. He's going to get fed a right rear by Jonesy, under brakes into the bus stop.
Really aggressive moves here on the exit of the bus stop, dragging dirt out onto the track. As we watch on with Jones up over Lawton, the order will shuffle around. Thomas Shue in 3rd place. We see the battle for first. Your top 3 skipping away as a move back in turn 1 for 4 and 5. That's Nietzsche and Sumic. And they continue on.
You can see the understeer from Jonesy as they turn in. The kart compresses a little bit and they try and fight the front end of the kart to get it turned into the dipper. Tommy Lawton clipping that inside curve at the bus stop, trying to get the Cosmic kart rotated, but Tommy Shue still on a mission, trying to chase them down. And behind, Sumic and Nietzsche fighting over the 4th and 5th spot on the road. Sumic going through to P4. We picked that up on screen, and struggling so much with the understeer around the circuit. Look at them leaning in the seat. These young guys, they haven't got a lot of bulk to them. They are running in the senior light category, but they have to put in a lot of work to lean, to generate that weight transfer onto the outside tyre, to generate some grip in these wet weather conditions here. Sumic getting the better of Nietzsche here, up to P4.
Big move under brakes there from Tommy Shue. He really closed up the gap to Lawton in the 30 machine. We'll see what that battle entails, but Lawton under fire. I'm loving the form from Shue. Look for him to make a dive in the next lap of this race.
He's going to have a red-hot crack at it. Closing right up onto the back of Tommy Lawton. Up into the chicane. Tommy grabs a bit of the curbing. Shuey tags his rear bumper and checks up, sliding across the racetrack a little bit as they come down towards the bus stop. We'll see if he can close up under brakes again here in the bus stop. Made up about a kart length as he bounces across that inside curbing at the bus stop. Tommy Shue on a mission to drive himself up and inside the top 3. He's 3rd right now. He wants to grab 2nd of Tommy Lawton. Not that it's going to help him get on the podium, but it might elevate him up possibly inside the top 5 over Duncombe and maybe even Sumic, depending on how things roll. We are 3 laps to go this time across.
Shue puts one up the inside, manages to get it done. Sideways moment there as they come across into turn 1, and Shue is on the outside. Here we go, on the run into the bus stop now, my apologies. Ducks to the inside, heavy on the brakes, tags the curb, but gets it done nicely, but loses all drive on the exit of the bus stop.
Yeah, I think he was trying to pull to the inside to cover off, but Lawton just drove right around the outside of him. He really made a meal of that move at the chicane, just way too hot on the way in. and gave up all the momentum on exit, trying to get power down to the ground. 2 laps to go here in the fight for second and third. Michael Jonesy Jones is out front and leading the way here, and he will try and pick up a win as Shuey grabs it again.
This time gets it done and gets it done nicely. They run into the dipper. Shu leans to the outside and gets good, clean drive on the way into the bus stop. Here they come, the gap opening up to Lawton. They both tag that curb. So aggressive on the curbs in this heat. So aggressive again on the exit of the bus stop. And Lawton has fallen back behind Shu. This is good for Shu.
1 lap remaining here for Michael Jones. He sees the last lap board and knows he's just a few hundred metres away from being on track to claim a podium this weekend. He's had a solid last few months of racing after a terrible run of luck in his karting career. Jonesy may not have enough to grab a win this weekend, but he'll be stoked about getting on the podium. With Tommy Lawton already locking up the title in the first 4 races of the weekend. Michael Jonesy Jones, the number 40 flat-out karts machine, works his way around the right-hand side of the circuit, shakes his head in disbelief. I don't think he's worked out whether he can get it or not. The checkered flag will drop. Jonesy wins the final race of the weekend. Tommy Schuholm in second, Thomas Lawton in third, Caleb Sumich in fourth, Luca Nietzsche P5. And I would have to do the math. I'm not sure whether that's enough points for Jonesy to jump Nietzsche, but the important one there is Taylor Dicker, all the way down in 15th, was sitting for a podium here before that incident at the chicane. So Michael Jones may have just done enough to grab a podium here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club with a win here in the final race of the weekend. Round 5 of racing from Tommy Shu in second and Thomas Lawton in third. Caleb Sumich in P4. Luca Nietzsche ran out your top 5 here in Wundowie.
Your LD Total KA3 Senior Light final heat for the day is done and dusted. And Jonesy, it wasn't good enough for the state title, but a second place finish, we've done the maths, has leapfrogged you up onto the second step of the box. You've got to be super stoked with that one.
No, very happy. And my wife's been running a spreadsheet for me all weekend with all the boys' results. So we knew Tommy had it, and credit him, mate. He's been mega fast up here all year, and especially to this weekend. Bit of an unfortunate DNF in the last one. Sort of, I thought we were probably out of podium contention and just about to put the toys away, throw the toys out of the cot and go to the bar, but I got talked out of that and said just go out and win the final, and boys gave me a rocket ship, a go-kart in the wet. So
well done, mate. Any last thank yous?
Obviously massive thanks to Greg, Sam at Flat Out Karts and the whole team there. Taylor bounced ideas off each other all weekend and trying to get us both up the front. Trev for all his help this weekend. And my old man for coming up, and obviously the family for all coming up. They're all here, so thanks very much, guys.
Well done.
We speak a language which needs no words, pushing ourselves and others to the very edge of performance. Castrol Edge. Take your performance to the edge.
And we are back. Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by Kartmart. Since 1996, assisting the growth of karting right here in Western Australia. Harvey and Megan putting in the work to help you guys out. They do specialise in the CRG chassis, but they have everything you need at their showroom down in Welshpool. To get going here as we are underway with 125 Heavy, round number 5. Lewis Reed leading from the pole spot. He has already locked up the WA title and just looking to get out and have some fun with the boys. Simon Gwillim, the defending state champ and outgoing state champ, gets to the point early though and will lead the field down the back straight. Gwillim needs to have a good finish here to hang on to that number 2 spot on the podium. He comes into this one 360 points clear of Shay Thompson, who's sitting back there in the 3rd spot. Taylor Thomas needed a good finish over Shay Thompson to get it onto the podium, but it looks like Thomas is having issues, and that a number 11 Hypercart has given up the ghost and stopped on the exit of the bus stop. So heartbreak there for Taylor Thomas. Will put him out of contention to be on the podium this weekend here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
So Gwilliam leads us out with a hefty advantage in the first session of the day, or the first session of this race. The run down now into the dipper. We follow on the battle for 2nd and 3rd between Lewis Reed and Shay Thompson. Reed looking to do everything he can just to be the fly in the ointment for the number 95, Shay Thompson.
There's always a discussion about, well, you've already won it, so what are you gaining from being out here? Well, I'm going to get out and have some fun with my go-kart, for one. But in the back of your mind, it will probably always play along that you don't want to get involved in somebody else's incident or cause an incident through, inaction or action, either way, and ruin someone else's campaign trying to run for the podium. But with Taylor Thomas out of contention, Simon Gwillim leading, looks like Shay Thompson is a sure thing to hang on to this spot and grab 3rd overall this weekend if he can stay here. Whether he stays here or passes Lewis Reed won't make much difference. And Jason Betts is a couple of 100 points further behind, so even if he loses a spot to Betsy here, he will still hang on to this one with a 225-point haul in the final round of racing. But it's Simon Gwillim, the outgoing West Australian state champ, leading the way down the line. The Red Line Oils number 12 KF Kart did everything he could, but not enough to get over the top of Lewis Reed this weekend on home turf after 12 months out of the kart.
Lewis Reed just going full send into some of these corners. Big sideways moments, and Shay Thompson drawing right up on the crash bar of Reed, your state title champion. Hard up against on the run down into the bus stop, moves to the inside, gets the kart stopped and turned and holds the position. Big love tap there for the 91 of Lewis Reed. Like, okay, you got it, but I'm still here.
You'd think at this point Lewis would just settle in and let what happens happen. Behind him, you've got Jason Betts and Bailey Mickler lining up 4th and 5th at the moment. Neither of these guys are in contention to be on the podium, but always hungry to move further up the order and just record a better result against their name to reflect. It's ultimately the only thing you look at the end of the weekend is, oh, I was 4th. Oh, well, bad luck.
So we follow on that battle for 2nd and 3rd. Shay Thompson and Lewis Reed. Shay, our quickest lapper out there, a 42.53. Big squirrely moment there for Lewis Reed running in P3. And then eyes on back to Betsy and Mickler.
Fastest man on track, Shay Thompson. A 42.539, marginally quicker than Gumby out front, but the margin sits at 1.3 seconds last time across the stripe. Now it's 1.2, as Thompson doesn't go quicker on his lap speed, but pulls in a couple of tenths from Simon Gwillim, your race leader. And this looks rather processional in the wet here for Tag 125 Heavy. Of the final round of racing this weekend for the Patriciacos.com 2021 WA Kart Championship here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Your top 5 spread right out as they come out of the dipper and the run down towards the bus stop. Before we go back to Jaden Keevil in P6, Aaron McGregor in P7. Betsy makes a little mistake there. It gives away the spot to Bailey Mickler. Pick them up coming around the right-handers there. So Mickler moving up a spot now into P4. As they come down the line, it'll be halfway home, 6 laps to go.
Quick time still belonging to Shay Thompson with a 42.30. So we enjoy shots of your race leader, Simon Gwillim, the outgoing champ. And looking to try and keep that point score discrepancy as little as possible.
Well, it's pretty simple right now. Your first and second on the road, a second and third on points, and your fourth place man on points is sitting on the sidelines watching on. So nothing really going to come of this one. But this man, Lewis Reed, what a stellar effort it has been from him and his family this weekend, claiming the West Australian title in 4 straight wins this weekend here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Man, I wish we would just see more of Lewis Reed racing like that. It's a rarity, being he's taken 12 months out of the seat, just enjoying some of the other aspects of being young and wild in life.
Right. Yeah, I'd love to take a break, return to racing, take a win, and then just go off do my own thing again, which sounds like what he's planning on doing. He says that he reckons he's going to have a gap out of the seat for a while.
Show up for 2022 WA Kart Championship and see if we can make it a repeat effort.
Defend his title.
I mean, it saves on running costs. At least you don't have to touch a go-kart or an engine throughout the year. You just give it a tickle up before the event and hope your driving talent hasn't wasted away somewhere over the last 12 months.
Why even do that? Just leave the oil in it. Throw a cover over it, ride it hard, put it away wet. It'll be fine in 12 months.
Yeah. Not a C's big end at all.
So watching on our top two, Gwilliam and Thompson. Big bite of the curb there for Gwilliam. Aggressive from the number 12 machine. And the gap was just under 0.6 of a second last time around between P1 and 2. Let's see if Shea has got any answer to Gwilliam. It's blown out another 0.2 of a second as we go to 3 laps remaining.
Gwilliam putting in a personal best lap of the race that time by 42.308 for Simon. Just a short of a couple of thousandths of a second off of the hot lap of the race set by Shea Thompson at 42.302. Earlier on in the race, it was 3 to go. And this one pretty much run and done to run out these final few laps here in round 5 of racing. For Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by Kartmart here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And Gwilliam, he'll be missing the fact that he wasn't able to defend the title after such a stellar performance a month ago up here at Wundowie for the King of the Hill. His words were, "I beat a world champion and a V8 supercar driver and I still won." But this weekend just bested by Lewis Reed for the multi-time state and a couple of times national champion holder Simon Gwilliam. He'll add another solid result nonetheless to the belt. And continue on here. 2 to go last time across the line. Gwilliam from Thompson, 1 and 2. Lewis Reed still sitting back there in P3.
On our way towards the final lap board. It's made ready and greets Simon Gwilliam as he comes around the final corner for the second to last time. He's on the home stretch now to lock up a second place result here at the state titles.
On his final tour of the circuit, hasn't claimed a win all weekend, so this will be a good feeling just to finish off with one after a trio of second place results and then a 5th in the most recent round of racing, round 4 earlier today, down the line towards the bus stop. Simon Gwilliam makes it his last tour of the circuit to cap off a pretty solid weekend here. Would have loved to hang on to the blue plate for the Redline Oils number 12 KF Kart. But second will do here as Simon Gwilliam brings it around to take the checkered flag in round 5 of Tag 125 Heavy and consolidate being on the podium here this afternoon here in Wundowie. Shea Thompson home in second, and that'll be enough to leave him third on the podium here this afternoon. Lewis Reed, your newly crowned and incumbent West Australian state champion here in Tag 125 Heavy, caps off 4 race wins and a third to finish off his solid results this weekend. Baden Minkler was home in P4 at the end of 12 laps here. Jaden Keeville P5. Jason Betts in the 6th from Ryan Barron in P7 over Aaron McGregor in the 8. Daniel Sugar 9 and Crispian Venema rounding out just 10 drivers to finish this one. Here in Tag 125 Heavy at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the patriciacourse.com 2021 West Australian Kart Championship.
Your Kartmart tag 125 heavy, second place in the state title. Unfortunately, wrapped it up last year but couldn't defend this year. It must be bittersweet. You've still rescued a pretty good finish.
Yeah, great race then. Shame it didn't rain a bit earlier today. It could have been a little bit different, but Lewis fully deserves the win. He dominated us in the dry all weekend. Had nothing for him. But yeah, that was good to finish on a high note.
Shay Thomas was behind you the entire way, putting lots of pressure on, I believe, coming through P3 for the title. So you're able to actively defend there as well.
Yeah, so I didn't know it was Shay. I actually thought it might have been Lewis. It's a bit hard to tell. They're all the same colour. But yeah, he was getting a little bit closer to me, so I had to keep pushing. And yeah, if he's ended up third after, he's had a bit of a monster of a weekend too. So yeah, good on him.
Well, congratulations, mate. Anyone you want to thank quickly?
Thanks to Gracie, Alex, Dave, the whole team for all their pit crewing work, and KF Kart and KF Kart Engines. Cheers.
Well done, mate.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
We're back on track with Cadet 9, brought to you by Just Commodore. Specialising in Australia's favourite vehicle since the early 1990s. With everything that you need out at their Kenwick warehouse, they'll be sure to have the part you need at a price that's better than what they have at the dealership. And proud supporters of our Cadet 9s, the youngest field of drivers, getting out here this weekend. It goes to the 5th round after Cruz Kelly claimed a win in round 4, stopping the charge of Connor Mayer from wrapping it up in 4 straight races. Connor Mayer comes in as your points leader, 352 points clear of Kelly in second. Another 297 points back to Chase Saxfield in third. That's where they'll line up on the grid with Bo Casagrande on the 4th spot here. Dominic Mercury on P5. Jake Kostecki due to start from P6, but Kostecki's parked up on the outgrid, seeking some attention there as the field rolls around. I think he has a mechanical issue with the kart. So they'll be given, I think, a 1 round as the yellow lights are on the starting gantry. We will not get a start this time by. We'll go back to Michael White in P7, Levi Raffel in the 8th spot, Annika Hurd in P9 from Taj McDonald. Running out your top 10, Emerson Watson, Josh Panizza, Aaron Smith and Isabella Patrizzi here in Cadet 9s. It's been a dominant drive from young Connor so far this weekend, but Cruz Kelly jumped at the opportunity in the 4th round of racing earlier today. As we get the field lining up on the back straight, it's going to be Mayer v. Kelly. Who will win the battle and who will take home the war here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the 2021 Western Australian Kart Championship? A whole bunch of nervous mums and dads and teams and families watching on the sidelines and watching online. Brought to you by 4-Star Media for the live coverage of the State Karting Championship this weekend. This is going to be a 12-lapper on a slippery and wet track that you do not want to miss. So Connor Mayer is going to set the pace as the pole man here, bringing the field around. Young Cruz Kelly on the outside front row. We'll switch the lights off and send them racing here. Kelly trying to do it the hard way around the outside, but Mayer will run up the racetrack and will come back across to have the inside line up past the canteen and into the chicane for the first time. Kelly following him through here for second. Saxfield in third. Now Mayer is wide though. He can't afford to have a DNF here. Down into the dipper for the first time.
Did he just wave him through?
I think he might have.
He did. I saw that.
He's going to cop it, and he's back into third now. And Casagrande on the outside, down under brakes into the bus stop. Cruz Kelly takes a race lead from Saxfield in second. Now Mayer back to third, with Casagrande rounding out your forward. Mercury from South Australia in P5.
Let's catch them as they come through the final corner. Cruz Kelly all the way from Tasmania currently leads us out in this Cadet 9 final heat over Chase Saxfield and Connor Mayer running in P3. Casagrande and Mercury, your top 5. And Kelly already skipping away half a second at the start-finish line.
Think about how much it rains in Tasmania and how much driving he has done in the wet. It doesn't rain that often here in Western Australia, although we have had a fair bit of it this year, and many teachable moments for these youngsters in Cadet 9s, learning how to handle a kart in the wet. As we follow along, Chase Saxfield hanging on to second here from Connor Mayer in third. Saxfield just trying to do enough to consolidate a podium this weekend after being on the back foot since qualifying. And hanging on to P2 here in the final race of the weekend.
Cruz Kelly with a blistering lap of 45.54. That's 0.4 of a second quicker than at least anybody out there, as we have one kart from the last lap out in the chicane. We catch up with the number 3 machine. Chase Saxfield has his hands full with Connor Mayer on his back bumper. They make the run down into the bus stop. Mayer pushing out wide. And it's going to be a wide entry himself for Saxfield, but manages to hold on. Mayer didn't take the lunge.
Well, they're all having a bit of a look at the non-so-greasy line. Where the rubber goes down on the race line, it gets very greasy when it's raining, and it gets a bit slick in there. But Dominic Mercury is doing a good job of it. He's closed right up onto the back of Mayer and wants to have a crack here. And maybe knock Mayer down another spot as Cruz Kelly leads away. Another hot lap from Kelly in the BRM kart, a 45.267 for the young Tasmanian, ahead of Chase Saxfield in second, Connor Mayer third, Dominic Mercury P4 from Casa Grande in 5. Mercury trying to put the pressure onto the back of Mayer, who seems to be struggling a little bit in this condition. As Mercury has a look, but drove it across that greasy line and checked up in the middle of the corner. Mayer will hang on to P4, but for how long?
Yeah, Mercury's learning every step of the way. At the moment, your race leader, Cruz Kelly, is skipping away. Has the quick lap time of 44.82, goes 1 for 1 as we have 8 laps to go. And we follow on, we see Mercury still applying the pressure to the back of Mayer. Coming through the dipper, the run into the bus stop. Tightly packed. And Mayer looks again up the inside but loses the drive on the exit. Soars at the wheel to get the kart settled. He catches the oversteer. So following on now, Saxfield, Mayer and Mercury tightly packed on track. Big move there from Mayer to get up Saxfield on the run into the dipper. Oh, and Mercury follows them through and forces the issue. Tries to get one up over Mayer. Still pushing through the bus stop and will fall back to third place. Was up as high as second for a moment there before Mayer wrenched it from him. It's tight and we'll make the run into turn 1. Let's look for a move from Mercury.
Mayer certainly stepping things up after these first few laps where he struggled in the early stages. Just doing the math, and Mayer would have to finish 8th or worse. Or he would have to finish 8th and still get the win. So if he's hanging on to second, doing a tidy job of it here over young Dominic Mercury, as Cruz Kelly stretches the legs out front. 352 points, the deficit between them into the round. Mercury slides across the racetrack and gets a move done, but then Mayer fights back, does the over and under and grabs second again here. Connor just has to be real careful to keep it on the black stuff and finish this race if he wants to be a blue plate holder this afternoon here in Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
Yeah, Mercury is just throwing absolutely everything at this track that just can't quite take it at the moment, whereas Mayer is running a much more conservative race. His mid-corner speed is higher. Yes, his lines are a little bit more open, but he is able to make hay while the sun shines. However, Mercury now pushing the gap open.
Isabella Patrizzi turned around at the hairpin there. They all navigated past her in a big old hurry. Just looked pretty scary from where we were, getting past the spun Ricardo kart of young Izzy. I'm sure parents on the sidelines would be wishing they had some form of communication to get the word to Connor to say, it's okay, just chill out. all you got to do is finish 8th or better. But the young kids, they'd have to figure it out for themselves. And that's the beauty of this class. The kids are in control. As Bo Casagrande put a move on Mayer. Oh, Mayer drops a wheel on the way into the chicane. He looks across at Chase Saxfield, who's trying to find his way around. And Chase now points it to the inside at the dipper. Gives him a little wave as well. And Chase is now on his way. But Dominic Mercury is just clearing out. He's now the quickest on track. Quicker than Cruz Kelly, but 4.1 seconds off the back of Kelly out front. So it's the East Coasters, 1 and 2 on the road here. As Kelly leads the way here. You can't even see him on screen. Dominic Mercury from South Australia in second. Another hot lap from Dominic, a 43.361 that time by.
Saxfield and Mayer providing the action in the background of the shot there as they make their way into the chicane. We watch on, and that looks to be the number 8 running in P2. We check back to our race leader, Cruz Kelly, in the 47 on the way into the bus stop now. He's nailed himself some pretty quick lap times. Last time around was a personal PB with a 43.69. The young Tasmanian acquitting himself incredibly well all the way here, a long way from home. But Dominic Mercury, man, the kid is quick. A 43.36 shaves down 0.3 of a second.
He just found a 43.01 to Cruz Kelly with a 43.5. If he was closer, he'd be making a run at young Cruz for the race lead. But Kelly out to a 3.3 second advantage with two laps to go. Last time across the line, you see young Isabella flashing across the screen down at the bus stop as we pick up with Kelly coming down the line in the BRM kart on his way to picking up another win here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. He'd be ruining those pair of thirds that he had, otherwise he would be in closer form to challenge Mayer, who took 3 wins and a second and is on track to pick it up here in the final round of racing. 1 to go here for Cruz Kelly. Whoa, just licking the curb as he tries to find his way past Isabella. God, that's going to be terrifying for the parents, just watching these youngsters navigate themselves and each other through lap traffic on these final laps of the sprint races.
So Cruz Kelly on your screen now on the run into the bus stop. And a fantastic race for the youngster. As we are on the final lap, the checkered flag is being made ready for the triumphant run through the final corner. And Cruz Kelly consolidates a second place for the state titles. And Chris, a great job from the young Tasmanian.
Yeah, great drive from young Cruz to bring it all the way over here, taking 2 wins in the last 2 races of the weekend and standing on the podium here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Cruz Kelly takes a win in round 5 to go P2 overall. Dominic Mercury home in second in that one. Mercury a fair way off a points run in the final round of racing. Bo Casagrande home in third from Chase Saxfield in fourth. And Connor Mayer, P5, enough to become your 2021 West Australian State Champion.
Cadet 9's, of course, brought to you by Just Commodore. They've been specialising in Australia's favourite vehicle since the early 1990s. Second to none in the knowledge stakes, and they supply WA drivers with pre-owned and loved Commodores. Check them out in Kenwick. They've got a warehouse full of Commodore parts. So if you're looking for something specific, chances are they've got it in stock at a pretty decent price. Go and contact Dion and his team on 94599022 or check out their website at justcommodore.com.au. We get set to head on down for a post-race interview with our Just Commodore Cadet 9 racers. In just a moment, we've dispatched Chris Mitchell to the outgrid where the drivers will be weighing in with their karts, and we'll catch him in just a minute. on the outgrid.
Congratulations, you are the 2021 state champion in Cadet 9.
Oh yeah, it feels amazing. I've been working towards this all year. Massive thanks to Flat Out Karts, Mum and Dad for supporting me. Without them, it really means a lot. Yeah, just try to play the last one safe. Yeah, just need enough points to get the win, and yeah.
Congratulations, mate, taking full advantage of the conditions and the format. Connor Mayer is now a West Australian state champion here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. One happy boy, one happy family. Good job, mate.
We're on track for your Pacific Safety Wear KA3 Junior final heat. Your points leader and unassailable Dylan Guest. Second place, Sebastian Guest on the 45 machine on 938 points, with Zane Rhodes rounding out your top three on 758, with Noah Lyle in the 4 spot. Pacific Safety Wear, go and check them out. With over 20 years experience in the industry, they pride themselves on their knowledge and experience in PPE. And through this, they've got many valuable partnerships with several of Australia's leading manufacturers. Check them out, pacificsafetyware.com.au. We are on the go around for one more lap for our KA3 fifth and final heat. So Dylan Guest already locked in as our provisional state title holder.
So just doing some quick math here. Of course, you are correct, Dylan Guest already claiming the West Australian title in this class as he leads out coming into this round from his brother Sebastian on the outside of the front row. Zane Rhodes and Noah Lyle on row 2. Noah needs to make up a 79-point deficit to make his way onto the podium. So this is going to go down to the wire between Rhodes and Lyle. It's 75 between second and third. So it needs to be a win and second, or anything in between, with Rhodes being further down the order, for Lyle to grab himself a podium place here this weekend at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
The lights are out and we are good to go. Dylan Guest will lead us into turn 1. Pressure from P3, and out in front he has skipped away. That's Zane Rhodes off on an absolute blinder through the chicane. One of them's been turned around. Not 100% sure who that was, but we'll pick them up as they exit the dipper. And it's a flurry, a couple of fast movers up the inside.
It's a Ricardo kart with yellow gloves. That's one of the Guesty boys off the road at the chicane. If it's Dylan, it's okay. And I believe it is, actually. I believe it is the 50 of Dylan Guest, a DNF in the final round. That'll leave a bad taste in your mouth after winning a state title. And Sebastian is way back in the order. This is going to really
move up the turn 1, up the inside. Sorry to cut you off, Chris, but Noah Lyle getting that one done.
Yeah, great move from Noah. Now, Noah and Zane have they've been in this position before, and it didn't go well. Robbie West, though, wanting to put his hat into the ring and play a part in this race. He fires up the inside of Zane. He's going to fight Zane. He's going to push Zane wide at the bus stop, who will rejoin here just ahead of Riley Watkins. Watkins fights to the inside. Now, this is Riley's final race in juniors. Shout out to Leah Watkins. In between taking photos, just pinged me a message with a heads up that this is Riley's final race in juniors, and he'll go to seniors for the Gascoyne Games at Exmouth later on in the year.
Zane Rhodes is bleeding positions. Looks like he's had Makuchi Allen step on up the inside into the 4 spot. And he's now back in 5th and looks to still be letting them go. So your race leader in the 4 machine, Noah Lyle, looking good. Large and in charge out front. Had almost a second of gap, and that will have blown out. 2 in tight proximity, Westy and Watkins on the road. And then we check out the 41 machine. That'll be Makuchi Allen up into 4th. Kate Davies and Josh Byrne all got up on Zane Rhodes in that last lap.
It's going to be super tight on points. Not even going to bother doing the math on that one because it's going to change every lap of this race. Noah Lyle leads away with a healthy margin over West in second. And Riley Watkins, who wants to move up the order. Riley nowhere near the points. He's down in 11th, making a great run in his final race in juniors. He wants to leave juniors behind with a tidy little memory of his final race with a white plate before he steps up into seniors later on here. And back to James McCucci-Allen in P4. Sebastian Guest is getting beaten from pillar to post, though. I can see the 45 Ricardo kart with the elbows out, just fighting for it. He has fallen way through the order, and Sebastian down in 14th, now 13th. Pretty much of a shocker, though, for someone who's starting on the front row of the grid and is going to hemorrhage enough points that will cost him a run at the podium this afternoon.
We've seen Nash Ferraro, Zane Rhodes, and Ethan Traeger all go backwards, the wrong direction in this final heat of the day.
The only thing that might save him here is the fact that Zane is down the order. Guesty might have enough to still be on the podium, albeit split between him and his brother by Noah Lyle, as one of the that's Hobson going through the dirt and will rejoin later on, and he's taken hands off the controls, and I think he actually lost brakes or lost some sort of control of the car.
Looked like a stuck throttle there because he was madly pushing for the kill switch.
Yeah, that's a terrifying moment there from young Hobson, but he did a great job to keep himself away from other drivers and out of harm's way. With Riley Watkins up to second now, West down to third from Davey, Byrne, McCucci-Allen, McDonald, Traeger, Webster, Ferraro, now Rhodes, Stefanovic and Guest all glued together. So the two guys fighting to be on the podium are way down in the order, 11th and 13th in this race.
Quick lap time for Jet McDonald with a 37.155. Only a couple of hundredths quicker than our top runner in the form of Noah Lyle with a 37.18. But we watch on now the battle with West, Davey and Byrne for the 3-4-5 battle.
So as it stands, Noah Lyle, a hot chance to step onto the second step of the podium here this afternoon after coming into this round fourth on points, taking advantage of the misfortune of Sebastian Guest and Zane Rhodes in this one. Now Rhodes is even falling further behind, so Sebastian Guest will get some points up over his adversary, and Alex Stefanovic might be one. He was way behind on points though, so Stefa not going to come into the mix for these points things. So I think Sebastian Guest has enough in hand to still step on the podium here, albeit fighting down in 11th as Noah Lyle, the man who we thought he was going to be racing for the podium, leads the way here in the final round of racing.
And comfortably too, over 3 seconds the gap. Let's see what that has developed into. As we watch on the 75 of K. Davey being absolutely hounded by Josh Byrne and Robert West. West looks like he's fallen down another spot to Jet McDonald, who's got up. So we check him on the exit of the chicane.
Yeah, young McDonald looks really good in the wet here. The young 83 Swiss Hutless machine of Jet making moves in the rain, and he was hoping for the rain yesterday, or at least his dad was. He was praying for rain to come yesterday to give Jet a bit of a hand, but as it comes today, he is proving his worth, moving through the field. Coming to this one, Jet was 16th on the grid and already fighting his way forward. He's into P5 now, and the fastest on track, a 37.075 for young Jet McDonald.
3 laps to go on our board. And not too far away from ticking over into 2. Into the bus stop now comes your race leader, Noah Lyle. On that number 4 machine, the flat-out karts entry, looking good and consolidating his position. Was over 3.5 seconds the gap, and he'll clock through again. Back to P2 is a lonely, lonely race for Riley Watkins. And then again, this is where the action is. Cade Davey with a 3-kart battle between himself, Byrne and McDonald. Tight on the way into the chicane. McDonald tries to force the issue up on Davey, or rather Byrne. Into the dipper, it continues, Chris.
Yeah, McDonald getting it done there as we follow along with Noah Lyle leading the way here. As we pick up this little battle between Davey, McDonald and Byrne. A little bit late from where the action was a moment ago as we start the final lap for Noah Lyle. 1 to go for Noah. Noah Lyle on his way around. As Noah Lyle makes his way around his final lap here, J-Mac is going to lock this one up in the final round of racing and take out P2 overall for the WA Kart Championship.
An incredible run right through to the finish, and Noah Lyle stitched that one up very early in the piece. Riley Watkins will cross the line for second with Chet McDonald rounding out the box. Josh Byrne just off a podium finish with Cade Davey, Robert West, James McCucci-Allen and Sebastian Guest coming in over Nash Ferraro. Alexander Stefanovic rounds out your top 10 for the KA3 Junior Division, proudly brought to you by Pacific Safety Wear.
Lockie Adams home in P11 from Tyson Sadler in 12, Jack Parham in 13, and Zane Rhodes taking a DNF in this final round of racing. He was on for being on the podium and will ultimately lose out, and that will put Noah a surefire thing onto the podium. Sebastian Guest should be good enough to grab third overall as a result of Noah having a DNF here. Zane having a DNF. So Noah Lyle grabs a win in the final round of racing here for KA3 Junior to put himself on the podium, and my mental math puts Sebastian Guest on the podium as well here to join his brother Dylan as your West Australian State Champion here in KA3 Junior, brought to you by Pacific Safety Wear.
Noah Lyle, congratulations, wrapping up second here at the state titles. It was a tough race, but you managed to seal it up nice and early. How was the kart out there on the wets?
Kart was awesome, able to get an early gap. It was good tyre choice, good setup from flat out.
An incredible weekend of racing. The points format has been a big talking point, but still a podium finish for the state titles. You must be happy. You ready to come back harder and stronger next season?
It's a shame we couldn't give one this weekend, obviously with the point system, but still really happy with the podium. A good recovery considering the amount of penalties given out this weekend, but pretty happy.
Well done, mate. You've earned that second place.
Thank you very much.
There was qualifying by .001. Cadet 12. 4.2 between them. Tammy wins. He can't. And we are back. Cadet 12 brought to you by Shannon's Insurance, Australia's leading insurance provider for motoring enthusiasts. Their insurance products tailored to the needs of every motoring enthusiast, including features such as limited use, insurance for daily drivers, as well as home and contents cover. Shannon's are also the leading house for veteran, vintage, classic, sporting and modified vehicles, as well as classic motorbikes, motoring memorabilia and numerical number plates. That's Shannon's Insurance, supporting Cadet 12s out and ready to race in what is set to be an absolute thriller of a final.
You've been doing some quick math in the background here in the commentary box. Now, wow me with your acumen. What have you worked out?
Well, Wildman and Webb starting on the front row. If Chase Webb wins and Chase Wildman is second, they end up tied on points, and it goes back to who was the fastest qualifier, and Chase Wildman will become state champion. That is how tight it is here. But Campbell Thompson, 402 points within the shout of being second, would need something pretty drastic to happen if he was going to move up the podium, but he is under pressure from Orlando Piavitas to be on the podium here. Orlando just 26 points behind in P4 right now. Bailey Reardon and Ben Hall, 5 and 6 from Diego Stewart and Jordan Clee, 7 and 8. Riley Curry and Riley Harrison rounding out your top 10.
Let's watch them as they round the final corner. Wildman and Webb are about to put on one heck of a show for the Shannon's Insurance Cadet 12 division. They are positively crawling on approach to the start-finish line.
Get set for a thriller as we send them racing for 12 laps on the board. Cadet 12 is about to be decided for 2021. It may as well be a dead man final. Wildman leads Webb on lap 1. Piavitas going the wrong side of the curving past the canteen. He rejoins in line, and unfortunately it looks like we've lost a couple, and that is young. One of the arrow carts, I think that's young Riccardello parked up at the infield, but I'm not entirely sure. And we do have a young one caught up in the dirt on the exit of turn 1 here. Wildman and Webb out of the bus stop, already breaking away from Campbell Thompson back there in the 3rd spot. Benjamin Hall in P4.
They know. You can guarantee they have been told that what the points are.
You're going to be sure, because as I was announcing it, Twane down there on the sidelines was having a giggle. Now Chase Webb just made a move on Chase Wildman under a yellow flag.
We'll see what the upshot of that is as carts make their way through that flashing yellow section. So we move across to a full course yellow, Chris.
Yeah, we are under full course yellow. Unfortunately, the young driver caught up in that opening lap, seeking some attention there. So we are going to put the carts under full course yellow and neutralise this race. This is the second time this has been on deck for the Cadet 12s this weekend. It happened yesterday during Heat 2 of racing here, and they've all seen the signs and are slowing up to go to full course yellow. So we will neutralise this race for your Cadet 12 final, round 5 of racing. But the big question mark that's already been placed on this one, Chase Webb making that move up the inside at turn 1, but there was a yellow light flashing on the inside of the corner.
So good news is our young driver is out of the kart, walking over to the tyre barriers as we continue to circulate, Chris, under this full course yellow scenario for the Shannon's Insurance Cadet 12s division.
So we do have the field bunched up and rolling around. They will stay under full course yellow until the stewards are satisfied that the track is safe to race again and everyone is out of harm's way.
So we are going to go for another lap where we'll keep ticking the laps down, and every lap that keeps going here is another chance for Wildman to get up over Webb.
So at this stage, under full course yellow, it is Chase Webb leading from Chase Wildman, Campbell Thompson and Benjamin Hall from Orlando Piavitas, who was lucky to rejoin where he was, going the wrong way at the curving at the canteen. Jordan Clee in P6 from Diego Stewart in 7. Riley Curry in the 8th spot over Nicholas Razzo and Bailey Reardon all the way down in the 10th spot there. Young Bailey out of 5th on the grid. Had a bit of a shocking opening segment.
So tense moments as we have this race on hold.
And the red flag has been thrown out, so we will stop this race. We will get these young drivers pulled up, and this race will be completely stopped here to tend to the medical situation happening at turn 1. The field will pull up, and this race will be stopped here for your Cadet 12 final, brought to you by Shannon's Insurance. Sit tight if you're watching live online for 4-Star Media's coverage of the 2021 WA Kart Championship. We are under red flag conditions for round 5 of racing in Cadet 12 of their final. And we would hopefully be back racing soon. Hopefully all young drivers caught up in the incident on the opening lap are A-OK and will be tended to by our medical professionals.
Oh, good, yeah. I'm going to get a coffee.
And so we are under continued red flag conditions, but the order has been sorted for the field at the resumption here. And the kids sitting down on the front straight, waving at us. Yeah, hi Chase and Campbell. Yeah, hi. They're getting ready. They're ready to rip, roar and fire into this one for the remainder of the 5th and final race of the weekend for Cadet 12s, brought to you by Shannon's Insurance. A call out to anyone around Hurricane Go-Kart Club here in Wundowie who are still hungry. The canteen is closing at the end of racing, but do not fear. There is roast beef gravy rolls after racing's finished to be had. So if you are still hungry and they have closed the canteen.
And everybody knows that, I don't just come here for the action on track. I come here for the roast beef and gravy rolls.
Yeah, we come to Hurricane for the roast beef and gravy. They are to die for. So we are excited for those. But yes, the canteen will be closing after racing's finished. And don't fear if you're still hungry. There is roast beef and gravy rolls. Of course, the bar will be open to enjoy a beverage responsibly to celebrate the wrap-up of a big weekend of racing for the PatriziCourse.com 2021 Western Australian Kart Championships. And my heart goes out to the youngsters and the families of the youngsters that caught up in our opening lap incident that brought about the red flag. Hopefully they get the attention they need and they are A-OK. Kids are made of rubber, mate. They'll bounce back. And we can get underway with the resumption of race 5 for Cadet 12s in just a couple of moments.
We speak a language which needs no words, pushing ourselves and others to the very edge of performance. Castrol Edge. Take your performance to the edge.
Well, the field is back up and rolling again, and they are circulating in formation. The restart procedure following a red flag is they'll roll around at starting pace in single file straight down the centre of the tram lines, where they'll receive a green flag to go racing. The kids have been well adjusted to this. They did this yesterday after the incident during the second heat of racing. Young Riley Harrison was caught up in that one. It was good to see Riley was A-OK. Being taken away by the ambulance, but he checked out and was okay to continue racing for the East Coast driver who made the way over here to go racing with us. Green flag waves, we are back under racing. Chase Webb will lead the field away from Wildman in second.
So, single file, and issues for one of our drivers caught up on turn 1, and the yellow helmet slaps the steering wheel in disgust, Chris.
Yeah, Riley Harrison from 11th at that restart, getting caught up there in the incident down at turn 1. Even in single file, it can still happen, but it's Webb leading from Wildman in second, Thompson third, Orlando Piavitas in the 4th spot, Tiago Stewart up the inside of Ben Hall. Then it's Razzo behind, and it looks like it was Clee going through the dirt, the 67 machine. Now Razzo back to the inside of Hall. We pick them up as they come down the main straightaway.
Big run from the 51 machine. Campbell Thompson grabs a spot, and he's going to be happy with that one in turn 1 as they make their way through the chicane. Now we follow on with your race leader, Chase Webb, starting to skip away from Wildman and Thompson with Piavitas on the back of that 4-kart battle pack. Piavitas has done a fantastic job challenging for third. Surge up under brakes, clips the curb, and it's a beautiful move from the number 18 of Orlando Piavitas for a podium position.
He needs to get ahead of Thompson if he wants to be on the podium today. There was only 26 between them coming into this final race of the weekend. From Campbell Thompson on P3 to Orlando Piavitas on P4. He needed to get above him. It's 225 for third and 169 for fourth as they head up into the chicane. Chase Wildman in second. Knows that he just has to finish behind Chase Webb. Or even he might not even know if Chase Wildman hasn't told him and just told him, go get it, son. See what can shake out of it as Webby leads the way through the bus stop again. Wildman in second. He might start coming under pressure from Orlando Piavitas, and then I am not doing the math on that one.
Look at this. Piavitas is on the hunt, right on the crash bar of the second place machine of Wildman. Up the inside of the run into turn one, gets it done. Wildman just about falls victim to a 2-for-1 deal, but holds on to P3. Tags the back of Piavitas, almost unloads him through the chicane, and will come out on top, but will lose a position. So effectively, Wildman will stay.
Oh, no!
Piavitas!
Oh, no! Heartbreak. Chase Wildman facing the wrong direction in the final here, getting caught up with Orlando Piavitas. Orlando gets going again and hangs on to third. That releases Chase Webb into the lead. Campbell Thompson in a second. J-Mac is looking at me like I got two heads. I am not doing the math on this.
Put the calculator down, Chris Mitchell. We're going to run this through to its completion and we'll fix it up at the end. Chase Webb, your race leader. Campbell Thompson in second with Piavitas rounding out your top three. Russo and Diago Stewart on for a top 5 finish, respectively.
What a drive this is for Nicholas Razzo. From 12th on the grid, he is 4th at the moment. Mum is pumping it up in here in timing because young Nicholas is on a mission to wrap up a solid weekend here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. But it's Chase Webb out front, fastest on track. Last time across a 40.245. Orlando hot lapped the race with a 40.243. But Webb is on a mission.
Oh, someone's off at the exit of the bus stop. They keep their foot into it and rejoin. They'll lose at least a spot. No, that turns into 2. Do we watch on? I believe with our... Just trying to catch him. Anyway, we continue on the run now into the bus stop.
Chase Webb with 2 laps to go. Last time across the line, remember we did all those laps under full course yellows. So this race of actual racing laps is going to be quite short here for your Cadet 12s. But Chase Webb brings it around onto the main straightaway. 1 to run for Chase Webb. This leaves a big question mark for young Chase, about to take his second career win in Cadet 12, and it could come at exactly the right moment to put him with a blue plate leaving Hurricane Go-Kart Club this afternoon.
Great performance from young Diago Stewart, on track for a top 5 finish here. Are we happy with that? But Razzo in the 4 spot. Let's watch on, coming out of the bus stop now.
Campbell Thompson will be a happy young man as well, sitting in second with a gap back to Orlando Piavitas as the checkered flag will fly. Chase Webb wins round 5 of racing here in your Cadet 12s. Campbell Thompson home in second. And Orlando Piavitas in third. Nicholas Razzo, P4 down the line. Diago Stewart, P5. And Chase Webb is celebrating out on track, folks. Give them a round of applause for your Cadet 12s. These kids have put on the best racing all weekend long. Despite the red flags and stoppages, the kids are amazing. And I tip my hat to any of these and the families involved. Congratulations to all runners in your Cadet 12s, brought to you by Shannon's Insurance.
So your finishing order for the Shannon's Insurance Cadet 12s. One more time, Chase Webb victorious. And the 33 machine with Campbell Thompson, P2. Orlando Piavitas rounds out the box with Razzo and Stewart, your top 5. Then we see Clee from Hall with Curry, Warner and Reardon rounding out your top 10 over Razzo. That's Jaden Razzo in 11th. Fantastic run there. And some very difficult times as we catch the scenes in the outgrid. And it's fist pumps all round.
Chase Webb, my goodness. What a series of emotions for you and your family right now and all of the Cadet 12s. This kid turns it on right at the pinnacle of the weekend. A maiden Cadet 12 win, backing it up with a second Cadet 12 win. And on the points, you are now a state champion. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. This is crazy. It's my first year and I've already won. I'd like to thank Flat Out, my family for watching. Connor, unlucky he couldn't race today. I don't know what to say. West Coast Civil, and yeah.
Mate, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. Chase Webb, your state champion here in Cadet 12s. What a finish, what a race. And that will go down in the history books from here on out in West Australian karting.
Big thumbs up and smiles from Chase Webb, our provisional champion here at the state titles. Welcome if you are watching on the 4-Star Media live stream. This is the patriziacourse.com 2021 WA State Champs. And we are on with the 79 Kart Sports Tag 125 Lights Division. 79 Kart Sports have come on board. They are a family-run business supplying karts, parts and consumables. And down comes the rain. Based in Kalgoorlie, the 79 Kart Sports team make their way to most country and city-run race meetings, carrying with them stock of various brands of kart and engine parts, as well as consumables. Run with a family-first approach. Wayne and Rosalie are happy to assist in any way they can. Give them a call, 0419 044 597, to have a chat to Wayne from 79 Kart Sports. So we move on now. And Kip Foster currently leads out, even with a DNF. It's a tenuous lead and still one that is up for challenge, as Caleb Sumich has 848 points, currently running in second. Ash Morrissey and Jake Sawyer round out your top four and will leave from those positions respectively, as we are lights out and racing. Foster comes across to the inside to cover off anybody on the outside. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are turned around.
Sumich is in that too. He's going to go to the back of the train as a result. Spot the number 14 Cosmic Kart getting caught up on the outside, and he goes down the train. That hands a big old berth to Kip Foster to take this one out. He has third place sitter Ash Morrissey behind him in second though. These guys are on slicks, and it just opened up the heavens for about 10 seconds, but it's enough.
Foster's gone around. The Mats is going to be insane on this one as well. Foster's got his hands out. He's going, what happened? What did I do to deserve that? We can see him.
It's heartbreaking.
He's going to be absolutely livid, just spinning his wheels in the dust and trying to get his way. Kip Foster's back on track, but his chances are dusted.
Slim to none. Ash Morrissey is not that far behind and is going to be in the hunt here. It's Thomas Lawton leading the way. In fact, Morrissey must have been caught up in that, as there's another one spinner, the 75 of Tommy Shue caught up on the exit of the chicane. Tommy Lawton leads the way. He was fifth coming into this one on 585 points down to the bus stop.
Foster's off again, I think. And this is just
absolutely chaotic. That's all I can use to describe it. A wet race on slick tyres. It started raining while they were in formation. Kip Foster circulating, but right down the back of the pack, and I'm talking way down in 17th on the road behind Luke Anici. Luke Sawyer has been bumped out of this one. Jake Sawyer, trying to find where Jake Sawyer is on track. He is, where is Jake Sawyer? Jake Sawyer not showing up on our timing either. So Jake Sawyer, who was fourth on timing, he's having a DNF. There's more rain coming. Ashley Morrissey, who was third on points, is down in 11th. Tommy Lawton, who was in fifth, might actually have something to say about a podium here. It might not be enough for the win, but Caleb Sumich might throw a spanner in the works here. Sumich is fifth. If Sumic runs 5th, it's not enough points to overcome the 179-point deficit. Oh my goodness, Sumic needs to get to work here in the wet as Tommy Lawton and Hayden Fraser.
Big sand on the way into the chicane. It's the crisscross, and they are dancing on an ice rink. Chris Mitchell, we have to collect ourselves because these drivers are now in the most treacherous situation that they could ever find themselves.
You could not pay me enough to be out there right now on a slick tyre. I would pull in and call it because that rain is starting to sound quite solid, and that is just going to be utterly not fun. As you can see them leaning in the kart, trying to generate as much traction as they can, babying the throttle as they roll around the track at formation pace. Lawton leads Fraser from Oriema, then a gap back to McPherson and Sumic, who's in the hot seat to potentially, and I say potentially, pick up the state championship if he can shake a leg and move forward.
So, of course, the track was declared wet earlier in the day, so tyre choice really was a matter of personal preference. But nobody was prepped for this. Everybody is on the slicks. And there is torrential rain as we see P3 and 2 swap themselves around. We see Oriema up into P2. 5th makes a dive. That'll be Sumic on McPherson. McPherson's got nothing to answer.
He needs another one. It's 179 points, the gap from Sumic to McPherson. Kipper is down in 17th. He's still going to pick up 3 points. So Sumic needs more than 182. Sumic needs to get 3rd if Kip doesn't move forward. And that's where the clincher is, because Kipper is all over the back of Luke Sawyer, heading through the right-hand side. And Sumic is back in 4th, a ways away off the back of Hayden Fraser as your leader.
So Kip Foster still has the potential to move the goalpost.
Kip Foster could still win this. Mathematically, Kip Foster, if they finish exactly as they are right now, pending no penalties, Kip Foster will go back-to-back champion. And this is just ridiculous.
For those of you, and myself included, that were maybe doubting this points format, we potentially stand corrected as Foster gets up around and makes it stick. The number 3 has gone backwards at the bus stop, but our attention on Oriema coming into the chicane. That's your race leader, Lawton, ahead of Oriema. Oriema tiptoeing around in the number 10 machine with Fraser behind him.
Kipper up to P15 it should be as they come down the line. And we confirm Kip in 13th actually, so Kip moves up and he picks up 190 points. Sumic needs to be 3rd, coming up onto the back, and he's actually under pressure with Tommy Shu. Tommy's off the road, down at the bus stop, and he gives it away to Sumic. So Caleb Sumic actually needs to fight through and get it as McPherson and Shu going to go bashing side pods and banging wheels as they fight it out on a slick tyre for the remaining placings here. Down the line, this is Fraser and Oriema together. Oriema catching the canteen curbing. Sumic needs these guys to fight. He needs to be 3rd to have a chance at winning this state title.
So leading us out is Lawton. He's already navigated the dipper. We're watching the battle for P2 and 3. This is the gap. You can see it. It was over 2.9 seconds last time around. Oriema fighting and grabs the position. Will push hard and hold track posse. As they come in through the second to last corner, around the outside, looks Hayden Fraser trying to get the job done. Cuts to the inside. Oriema will give him just enough room, but still edge in front, head down, and turning those slicks on the start-finish straight.
This is the battle for the ages for 2nd between 2 very unlikely candidates coming into this round. I mean, we're talking about guys who are 12th, and let me just find Fraser, 11th on points coming into this race. They're fighting it out for 2nd and 3rd on the road, and their results will have an impact, a lasting impact, on who will end up becoming the state champion here for 2021.
Oriema almost didn't get it turned up the inside, goes to 26 and is going to force the issue on the exit of the bus stop. How's that? Hayden Fraser still under fire. Oriema just won't say die.
And he won't say die, and meanwhile, Caleb Sumic is sitting back there watching these 2 fight, needing them to continue fighting and slowing each other down so he can close up to them and put some pressure on and maybe buy his way into the top 3. Currently Kip Foster still sitting in 13th on the road, would pick up 11 points to the 179 of a margin he has. That's 190. Third place is 225. Caleb Sumich would become state champion. I've done too many world championships. That's a humble brag.
It may as well be a world championship.
At this
the way
rate,
these guys are fighting, it's incredible to watch, and we hope you're enjoying it on the 4-Star Media live stream.
Shuey up the inside at the bus stop on Sumich. We're still watching as Oriema and Fraser have settled down, and they've opened up a gap. Tommy Shu is being a real thorn in Sumich's side at the moment, sliding up the inside, and he's also dragging, I think it's a lat cart actually. No, Christopher Smith in the 94 with him as well. The Energy Course cart. My apologies for calling it a lapped cart, as Tommy Lawton leads the way, completely oblivious to what is going on around him. Now, if Tommy Lawton wins, he will go to 986 points, which might put him on the podium. So Tommy Lawton's racing for a podium as well to potentially go to third, because Ashley Morrissey is currently in 8th. That's 53 points, and that would only put him on 680-odd points. So, man, oh man, Tommy Lawton is racing to be on the podium in the wet here. This is chaos.
The mental gymnastics you're pulling off is unbelievable. Big moment on the entry into turn 1 there for Thomas Lawton. It almost finished. So we catch him coming through the chicane. There was a huge lock-up moment.
I run on caffeine and adrenaline, and I've got both going on right now. Tommy Lawton, we are on the final lap, by the way. We completely missed that one. Tommy Lawton on his way around the circuit to race it down to the line, potentially putting himself on the podium. He was 5th on points coming into this final race. A 401-point haul may be enough to put him on the podium this afternoon. Tommy Shu fires one up the inside of Hayden Fraser at the last minute, but the checkered flag flies. Give it up. Thomas Lawton takes the win in round 5 of Tag 125 Light, brought to you by 79 Kart Sport. Gianluca Oriema home in 2nd. Tommy Shu in 3rd. Hayden Fraser in 4th. Caleb Sumich in P5 would not be enough, as Shane McPherson comes home in P6 from Morrissey in 7. That's one to watch as well for the podium over Jack Caiulo. Next in line will be Tyler Smith. And down the line comes Kip Foster. Foster goes P10. And that is enough to retain the Western Australian State Championship. Kip Foster, from the penthouse to the basement and back, has retained the Western Australian State Championship. By my math, provisionally of course, in an absolute barn burner of a race in the rain on dry tyres.
We speak a language which needs no words, pushing ourselves and others to the very edge of performance. Castrol Edge. Take your performance to the edge.
So by our maths, with a 10th place finish there in that final heat, that is enough for you to wrap up the 2021 state titles in the 79 Kart Sports Tag 125 Light Division. Congratulations, Kip Foster. Provisional at this point in time, but man, oh man, what a hectic race.
Oh, I mean, I went through all a whole load of emotions, you know. I mean, I was off the track, stuck off. I just thought there's no chance of being able to get back on. You know, you always look like a bit of a goose trying to buck your cart back onto the track. And I thought, well, I'm not going to have a go at that. And then I thought, no, I've got to have a try, you know, because overall points, a little bit different system to what we'd normally use. And so maybe if it's all worked out, then yeah, it's paid off. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
They're going to be doing the points as we speak, but still bask in this feeling, mate. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank?
Oh, obviously Mike Ellis and Scott Foster, and obviously the KF team, my family. Yeah, just a great weekend. If it works out for me, if it doesn't, well, I mean, it's just someone lucky will get it. So I had a great time. Thanks.
Well done, mate.
Cheers, bud.
So looks like we are rolling around for our Pacific Safety Wear KA3 Senior Heavy Division, but just going through the Facebook live stream comments, Michael Patrizzi throwing it out there. You ripped KF Kart back-to-back tag light champions. Showing some love for the Birrells. And we are going to go around one more time. The hands are in the air. Top of the points here on 1,327 is Nathan King. Lloyd Nicholson is back on just under 1,000 points, closely followed by Lachlan Harvey. Jaden Keevil will start from 4th place with 864 points to his name. Craig Ryan over Minton with Coria and Hunt 7th and 8th respectively. Drivers on their way now into the Dipper on this formation lap. As we get set, we hope you enjoyed that 79 Kart Sports Tag 125 Light final heat race. It was a nail-biter with Kip Foster ultimately, provisionally, your state title holder for the 2021 series. We hope you are enjoying yourselves watching on both here at the venue and on the 4Style Media live stream as we shake things up. Waiting for that light to go out, and there it is. The 37 covers off any access, both from behind and alongside. So Nathan King leads us out into the chicane. The 35. In 2nd place, that'll be Lloyd Nicholson. We've got a fast mover from P4 up, contacting our man in 2nd. Throws the hand up in disgust. Big run on the way down into the bus stop. The 78 has nabbed P2. That'll be Jaden Keevil. Keevil's gotten up over Lachlan Harvey in the yellow kit. Big slide job there from Harvey. Quick look towards the right-hand side, looking at his options. The sun flashes off the dash systems on the steering wheel. Nathan King leading out over Keevil with Harvey and Nicholson for a 3rd and 4th, with Josh Hunt rounding out your top 5. Hunt Pretty quiet, lonely races. He's just exiting the dipper. They're on their way in towards the bus stop. Your race leader has gapped the field with over 1.6 seconds to his name on the 37 machine. Nathan King putting in good work in this early stage as we are about to tick over 10 laps to go. Big look over the shoulder there from P4 Lloyd Nicholson. He's got plenty of gap back to Josh Hunt. Over 1.8 seconds the difference. The roost really starting to spray up off the rear tyres now. And a quick lap time there, a 42.56 from Nathan King. Everybody clocking in, of course, with PBs in their first hot lap. We'll see as things develop. But King really opening that gap up. It was almost 2.5 seconds. We're checking out the 78 machine now. That's Jaden Keevil operating out of the 2 spot and desperately trying to hunt down this man, Nathan King, halfway through turn 1. Looking smooth and unbothered there is Nathan King in the KF Kart entry. Big understeer moment through the dipper, getting that thing turned very late. Didn't seem to hurt him too much on the run down into the bus stop. So your top order looks like this. Nathan King hot lapping with another quick time of 42.42. Jaden Keevil running in P2. Harvey in third with Nicholson and Hunt rounding out your top 5. Mackie, Correa, Jamison, McDougall and Beck, your top 10. Big slide moment there for the 35 of Lloyd Nicholson as he drifts further off the back of Lachlan Harvey. When we watch on, there's a pass happening on the exit here. Just trying to track him down. That is the 37 machine of Nathan King.
He's on a mission at the moment, knowing that a win will hand him the blue plate here. Coming to this one with a little over 334 points in hand as a lead. He needs to get a win, or at least needs to at least finish better than Nicholson and Harvey to hang on to that one and be absolutely sure, not having to resort to what-if calculations as King leads out from Keevil and Harvey, and Nicholson in 4, Josh Hunt in P5. We follow along with Keevil at the moment, currently holding on to second. Keevil's quick in the wet weather conditions here, the 78 Cosmic Kart, down 3.2 seconds off the back of Nathan King, who's just quicker in the KF Kart. Last time across, though, Keevil was marginally faster to the tune of about 1/10 of a second. Not enough to make an impact on that 3.2 second deficit. From behind him as well, defending and seemingly outgoing state champion, Lachlan Harvey in the 3rd spot. Just wanted to rub into the wound, didn't it? Before the race is even over, you're done. And Lloyd Nicholson back there in P4. From Hunt, rounding out your 5. We're crossing the halfway point, 6 down with 6 to go here in KA3 Senior Heavy, brought to you by Pacific Safety Wear.
The time slot in and no one really going any better this time around. It's become a little processional as we follow on with our race leader Nathan King on the 37. 3.5 seconds back to Jaden Keevil. We've got 5 laps remaining this time around.
Just keeping an eye on this, the points, even though Nathan King's in front and on his way to taking this one out. Keevil in second would close down some of that points deficit to Lachlan Harvey in 3rd, but not by enough. There's only 75 points between 2nd and 3rd in the race, and there is 978 to 864. So Harvey on track at the moment, if he stays 3rd, to hang on to a podium position here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club in KA3 Senior Heavy. If he stays ahead of Lloyd Nicholson behind him, the gap, if he falls into 4th, may be enough to drop him off and send Jaden Keevil onto the podium here this afternoon.
A lot of love for Harvey on the YouTube live stream. Checking it out on 4Style Media's channel. Marius Radari is loving it. Thomas Irks as well.
At this stage, actually, Harvey will jump to 2nd over Nicholson. Just 19 points between them coming into this race, and it's 225 to 169. So Harvey will jump to 2nd, and Nicholson will drop to third. Keyville, even finishing second, will only be good enough for fourth this weekend. And trying to chase it down as Nathan King leads the way here. We pick up with the 78 Cosmic Kart of Keyville, making his way around out of the bus stop and heading into the right-hand section of the lap. Nathan King comes across the line to start off. 3 laps to go here in KA3 Senior Heavy. Running down these final few money laps as King dominates the field out to a 5.1 second advantage. Last lap, he was 6/10 quicker than Jaden Keevil in second.
Lock on Harvey, looking to get up the inside of Lloyd Nicholson. Nicholson fights back and covers him off on the entry into the chicane. Harvey not giving up in that fluoro yellow suit and helmet, running into the dipper.
That's the race for second and third there. Nicholson getting one done on Harvey will keep him in second and will push Harvey back to the third spot. So young Locke, if he wants to be up the next step of the podium, needs to make something happen here. As Nicholson grabs that 3 spot, it's enough in hand to maintain Nicholson's lead over Harvey for second overall.
Following on with your race leader, Nathan King. And you just have to imagine, we can see it there in some of the camera shots here brought to us by 4-Star Media, the glare coming off this wet track must be playing havoc with drivers' depth perception.
It really shines bright in your eyes. Luckily, most of these guys out there with the iridium and tinted visors would help a little bit. But yeah, it's one of the things you don't really consider until you get out there, and it's a problem, is a wet track shining in your eyes as the sun comes out, really causing havoc as Nathan King makes his way onto the main straightaway to start his final lap. 1 to go here for King in the 37 KF kart. Down the line on his way to locking up the West Australian state title here in KA3 Senior Heavy.
This has been a rock-solid performance here. 2 wins, about to become 3 if he can just hold on for the remaining half a lap. He took himself a second-place finish. So we're watching a couple of drivers that were caught out with the wet track, currently circulating on their slicks. They're still having a great tussle. But here it comes through the last couple of corners to wrap up the state title. Nathan King for the checkered flag. And it's a subdued fist bump there.
A happy one nonetheless. King takes out the WA title here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club, and he becomes your 2021 West Australian State Champion. Jaden Keeville home in second in the final race of the weekend. Will only be good enough for fourth, I believe, from Lloyd Nicholson, wrapping up third. That'll put him second overall. And Lachlan Harvey, fourth on the road, will put him on the podium here this afternoon at Hurricane Go-Kart Club.
So Nathan King didn't have that wrapped up on the way in, but it was just about as good as done. There was still a mathematical chance that Nicholson could have got up, but all going the way of Nathan King. Job's done.
We speak a language which needs no words, pushing ourselves and others to the very edge of performance. Castrol Edge. Take your performance to the edge.
Nathan King adds another win and another 401 points to the tally. 3 wins, 1 second and a minor placing throughout the course of the day is enough to stitch up the title. Congratulations, mate. You must feel good.
Yeah, it's awesome, mate. First state title, so it's been a long time coming, but I got there.
Variety of conditions thrown at you over the last couple of days. How did you handle that?
Yeah, it's been challenging, but I had the right people behind me and it helped me get there. It's just been challenging.
Who would you like to thank for that support?
I've got to thank my family. You know, they've been there. They gave up their weekend to support me. Troy and his wife, you know, they helped me out all weekend. Troy pitted for me. He done everything. So, no, thank you. And just the whole KF team, you know, they've been there when I've needed them. Mike Ellis, Yeah, thank you.
Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate.
Back on track with WA Open Performance, brought to you by Swiss Hutless. For all your karts, parts and accessories, go see Hurricane Go-Kart Club's very own club president, Mr. Gavin Kennedy, out in the big white truck just at the Western entrance. He's here at every event and happy to support anyone who comes his way. You've got a broken kart on race day, they'll be happy to fix it. Proud supporters of WA Karting and the Open Performance class here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And that's a heartbreaker right there. Melinda Sully parking it up in the dirt in the outlap. And yeah, she's come to a stop. And I believe won't take any further part here in WA Open Performance. So the way this stacks up, Blake Preston taking an emotional win across 4 races in straight succession has wrapped up the overall title. But behind him, Nathan Phillips currently sits second on points. Shay Thompson on third, Scott Mackay on P4 with Matthew Chambers P5 with Connor Roth, Melinda Sully. It looks like Melinda has dragged the kart off the track, so she won't take any further part in this race here, ahead of 3-time West Australian back-to-back-to-back state champion Courtney Goff. P9 on points this weekend, hasn't quite gone all her way. From Charlotte Campbell in P10, Nathan Will, then Greg Campbell, Jordan Montgomery, and then Jess and Richard Howe. As they roll on down the straight, yet to get formation, as we wait for some of the last of the stragglers to join the field and get us set and ready to go for 12 laps on the board here in WA Open Performance. The fight for the podium here. Nathan Phillips, the outgoing state champion on 920 points. Shay Thompson in the Gillard IAMI Super X30 powered machine on 765, less than 100 points behind Scott Mackay.
Three heats remain for the 2021 patriciacourse.com.au state titles here at the Hurricane Go-Kart Club. 3 heats, including this one. 36 laps over 3 12-lap heats. And Preston must be feeling so good out there, driving with a purpose. And we are going to go for another roll around. Still struggling to get our rear of field up onto the grid. So Chris Mitchell just getting his ducks in a row, working out the maths, ready to let those beads on the abacus fly.
Coming into this weekend, I knew I was going to have to get the calculator out.
Yeah, your fingers limbered up.
Oh, mate. And I knew I was going to have to get the calculator out at some point. I didn't realise it was so early in the weekend. And then I didn't realise I would have the expectation to continue to break out the calculator, to work out these things, how these races are going to pan out. Your pole man, Blake Preston, has already wrapped things up following 4 straight wins in the 84 Swiss Hutless machine. He's going to bring it out for one final tilt out here and having fun with his mates here in WA Open Performance, a field of racing where anything kind of goes, with weight breaks to suit all engine combinations as we go lights out and racing for 12 laps here in round 5.
Preston dropping back into P3. That becomes P4. He's going to have a bit of work on his hands. That becomes P5. Wasn't expecting that one, but a big run through the chicane there. It's the 77 and Nathan Phillips leading us out, Chris.
Twin engine powered outgoing state champion here of Nathan, busting away out front in the twin, letting the legs start to really run away from the 6-speed sequential gearbox and the KZ kart of Scott Mackay in that comp kart machine. Behind him is Shay Thompson. Now Thompson and Mackay are fighting for a podium spot here. If Mackay comes home in second, he will only finish 75 points ahead of Thompson, which would not be enough to make it onto the podium this afternoon here. So Mackay really needs a win to be able to pick something up, or he needs Matt Chambers to creep on up and work his magic on Shay, which is always a possibility. The way Matt Chambers drives this twin-engine powered CRG machine, he likes to make that thing nice and wide.
Shay Thompson looked good through the dipper, gaining some ground on Mackay and the 16 machine. They'll come through the bus stop, using every available ounce of track. And Mackay just cutting the nose off. They come into the second to last corner. Thompson looking up the inside, slots back into the toe, drifting it through that final corner. The 11 now under siege from the 78 of Matty Chambers. Chambers getting up into the mix there in the exit of turn 1 before falling back on the run into the chicane. And Mackay covering off all avenues as Phillips runs a quick time of 41.47. Starting to skip away. The gap was 1.3 seconds, the difference last time. Big understeer moment for Phillips into the bus stop and rolled through the bus stop.
Wow, that was a clutch moment there for Matty Chambers. He thought he might have had a run, pointed it at the apex, and everything around him said nuh-uh. And he went sliding off to the outside, almost cleaning up the back end of Scotty Mackay at the same time. So Chambers will have to reset. If Chambers gets in front of Thompson and holds him off, Mackay will end up on the podium this afternoon if he hangs on to second.
Problems
for
Mackay going through the dirt on the exit of the chicane. He'll lose 2 spots, and the order now looks like this. Phillips over Thompson, Chambers, then Mackay back in 4th, Chris.
Yeah, that's a shocker for the points, though. Thompson will be happy about that. Now he's going to start to think about holding off Matty Chambers. So Matty doesn't work any of his magic in this ultra-wide 78 CRG. It doesn't look wide. He just makes it really wide on track. Really hard to pass Matty Chambers. That's been a point that's been proven time and time again here in West Australian. WA Open Performance Racing. Anywhere around the state. As Phillips continues to lead out, he's hitting the back straight and working his way past one of the Howe karts in lap traffic as the rest of the field behind. Chambers and Thompson and then Mackay both working their way past both the Howe now.
Phillips just tiptoeing his way through the bus stop as we catch the battle between Thompson and Chambers. Chambers and Thompson, big sideways moment for Thompson on the run in towards the final corner. Here they come, and Chambers has got some serious speed as we have problems for the number 97 machine of Charlotte Campbell.
Yeah, she's either struggling. I think she went out on slicks. I did see the 97 kart sitting on slick tyres on the Acrid, so she'll be struggling with the conditions and just creeping her way around the circuit. Her dad Greg is on the scene to give her a bit of a hurry up. I'm sure Greg has the wets as he's firing
the move
past.
In the bus stop, and it's a crisscross, fantastically pulled off by Shay Thompson. Relegated to 3rd, then back up to 2nd. And your top order remains unchanged. Where is Blake Preston in all of this? Is he just going out full send and having some fun with it?
Yeah, I think Preston's just rolling around and enjoying himself. It wouldn't surprise me if he's actually out there on slicks and just having fun, because he's lapping at the 45s, which is not where we would expect Blake to be rolling around. But he's already wrapped up, and you can actually see on his card he is on slicks. So Blake's out there having fun and getting nice and sideways, dropping the hammer to celebrate taking out the West Australian title in straight sets here this weekend at Hurricane Go-Kart Club as Nathan Phillips carves his way through traffic of Connor Roth, then Courtney Goff, now Daniel Clark up the inside and drags the 77 twin-engine machine out of the final corners and down the straight, continuing his way down across the halfway point with 5 laps to go now for Nathan Phillips out front.
So Nathan Phillips, if he finishes here, looks to wrap up 2nd place in the state titles. Shay Thompson is looking to fend off the onslaught of Scott Mackay, who's in the points at 4th. Should be fairly safe with a 2nd place finish. So we watch on. This is Nathan Phillips, your current race leader, on our screens. Coming through.
Just watching the action, Shay Thompson and Matt Chambers still fighting it out for 2nd and 3rd. Not much further behind. Thompson made the move on Chambers a moment ago. Chambers will drag him back down the straight just behind this man. We're watching Phillips. We'll see if we can pick up the battle for 2nd here as Phillips hits the back straightaway. Here we go. It's Chambers holding on to 2nd, Thompson in 3rd. Thompson's got a quicker kart through the middle of the corner. It just doesn't have the horsepower to unleash fury onto the racetrack and power down these straights like the twin-engine machine does. And that's what's always been the case with these Super X30s. They're just tactically not a good kart to go racing with in open performance.
So it's a tough ask for Thompson to get up over the top of Chambers as we see Phillips muscling this 77 twin-engine machine around. Plenty of horsepower at his disposal, and able to make it dance on the apex. We come back to Chambers, who's now starting to pull a handy gap. His PB lap time There's a 40.946 and just knocked that one out. We've got under 3 laps remaining of this final heat for WA Open Performance, brought to you by Swiss Hutless. Chris.
Picking up any battle we can on track. It's really Chambers v Thompson at the moment, but it looks like Matt Chambers has the measure of the Miami Super X30 as we pick up Nathan Phillips working his way past some lap traffic, just going past the Swiss Hutless KZ kart of one of the Howe father and daughter teams, as the second of those karts going a lap down to Chambers and Thompson. So everyone being courteous and giving each other plenty of room out there as they enjoy themselves. A rock around in the final race of the weekend here in WA Open Performance here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the 2021 West Australian State Karting Championships, brought to you by patriciacourse.com. Last lap board out to pick up your Open Performance drivers as we follow along with Matt Chambers. Trying to hang on to that second spot. He's opened up a healthy margin over Shea Thompson and will lock that one down. It won't affect the podium though. Thompson still should be good enough to hang on to the third spot here as this man, Nathan Phillips, the outgoing West Australian State Champ, offered to unbolt the plate and put it straight on Blake Preston's kart on the outgrid. Brings it around to take the final race of the weekend. Phillips takes the win here in round 5.
Great finish line shots there of your new state title holder, Blake Preston, as he rips it across the line. Yep, he may have been a lap down, but still a great time. Gets it spun around on the chicane.
May as well get out there and have some fun. Matt Chambers was home in second there. Shea Thompson in the third spot. Scotty Mackay in P4. And Nathan Will rounding out your top 5 here. In WA Open Performance, Greg Campbell was P6. Blake Preston enjoying himself and lapping it up in P7. From Connor Roth in P8. Daniel Clark in P9 over Charlotte Campbell, Richard and Jessica Howe. Your finishing order here for 12 finishes here in WA Open Performance. Race number 5 here at the Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the 2021 West Australian State Karting Championships. Brought to you by patriciacourse.com. A reminder to everyone here, we do have a raffle running. $5 a ticket or 5 for $20. Top prize is a night's accommodation for 2 guests with breakfast and valet parking at the Hyatt Regency in Perth. Second prize at patriciacourse.com. Karting Online assorted prize pack with a motorised esky, a knife block, 6-piece magnetic knife block, and an XTM 7-piece recovery pack. Up for grabs of prizes 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the raffle. Tickets are $5 each or 5 for $20 available at the canteen, which is closing in 2 races' time. If you are hungry, don't be afraid. We have roast beef and gravy rolls available after racing.
Outgoing state title holder and welcoming Blake Preston in. We had a chat to him after the last heat where he'd wrapped the championship or the title up. You offered to unbolt the blue plate, stick it straight on him in the outgrid there, but mixed feelings, but it would have been nice to be able to back it up with a 2 for 2, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. There's no easy state title, but yeah, couldn't be happier for Blake to get the win, and it's fantastic for the club, for the family, for Blake. But yeah, it's always a ball in the twin, and it's just so much that can go wrong with them, so it's a full-time gig.
These wet conditions that you were served up with over the course of the weekend really did throw a spanner in the works in the big twin, trying to get that grip dialed in with such a massive horsepower advantage there. Made life difficult, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we love the horsepower, but it's just when the sun comes out and then the clouds come out and the rain comes down, and it's, you know, we've seen that firsthand, people on slicks, people on wets. Yeah, it's just sometime luck of the draw, take a gamble. But, yeah, like I said, it's fantastic to see Blake win, and he's been around the mark for a long time, and he's great for the class, so couldn't be happier.
Awesome stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're back. Tag 125 Restricted Masters out on track and getting ready to go racing. This one is still up for grabs. Brought to you by Kartco, the exclusive West Australian distributor of Praga, IPK and Tillotson Racing Karts, spare parts and accessories, and West Australia's only Torini authorised retailer. With a full range of Torini engines and spare parts available with same-day shipping, Kartco is the home of four-stroke sprint karting. Not only do Kartco specialise in the four-stroke class, but they also offer a full range of Praga chassis from the Cadet Monster and in the Evo right through to the fire-breathing Praga Dragon for TAG and KZ classes. Check them out, kartco.com.au, as they present the 125 Restricted Masters. It is Adam Gandossi who showed up to race today and chose violence and leads the field for the final race of the weekend with a slim margin over Benjamin Bondon on the outside front row. Raymond Cochrane starting on the second row of the grid with Dan Sprague on P4 alongside him here from Nathan Terrell and Paul Hughes. Graham Wessling and Anthony Higgs with Paul King and Tim Barnes making up your top 10 starters as we go lights out and racing here. Gandossi was an absolute demon in the wet earlier today. We'll see if he has what it takes to back it up and take things out here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. 1,122 points he holds coming into this one over Ben Bondon in second with a big catch-up of the field across the back of the track. It's Gandossi from Cochrane, and Bondon back there in third needs to shake a leg and get a move on if he wants to take out this WA title.
Bondon was about to throw a speculator down the inside of the bus stop, but had the door snap shut on his nose. He will have to regroup from P3 and look to make inroads on our rider in green, the number 25 machine of Ray Cochrane. As we go 11 laps remaining, and quick times out there. Gandossi leads out Cochrane. Bondon in third with King and Shaw making up the rest of your top 5 out there on the road, with Shaw, Sprague, Bozza, Hughes, Hume and Harvey your top 10. Big move up on the way into the dipper, but we catch up with that battle for second and third. Chris, these guys are going toe to toe as we see Cochrane now starting to pull a gap on Bondon. You were saying earlier Bondon needs to make inroads here in this heat.
Well, if he wants to end up holding a blue plate at the end of the day, he's in prime spot to do it. 170 points behind the back of Adam Gandossi coming into this final round. But sitting back there in third behind Ray Cochrane will actually give away some points to Cochrane. Not enough to lose second on the podium, but of course not enough to get one over Gandossi for the race win. Gandossi leads the way here. If he hangs on to this one as he kicks the back end of the kart out under brakes, classical old school karting style that is, and an old school karter that Adam Gandossi is, he knows how to get it done in the wet. They used to run in slicks back in the day, mate.
Wow. So we watch on, and a drying track is the order of the day here for the Kartco Tag 125 Restricted. Heat number 5, the final race, the final time these guys will turn a wheel in anger here for the 2021 patrizicourse.com.au state titles. And our top 3 now largely spread out.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a non-event if this continues like it is. Gandossi in charge out front, romping his way around and hoping to claim a West Australian State Championship here. Cochrane in second would only be good enough to consolidate third place on the podium with the 94-point deficit to Benjamin Bondon coming into this one. Bondon in third will lose 75 of those points, but will still hang on to the second step of the podium here, and that will be your top 3 if they stay where they are. Dan Sprague, I was hoping, was going to be someone to really mix things up, but he is struggling in the field here. He's down in P6 as they bring it around. In fact, he's going to fall even further, down to P7 for the number 29 Kart Republic chassis. He was the only other one who could have been an outside chance of the podium, and then it was a 220-something point gap back to P5. So Spraggy, out of contention for a podium here, will leave your top 3 as they are, continuing to roll around if they finish where they are right now.
We watch on as Gandossi leads out. This looks to be the battle between Paul King and Cosimo Vozza. That's for 4th and 5th. Vozza back in 5th place in the 60 machine.
How much is the front end of that Maranello kart just bouncing around the circuit? It's not suspended. It doesn't have a shocky, but it is bouncing like crazy when he clips over those bumps there and tags the curb, momentarily lifting the front tyres off the ground and panicking at the loss of steering. But he points it to the inside of the dipper, tries to make it happen, but nowhere near close enough. And Paul King just fights him back and will hang on to P4. Voza down to P5. This is really the only battle we have anywhere of interest at the moment. There's battles going on further behind here. That's for Inshaw and Tim Barnes fighting it out for 9th and 10th on the road, but a long way off what we're looking at here. Halfway home, 6 laps down and 6 laps to go for Tag 125 Restricted Masters in their final, brought to you by Kartco.
We watch as Paul King defends against Voza, now drawing up on lap traffic. They both get around. Voza up the inside of the stealth black machine of Paul King. King holds it down on the run now into the bus stop. And a long, or rather a wide entry there. We see the rear crash bar of Paul King starting to flap around. It looks like it's still attached in the center there, just the outrigger on the side flapping around. Hopefully no problems there, but we continue on. There's someone off in the chicane. Very difficult to spot who that is. As we
That bumper is well and truly off. Paul King, that bumper is almost entirely detached from the go-kart, and therefore that will likely attract some attention from the technical department, and they'll look at that and go, no, and that will cost him here if they pick him up for it, as Adam Gandossi circulates over the line, still lapping quicker than Ray Cochran and opening up that 2.2 second advantage that he has now on his way. It might look nice and boring out there, but Gandossi is probably driving the race of his life right now, just knowing he has to hang on and keep that race lead to be able to take out the West Australian State Championship this weekend in this final race of the weekend. He peaked at the right time to Gandossi. I mean, really, look at it, 225. He was third in race 1, way down the order with 95 points. 6th place in race 2. Came back with 2 wins and looking for a third here in the final race of the weekend.
So we check it out. Gandossi on your screen. Welcome if you're watching the final 2 heats for the 2021 patrizzicourse.com.au WA State titles here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. This is the Kartco Tag 125 Restricted Heats Final. And the points have been building up to this for the 401 system. Gandossi leading out on 1,122. The nearest competition, Ben Bondon on 952. He's back in 3rd place behind Ray Cochran, who holds down the 3 spot in the points tally with 858. The abacus speeds have been flying over the course of the afternoon as some of these categories have gone down to the wire and decided by single-digit amounts of points.
It's been exciting. Anyone who came into this weekend saying that this format would be boring and wouldn't be good for racing, I hope you're eating your words, because it's been a lot of fun to keep things going. Yes, it could do with some tweaking, as do all things require some tweaking. I would love an automated system. That would be great.
Wouldn't it be great to have a projected finishing order for the points?
I've had it before, and I've been spoiled. As the last lap board comes out for Adam Gandossi down the line, 1 lap from home and 1 lap away from claiming a blue plate for the number 78 Tony Kart machine, Gandossi. Just a few hundred metres away from becoming the West Australian State Champ in 125 Restricted Masters. And what an effort that would be here for Adam and his family as well. Last year it was Simon Minton up at the Midwest Go-Kart Club in Geraldton. Minton not contesting the title this year, but it's been up and down all weekend long. But one man who's been consistent and showed up on Sunday, Adam Gandossi, becomes West Australian State Champ, and Dad is howling on the sidelines. Gandossi is your West Australian State Champion here at 125 Restricted Masters. Raymond Cochran home in 2nd. That will wrap up 3rd on the podium for him today on points. And Benjamin Bondon home in the 3rd spot will be enough to keep him 2nd on the podium this afternoon here after 5 rounds of racing on points. But a great result for Gandossi. The race results behind that: Paul King in P4, Cosmo Voza P5, from Nathan Hume in 6, Inshaw in 7, over Daniel Sprague, Tim Barnes, John Harvey, then Paul Bataille, and Paul Hughes going to come across the line from David Thompson, rounding out your 13 on track. And that is 125 Restricted Masters, run and done here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the patrizzicourse.com 2021 West Australian Kart Championship.
Adam Gandossi, congratulations, wrapping up the Kartco Tag 125 Restricted Masters. There was a mathematical chance that you could have come in on the second step, but you managed to seal the deal. Tough conditions, a drying track out there. Job well done, mate.
Oh, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Oh, it means so much. I've been on the podium for quite a few of these titles, but never actually managed to win one. So super happy to come out of retirement and finally get one done. So many people to thank. Massive thanks to Shane McPherson. Thanks to my dad for all his support and help. Also, massive thanks to Tristan and Tony for helping me all weekend. Yeah, the kart's just been unbelievable. It was easy for me today, really.
We knew the exact moment that you crossed that finish line. Papa Gandossi was just howling outside our window. It was awesome to hear. Job well done, mate.
Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Thanks.
We are on for the final race of the weekend. KA3 Senior Medium lining up and getting ready. Brought to you by Kart Class. To go from beginner to winner, you need to learn the fundamentals. Kart Class offers programs that take the guesswork out of kart racing and puts drivers on the right track to success in their careers. With 2 programs available, the Beginners Club and the Champions Club, there is something available for everyone. Programs are available on any device at any time, anywhere in the world. This is the program for you. Kart Class are offering members access to the same tools and techniques that David Serra used, the 18-time Australian champion. That is kartclass.com. Getting behind KA3 Senior Medium with a title that's already been wrapped up by Brandon Duncombe. Getting it done here. It is all about the race for the podium between Scott Foster, Braden Bowyer and Jason Betts, all lining up 2, 3 and 4 on the starting grid here for round 5 of racing.
Whoever thought that outright maths could be so exciting? Somehow we've managed to make it that way as we have a clean start. And on the outside, shooting into first place, that'll be Foster and the number 4 machine. A very, very sideways moment on the way into the chicane. P2 looking to try and get up alongside on the run into the dipper, and will do so. Can he get it stopped and turned? And has Scott Foster got anything to answer? Chris
Hobson was just firing up the inside at the dipper. That was amazing that he didn't manage to clean anyone up, as Braden Bowyer does it with the right rear instead and feeds one to Hobson.
Hip and shoulder.
Absolutely, and checks them up as Brandon Duncombe has decided, you know what, I don't really want to play with these boys. I'm going to button out of it. I've already won me blue plate back-to-back. Thank you very much. I'll stay out of trouble as Jason Betts continues on his way. Scotty Foster in second. Betts is racing for a chance to be on the podium. He needs to beat Braden Bowyer by 202 points. At the moment, he's only going to beat him by 176. So he needs Bowyer to be falling down outside of the top 3 to have a chance of being on the podium this afternoon. For Betsy out front in the flat-out karts machine.
It must be a weird feeling to know that there's nothing more that you can do. Jason Betts operating out of that position at the front of the race. He needs others to come to the party and push Bowyer back down the order, who, in answer to that, has just clocked in the best lap time so far, 38.77. It's early days yet, and a tough track to try and get a dialed-in setup on.
Well, Bowyer is one of those drivers that is always quick, but doesn't race enough. He simply doesn't do enough racing to find himself at the pointy end with ease, as he sends one up the inside of Scotty Foster, putting Scott down a spot. Now, he's racing with Scott, 75 points between them. That's the interesting part right here, is that if Scott finishes 3rd and Bowyer finishes 2nd, they will go tied, and Jason Betts, even though he wins the race, won't have enough in hand to be on the podium. So I'd have to work out how the tie break goes between Scotty Foster and Braden Bowyer if they end up tied in this one. But Bowyer goes through for 2nd. Scotty Foster jumping in the seat to try and generate some revs out of the number 4 KF kart. He knows that if he loses out here, he will have to rely on the tie break from Braden Bowyer to decide who will be 2nd and 3rd this afternoon.
Jason Betts looking smooth with a good amount of grip there on the way into and out of the bus stop, coming through the last couple of corners now, and only just starting to feel the pressure from Braden Barra. Another lap or so, and we could potentially see Barra show the 77 machine of Betts a wheel, as Barra has gone another quick time, a 38.34. Everybody's PB'd their lap times with the exception of the 36 driver, Brad May.
As Betsy now coming under a bit of pressure from Braden Barra. This is how Braden undoes all that work from Scotty Foster. He slides across the racetrack. Betsy doesn't want to give it up. They're going to go side by side into the bus stop. Braden Barra up the inside of the bus stop and seals the deal, and he grabs the race lead and continues on his way. Scotty Foster was the fastest qualified. Just a bit of trivia for you there. So if the tiebreak had have happened, Scotty Foster should have won out based on qualifying position. But now Barra under pressure from Betsy.
A massive, massive move on the way into turn one, and a beautifully performed block pass there. Jason Betts slides one up the inside of turn one, but Barra now fighting back on the run into the dipper, has track position, forces the issue, and hangs Jason Betts out to dry, who will slot in, but dives to the outside, covered off by Barra. Through the bus stop they come, and now player 3, Scotty Foster's ended the game.
So 3 guys all racing for the remaining placings on the podium, fighting it out like it's the final laps of a World Championship. Barra leads Betts and Foster. They're both going to go to the inside. Foster's going to try around the outside in turn 1. Can't get alongside. They'll stay bumper to bumper. Here goes Betsy up the inside of the chicane. Oh, it's going to end in tears if they keep trying that there. Scotty Foster trying the over and under and found himself on top of all that red clay. He now goes for a look up the inside on Betsy and can't get it done at the dipper.
Yeah, the exit speed was hurt there with that run up the inside line. Closing up under brakes, we see the 77 doing everything he can, pulling out all the stops as Jason Betts. Scott Foster's now settled back into P3 and gone into data acquisition mode, looking for a weakness, looking for an avenue of ingress on these two out in front, who look to be skipping away, Chris.
Well, at the moment, Braden Barra knows that he needs to win to beat Foster for second. Betsy knows he needs to unload Barra and take the win and push Barra third, or worse than third actually, to claim third. Meanwhile, Scotty Foster's sitting back there in third, just waiting for someone to do something to make it happen, because it really doesn't look like he has the pace to run this from the front as they go almost even gaps between the 3 of them. Coming out of the bus stop and into the right-hand section of the circuit. Behind them, this battle between Hobson and Dunko. Fighting it out here. Hobson having a look over his shoulder at Billy Dunko, who's trying to run with him.
Big side job in turn 1, as Jason Betts is the big winner on that. Scott Foster looks to try and go down the outside on the run into the chicane, thinks better of it, and it has actually cost him, taking evasive action. As up the inside of the dipper, this is it. What a way to finish the 2021 state titles. The hand goes up from Jason Betts. Rubbing's racing, and they are racing hard out there through the bus stop.
Oh, it's going to get dicey there. Here comes Scotty Foster, 3 wide. Unbelievable. And there goes Braden Barra off the road, and that is Jason Betts on the podium this afternoon here. Betsy forced the issue, and it was going to be hard out until somebody was forced to yield. And that should be enough to put Betsy on the podium here. If he hangs on to the race lead, he'll take the 401 and make up 202 of those points as Braden Barra comes through in P9, only picking up 40 points to his name. And that puts young Hobson, Toby Hobson, picking up the 3rd spot here. It's Scotty Foster going to 2nd, and Scott will be happy knowing that where he finishes right now will consolidate him 2nd on the podium this afternoon with Jason Betts. What a race.
Jason Betts with that big sand. Barra got unloaded, as you alluded to earlier. Betsy fires out with a PB lap time of 37.91 with clear air and a clean pair of heels back to Scott Foster. 1.2 seconds the difference from P1 to P2 on the road. 1st to 4th now spread out along the run into the dipper, and on the way into the bus stop they come. Jason Betts, what a job.
Just a couple of laps on the board last time across the line here for Jason Betts. I like these sprint races, short, sharp and to the point. By the time you get the racing done, it's checkered flag time. Last lap board is out. 1 to run here for Jason Betts, on his way to marking himself onto the podium this afternoon here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club and KA3 Senior Medium. Brought to you by Kart Class. Go to www.kartclass.com as he heads onto the back straight for the final time. Scotty Foster, hot lap in the race. In hot pursuit down there in 2nd.
Foster exiting the dipper now as we rejoin with our race leader, about to become our race winner, Jason Betts, slotting himself onto the podium for the Flat Out Karts entry. And for the checkered flag, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Jason Betts finishes on a high with a hot lap time of 37.692 over Scott Foster in second place. Toby Hobson third, Billy Duncombe in fourth, Brandon Duncombe in fifth, Callum Harper in sixth with Brad May in seventh, Jay Bunton ninth and Braden Bauer, Jay Bunton eighth, Braden Bauer ninth and Zach Needham a DNF.
Down here with Jason Betts, a win in the final round of racing at a state championship weekend. You finally come good right at the end of the weekend, as is the usual style, except the points hurts you this time. It should be enough to get you on the podium, however. You've got to be happy enough with that, mate.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really like the format, but it is what it is. You got to deal with it. But it's good to have some fun at the end of the meeting, at least. That was all my concern. I had fun at the last race, so I'm happy. So, yeah.
Mate, good stuff. Congratulations. I'll pick up my program as I drop that here. That is racing done and dusted. We'll grab J-Mac and give you guys a wrap from KA3 Senior Medium and turn my back to a camera, which is never a good idea. J-Mac, mate, it has been a wonderful weekend of racing action. You're waiting for me over here in front of our backdrop. Hurricane Go-Kart Club and this points format, plus the weather, turned it on this weekend.
Look, I will have to admit that I came into this with the 401 points format not being very familiar to my mind, but man, oh man, it turned on some incredible racing that went down to the single digits on point scores in some cases. Some of the mental gymnastics that you had to achieve to be able to deliver the results, absolutely astonishing, and some incredibly deserving winners. A hard 2 days of racing.
Mate, the state titles weekend always turns it on here in Western Australia. This is the one weekend that the kids look forward to all year long. Sadly, the sad part is now it's done. It's done for another 12 months, but rest assured we'll be back to do it all again. The racing has been incredible. A big thank you to the Hurricane Go-Kart Club, all of the officials, all of the volunteers, the committee, and of course you guys, the racers and the entrants, for making this one of the biggest state titles we've had in some time. 239 entrants across 12 classes of racing. That's an awesome achievement for this club.
Highlight for you, bring it out to one category.
I can't give you one. I'll tell you what, the two things. On the verge of crying for Blake Preston.
Yeah.
An amazingly deserved win in WA Open performance. And then again, on the verge of crying for Chase Webb in Cadet 12. Some amazing racing all weekend long. And just 2 moments of hundreds. And there'll be hundreds and hundreds of stories leaving this place that will hang on to the memories for years and years to come. This weekend will go in the books as one of the greatest state titles of recent history.
Thank you so much for joining us for the 2021 patricicourse.com WA state titles at the Hurricane Go-Kart Club. From Chris Mitchell and myself, thank you so much to the 4Style Media live stream team for making this all possible. And of course, to everyone involved here at the club and state level, you've done yourselves proud. We'll catch you next time. Coming at you soon.